Introduction. I signed a 30-year agreement. Am planning to become a large-scale cultivator and aquaculturist right at home, Luo Zishuan remarked with a smile. Indeed, since I have the backing of my brother's hotel, why not aim for something grand? You haven't tasted the vegetables and fruits from our garden, have you? Come, let me take you to pick some. By the way, Dad, are our fruit trees ripe? Except for those that are out of season, they are basically all ripe. Isn't it strange? This year, the fruits have ripened quite quickly and are larger than usual. All right, Dad, please prepare some boxes. I promised the fans in a live stream that I would host a fruit picking session, and now that the sun is setting and the heat is subsiding, it's the perfect time to start the stream. Chapter 1. Jon and the White Spirit. Bai Wuyo was not intimidated by Su Yun's words. As he lay in bed, a bloodied scythe swiftly swung towards Su Yun's head. Bai Wuyo feigned a movement and quickly dashed in another direction, seemingly attempting to escape the formation. However, Su Yun appeared resigned to his fate, lying still without a hint of movement. Strangely, he even closed his eyes as if awaiting the scythe's strike. Whoosh! The bloodied scythe stirred a fierce wind, clearing all obstacles in its path. Yet, the seemingly calm Su Yun was not as composed as he appeared. All his defensive powers surged forth. His tattered black bodysuit, his skin like jade, and the spiritual energy of his mid-foundation realm coalesced into multiple defensive barriers within him. Su Yun unleashed all the defenses he could muster if the elder behind him did not intend to intervene. He was prepared to resist with all his might. Bai Wuyo's cautious retreat was entirely within Su Yun's expectations. After all, he was gravely injured if he did not flee. He might very well lose his life if Su Yun wasn't merely deceiving him. However, if Su Yun was indeed lying, then after a year, this boy would surely suffer a terrible fate. Even if Bai Wuyo had not killed him in that time, at the very least, he could release some pent-up frustration. Moreover, escaping this formation would allow Bai Wuyo to regain some of his strength, thus aiding in his recovery. Therefore, if he could strike down this brat with a single blow, he would seize the opportunity. If not, at least he could vent his anger. Should someone ambush him, Bai Wuyo felt he had a 30% chance of swiftly escaping, even if he had to sacrifice some of his trump cards. Leaving this place with reduced expenditure was always a prudent choice, was it not? However, just as Bai Wuyo intended to hastily depart from that place, a figure abruptly materialized before him. A fiery red handprint unexpectedly manifested on his abdomen, striking directly at his dantian before he could react. The sound reminiscent of a bursting balloon echoed within the confined space, as Bai Wuyo, his complexion ghastly pale, expelled a substantial amount of blood, staining the floor beneath him crimson. At that moment, a glimmer of silver appeared at the tip of the scythe, poised to fly towards Su Yun's chest. Su Yun, peering intently, discerned that this silver flash was not a mere trick. It was a diminutive flying sword, possessing only a pointed tip devoid of a hilt. A flying sword. With a cautious opening of his eyes, Su Yun's face illuminated with joy as he exclaimed. He quickly shifted his gaze towards Bai Wuyo, sensing his impending departure from that spot. Bai Wuyo, his pallor striking, remained frozen in place, confronted by an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s, standing upright with a smile, gazing at the bloody Bai Wuyo before him. Turning his head, he locked eyes with Su Yun, saying, "Alas, I cannot restrain myself," and thus I stepped forward. Upon uttering these words, Bai Wuyo knelt down, his eyes vacant as he fixated on the blood he had spilled upon the ground. "My cultivation has been shattered. My cultivation has been shattered." Like one who has lost all hope, Bai Wuyo knelt on the ground, repeatedly murmuring those words. For a cultivator whose entire life has been devoted to cultivation, the loss of one's power renders existence nearly unbearable. Death would seem a preferable fate. Yet, with Su Yun and the venerable elder present, how could Bai Wuyo so easily succumb to despair? Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun sprang up, dusted himself off, and approached the elder with a smile. "Pardon my intrusion. I had initially intended for you to spend these days in tranquility. However, the situation has become exceedingly dire. This individual possesses a cultivation level above mine, leaving me no choice but to request your assistance. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance." Su Yun's demeanor was notably humble, devoid of the earlier bravado. If one were to liken him to a mortal, he would resemble a sycophant. The elder, having witnessed much in his lifetime, found Su Yun's emotional fluctuations trivial, eliciting no significant response from him. Together, Su Yun and the elder shared a tacit understanding, refraining from discussing the reasons behind their earlier actions. "I am called you by. You may refer to me as Elder Bai, or whatever name you prefer. Elder Yubai stroked his small goat-like beard, observing the increasingly favored youth before him, feeling a deeper sense of mentorship blossom within his heart. Very well, the matter is resolved, and I must take my leave. Having spoken, Elder Yubai did not allow Su Yun to pursue further conversation, instead soaring directly into the sky, where a silvery long sword materialized beneath his feet. Su Yun recognized it instantly. It was the very flying sword that had earlier thwarted the scythe. Now, Elder Yubai was ascending upon it, providing Su Yun no opportunity for response or inquiry regarding the path ahead. Elder, at the very least, you must inform me how to exit from here. I cannot remain trapped within this wretched array. Su Yun exclaimed, cupping his hands in a trumpet shape, shouting up towards the elder who was already soaring away. After all, he found himself cornered, unable to depart, and dawn was rapidly approaching, though 3 hours remained until daybreak. As Su Yun called out, the elder in flight suddenly pointed towards a vulnerable spot in the array not far from Su Yun. At the moment he extended his finger, a beam of silver light shot forth in the direction indicated, as Elder Yubai clearly intended to use his flying sword to dismantle the formation. Realizing this, Su Yun swiftly made his way in the opposite direction of the elder's sword. He understood that to forcibly dismantle an array required immense power, and given that Elder Yubai could easily incapacitate Bai Wuyo with a mere slap, his own strength must be formidable. Thus, during this violent disruption, Elder Yubai would undoubtedly hold nothing back, and if Su Yun were not careful, he might be reduced to nothingness by the array's backlash. Chapter 2. The Release of Bai Ling. Navigating through the college's vintage-style castles, Principal Meyer guided Kalina on a tour of the academy. Each castle brimmed with rich historical charm, the ground adorned with a checkerboard of black and white tiles. In the central square of the academy stood a towering clock tower, with various attics surrounding the central castle. Kalina estimated that, including the beach area, the entire academy spanned approximately 300 acres. However, the student body was remarkably sparse. The Empire's educational system was well developed, with higher academies operating on a 5-year curriculum. Naturally, the Star Mist Academy adhered to these standards. Yet, this institution only admitted around 60 students each year, divided into 2 or 3 classes. Consequently, the total number of students in the academy was a mere 300 or so. While Principal Meyer elaborated on the academy's courses and curriculum plans to Kalina, he stated, "Our Star Mist Women's Academy offers a variety of subjects, including arts, dance, martial arts, and magic. The teaching building for the first year is located at the entrance to that castle you see there." Kalina appeared somewhat perplexed. Isn't there a unified teaching building? Each grade seems to be different. Indeed, Meyer patiently explained. The Empire has granted our academy considerable autonomy, and we certainly intend to make the most of it. Moreover, as you may well know, the art of magic is not something that can be mastered overnight. Consequently, the disparities among various grades are rather minimal. The academy regularly organizes contests by grade level to foster each student's enthusiasm. Karina's eyes sparkled with interest. This method is quite intriguing. Are there any rewards for the contests? Meyer chuckled. Certainly, the academy provides magical wands, ceremonial garments, spell scrolls, and more to the victors of these contests. What about the other areas? What are they for? Karina inquired. The 5 castles serve as classrooms, situated at the outermost perimeter of the academy, while the residential area lies between the central castle and the beach. Each villa accommodates 2 individuals. Additionally, the campus dining hall is located beneath the clock tower. Meyer swiftly delineated the functions of all areas. As they conversed, they arrived at the central castle. Karina, brushing aside her slightly disheveled hair, gazed at the grand hall, but did not exhibit much reaction. It was not that the castle lacked charm, rather. Karina frequently traversed the royal palace multiple times a month, and sometimes even dined with Her Majesty the Empress. No castle, no matter how grand or splendid, could compare to the palace. Karina asked, "Madam Headmistress, where are we headed now?" Headmistress Meyer smiled mysteriously. "Knowing you would come, I arranged for a welcoming ceremony for the entire student body. They should all be in the grand hall upstairs by now." Karina appeared somewhat taken aback and hurriedly expressed her gratitude before following Headmistress Meyer to the hall above. In the audience area of the hall, nearly all the students of the academy had gathered. At that moment, the first-year section was particularly lively. "Woo! We are about to make new friends. How exciting!" exclaimed a petite girl with 2 braided pigtails, her enthusiasm palpable. The person sitting beside her furrowed her brow, casting a reproachful glance with her large, expressive eyes. "Ano, could you please be quiet? You're about to drive me mad." Aino was the girl with the braids, and the one reprimanding her was her good friend, Nivelle. Nivelle, her face round and pale, stared at Aino with a frown. After a moment of scrutiny, Aino ceased her raucousness and settled quietly in her seat. Nivelle sighed. Oh, Aino, you must understand that she is a student recommended by Her Majesty the Empress. She is unlikely to join our class. Upon hearing this, Aino's braids drooped. Yes, I know, Sister Nivelle, she replied softly. Karina and Headmistress Meyer stood behind the curtain of the podium, conversing in hushed tones. Beside them stood the student council president, whom they had just met. Headmistress Meyer looked at Karina and asked, So, how are you feeling? Are you ready? Karina smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Headmistress, I am ready. Certainly. Although Karina harbored a deep-seated aversion to feminine attire, she nonetheless looked forward to her inaugural campus life since her birth. Very well, I kindly request you to restore order outside. He bowed graciously, drew back the curtain, and stepped forward onto the stage. The moment she appeared, the previously raucous atmosphere within the auditorium fell into an abrupt silence. The reputation of the student council president was formidable. Karina, using her magical perception, sensed the surroundings within the hall and was somewhat astonished by the swift quietude of the crowd. She hadn't anticipated that this little girl would command such respect within the academy. He began, Good morning, dear students. I believe you are all aware of the reason we have gathered in the central auditorium today. The students below nodded in unison. Excellent. Let us warmly welcome the exceptional magician, our esteemed classmate Karina, recommended by Her Majesty the Queen. The applause erupted thunderously throughout the hall. Principal Meyer, upon hearing He's introduction, could not help but furrow her brow, yet she still led Karina to lift the curtain and step out. Karina took small steps, trailing behind Principal Meyer. On stage, he had already retreated to the side, granting the central podium to Karina. After escorting Karina to the central position, the principal also took 2 steps back. Karina stood alone at the center, illuminated by the spotlight. She possessed fair skin, and although clad in feminine garments, she could not entirely conceal the aura of Zero, which was cold and sharp. Yet, a mischievous smile lingered on her lips. This was a goddess indeed. The students in the stands, captivated by the uniquely charismatic girl, found themselves drawn in. Though her appearance exuded an aloof elegance, what was this innate charm brought forth by her smile? Oh, that infernal affability. Was this what one referred to as a contrast in cuteness? Aino blushed deeply, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. Regardless of whether Karina joins our class, I must ask her for a piece of her underwear. Nivelle's lips twitched, pervert. Karina's unparalleled disguise art rendered her exceedingly beautiful, to the extent that even she could not recognize herself as the embodiment of Zero. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she said, Hello everyone, I am the uniquely exceptionally adorable Karina. Having said that, she made a playful face, attempting to cover up her slip. Whoa, the scene descended into delightful chaos. After completing her self-introduction, Karina nodded at Principal Meyer. Karina believed the welcome ceremony had come to an end. However, Principal Meyer had her own plans. Classmate Karina, it is now time for your basic entrance examination. Karina, caught off guard, merely smiled and nodded at the principal. Karina suddenly exclaimed. Principal, you did not mention that the entrance examination would take place here, Karina hurriedly explained. Principal Meyer, with an air of nonchalance, tossed his head, asserting, surely, the esteemed offspring of the Imperial Hall would not hesitate to impart a modicum of their magical prowess to all. Karina retorted, That is not the issue at hand. The principal waved his hand dismissively. Enough of the shyness, this will be brief. Bring forth the magical testing apparatus. The students below were taken aback, having never anticipated that Karina would undergo an entrance examination during the welcome ceremony. Nivelle, with a complex expression, murmured, How confident must she be in her abilities to dare to take the entrance examination at this moment? A few third-year students began to wager on Karina's true strength. I bet she possesses 4th-tier capabilities, a girl whispered. Her companion scoffed. Only 4th tier? That merely indicates early intermediate strength. I would wager she is at least 6th tier. A 6th tier designation denotes late intermediate strength. In the academy, only a handful of students manage to graduate at such a level. This illustrates the high expectations the students have for Karina. However, Karina was in a state of inner turmoil. The magical crystal used in the academy to test students' magical levels is only capable of measuring up to the 9th tier. Yet, as the strongest on the continent, Karina far exceeds the so-called pinnacle of ninth tier by 2 whole ranks. Ordinary folk consider the ninth tier to be the apex of human potential, while those who attain the realm beyond ninth tier, the Archmage level, are regarded as the reincarnation of deities. Much like Her Majesty, Empress Yelena. And Karina's true power lies even beyond the Archmage level, in the domain tier. If she were to undergo a magical level test, Karina could effortlessly shatter the Academy's highest grade magical crystal. What the predicament? Karina could only suppress her magical energy. But to what extent was another conundrum. He finally set up the magical crystal, and considering the intensity of Karina's performance, Principal Meyer deliberately cast a magical shield around the podium. Karina looked at the flurry of activity around her and said, it really isn't necessary to go to such lengths. Meyer resolutely declined her request. Fear not, as an 8th tier mage. I shall ensure your magical energy does not overflow and harm your classmates. Karina, after a considerable wait, he gestured to Karina, you may begin. Karina nodded and drew a wand from her storage ring. This wand, crafted from the finest walnut wood, was the most superior wand she had used prior to reaching the Archmage level. However, after Karina ascended to the rank of Archmage, this wand could no longer withstand her immense magical power and was subsequently discarded. Nevertheless, it was an object she had cherished the longest, imbued with sentiment. Thus, Karina kept it nestled within her ring, reluctant to part with it. This wand was, in fact, the most rudimentary one in her possession. It effectively regulated the outflow of her magical energy, or at least that was her belief. However, the students below had their own musings. My goodness, is that wand truly made entirely of walnut wood? It certainly appears so, and it is adorned with a magic gem of no particular attribute far more versatile than a single attribute gem. Is this truly the prodigy recommended by Her Majesty the Empress? In any case, the atmosphere beneath the podium had erupted into chaos. Even Principal Meyer could not suppress a gulp. Karina had not anticipated that a mere wand would incite such fervent discussion. I shall begin, Karina proclaimed loudly. In an instant, her magical energy surged violently. Her pupils glimmered with starlight, which swiftly dimmed to gold, eventually transforming into silver. She was suppressing both the level and purity of her magical power, now likely at a tier around the 9th. Boom! Just as Karina pondered whether to suppress it a little further, a flaw in her magical control emerged, and her overwhelming power erupted, engulfing the entire auditorium. The magical array established by Principal Meyer shattered in an instant due to the surge of energy. The students beneath the podium were in an uproar. This is indeed 9th tier. Karina's gaze sharpened. She realized her suppression had not been sufficient. It seems I must be more discreet, Karina lamented. Before the students below could fully comprehend the situation, the magical fluctuations that filled the air suddenly diminished significantly. Karina waved her wand and unleashed a fire-based spell toward the magical crystal. However, it lacked the earlier vigor. The spell's energy was feeble, nearly missing the crystal entirely. Fortunately, that much-anticipated strike finally connected with the magical crystal. The students below were abuzz with speculation about the outcome. It must be 9th tier without a doubt. Yet, before long, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Nivelle's mouth fell slightly agape, while Eno stared wide-eyed at the numbers materializing on the magical crystal. Eno tugged at Nivelle's garment. Sister Nivelle, I must not be seeing this incorrectly, right? At this moment, Principal Meyer was pale, a consequence of her magical shield being breached and suffering a backlash from the energy. Yet, she could hardly focus on the discomfort she felt from the backlash. How is this possible? The magical fluctuations that shattered the shield were clearly of a high tier. But why does it display as 1st tier? Chapter 3. A division of paths. Although the male assassin was deterred by the ice arrows that Li Mu had skillfully embedded in the ground before him. One must not forget that they were 2 in number. The male assassin was visible, while the other, the enigmatic widow Evelyn, lurked in the shadows. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the commencement of the match, and it was evident that Evelyn had reached level 6. This hero's passive ability remained unchanged from her in-game counterpart. She was still capable of cloaking herself in invisibility. The most intriguing aspect of this invisibility was its indiscriminate nature. Once cloaked, not only would enemies be unable to perceive her, but allies would also be oblivious to her presence. Naturally, the converse held true. Should Evelyn approach anyone within a certain radius, be they foe or ally, her presence would be revealed. This alteration could be deemed neither wholly beneficial nor detrimental. Yet for Li Mu in this moment, it seemed advantageous. Were she able to maintain her invisibility and proximity to her allies, it would indeed be excessive. Just moments ago, it was this very Evelyn who had faltered, neglecting to notice Li Mu observing them from the hillside. Had she chosen to leave her team and cloak herself earlier, ambushing Li Mu would have surely been a far simpler endeavor. In the eyes of the Evelyn player, regardless of whether the opposing player was aware of her existence, as long as she remained concealed, she would remain undetected unless the enemy possessed true sight in the vicinity. When she chose to reveal herself, however, it would signal her impending doom. And indeed, that was the reality. No matter how formidable Li Mu's abilities were, they required visibility to manifest their potential. He did not possess the gift of clairvoyance to discern the widow's location at a glance, though he could not directly see her. Discerning her whereabouts was not an insurmountable challenge with a bit of maneuvering. Li Mu cast a glance at his surroundings, then shifted his position, moving from the open space between several large trees to a patch of dense foliage. Just as he settled into the underbrush, he noticed the ground ahead of him dip unexpectedly. In that fleeting instant, Li Mu drew back his bow and loosed an arrow towards that very spot. Yet, to his dismay, the outcome was not as he had envisioned. The ice arrow sailed past its intended target. Observing the grass that had previously sunk beneath the weight of the widow's presence slightly returned to its original form after his shot, Li Mu deduced that the widow player had, in that moment, anticipated his intentions and promptly crouched down, thereby evading the arrow. The subsequent slight recovery of the grass was simply due to the widow's departure from the area. Regrettably, Li Mu could not witness this. Otherwise, he would have realized that the widow's flurry of actions had been in vain. As Li Mu surveyed the surrounding foliage, a heart-shaped mark suddenly appeared above his head, a telltale sign of the widow's intent to strike. As the heart of Li Mutu was on the verge of being completely filled, he took the initiative and suddenly unleashed an ice arrow towards an empty space to his left. The suddenness of this action, coupled with the proximity of their distances, resulted in a voluptuous widow appearing at that very spot, an arrow protruding from her chest. The widow player, astonished by her unexpected discovery, was met with Li Mu's relentless barrage of ice arrows. He was not afraid of her evasive maneuvers. Rather, he feared her absence from the battlefield. Now that she had revealed herself, there was no turning back. With the slowing effect of his ice passive, her movements appeared as if she were walking straight into his grasp, almost as if she were a delectable dish waiting to be served. Goodness, this ice archer is problematic. His aim is too precise. I need to use my flash and ultimate, she exclaimed. However, in a swift retreat, she managed to evade one of Li Mu's attacks. But before she could utilize her flash, another arrow struck her head. With the ice archer's rapid attack speed, the outcome was inevitable. Li Mu, the ice marksman, secured the kill on the widow. What happened? You just perished? She lamented. I suggest we retreat. This ice archer is quite formidable. His shots are alarmingly accurate. It feels as though he can hit me even while I'm invisible. Those arrows seem to possess a mind of their own. After Li Mu dispatched the widow, she began persuading her teammates to withdraw. At that moment, the male assassin, who had just warned the widow, chimed in. This is indeed impressive. I've seen the ice marksman before in various highlight reels. How did he get involved in this skirmish? Perhaps he is aiming for a professional career. Enough chatter. We must vacate, they urged. Oh no, we can't escape. Ajax is approaching from behind. After dealing with the widow, Li Mu wielded his crystal bow and descended partway up the hillside to optimize the shooting range. By the time he positioned himself, the dynamics of the battlefield had dramatically shifted. Under the pressure from Jax, Lucian, who had previously been dealing damage from the rear, had retreated from the battlefield, too intimidated to continue his assault. Meanwhile, Titan and Centaur attempted to withdraw, but were thwarted by the onslaught from the Beryl and Tom Kinch, along with Syndra, making escape impossible. At this juncture, Li Mu once again showcased his astounding accuracy. Positioned halfway up the hill, he unleashed a flurry of ice arrows at both allies and foes alike, situated dozens of meters below. Those ice arrows seemed almost guided, striking true regardless of how the combatants moved on the battlefield. 2 minutes later, the skirmish concluded. Apart from the male assassin, who vanished using his ultimate ability, the remaining 4 were left behind. Before they could fully comprehend Li Mu's exceptional marksmanship, the reinforcements he had previously mentioned were already converging upon them. Their intentions were straightforward: to seize the opportunity while 2 or 3 individuals offstage were in a compromised state, thus capitalizing on the moment. Observing the lifeless bodies from the previous skirmish, it was evident that the adversaries had not even managed to touch the ball. Without uttering a word, the opposing team sprang into action. One of the assassins, a pike, set his sights on the Tam who was teetering on the brink of demise, alongside a barrel that was also nearing its end. Just as he was about to strike, a magical crystal arrow, descending from the heavens, struck the prostrate pike squarely on the head. The scene turned momentarily awkward, showcasing a grim-faced bald man, his head adorned with shards of ice, lying motionless on the ground. However, his immobility did not impede the actions of others. The barrel surged forward like a living projectile, heralding the commencement of the second team battle. As for Pike, the 35 seconds of incapacitation afforded Li Mu ample time to deal with him. With a mere 1,000 health points and already in a weakened state, Pike fell victim to the icy ultimate, followed by 2 swift strikes from Li Mu that claimed the bald man's life. Subsequently, under the precision of Li Mu's guided ice arrows, they reaped another 4 heads, annihilating the team that had come in anticipation of an easy kill. What on earth has the coach brought back? Is he truly this formidable? Observing Li Mu, who was quietly gathering his equipment, Captain Jax, who had previously doubted him, found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Had all the kills he had secured earlier been mere illusions? How could that earlier team of hunters have been dispatched so swiftly? Were they not all masters? Was the disparity so vast? Chapter 4. The cavalry charge. Wait for me here. I shall go ahead. Fong Ling, growing impatient, decided to venture forth alone. At this moment, she was filled with urgency. She could not allow that hardware, which would determine the company's future success, to fall into the hands of young Master Nyo. Thus, she could no longer restrain herself and dashed out. Had Jin Yu not been supporting Yu Jia, she would have likely followed suit. Stop! My shout could not halt Fong Ling's advance or quell her desire for the hardware. Jin Yu, do not move. In the next instant, I surged past. Die! Ahead, the venomous voice of young Master Nyo echoed. In the following moment, a barrage of fiery projectiles, akin to meteors bearing the scent of death, were unleashed towards Fong Ling. Her expression shifted dramatically, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, even forgetting to evade. Just as she stood there in disbelief, a shadow, swift as lightning, interposed itself between her and the lethal bullets. It was I. My speed was remarkable. Yet those bullets flew even faster. After shielding Fong Ling, I was flung to the corner of the corridor. Nevertheless, 3 of the bullets struck my back. Fong Ling's arm was pierced, blood gushing forth like arrows. Cradling her delicate form, I exerted force beneath my feet and shot back to my previous position. The bullets met the steel with a deafening clang, leaving our ears, mine, Fong Ling's, Jin Yu's, and Yu Jia's, ringing with a resounding buzz. Late. Shouldn't you get up? Jin Yu looked at me, still lying on Fong Ling. Jin Yu. I got hit while being late. Yu Jia had already noticed the 3 bloody holes on my back, which were oozing blood. He won't die, will he? Jin Yu said anxiously. I longed to jump up and give Jin Yu, this sharp-tongued girl, a good beating, but I lacked the strength. And the 3 bloody wounds on my back were burning with pain. I was on the verge of fainting. How are you, Chi Dao? Fong Ling beneath me weakly inquired. I'm fine, not dead yet, I replied. But the next moment, I lost consciousness. Young master, was that a human just now? One of Nyo Gongzi's subordinates asked in terror. Whether it was human or not, I reckon he's dead by now. Go and take them all out, Nyo Gongzi instructed his subordinate. Though reluctant, the subordinate dared not defying Nyo Gongzi's command and steeled himself to cautiously approach us with a 47. If Nyo Gongzi's subordinate came over at that moment, it would surely be disastrous. My blood trickled slowly, coincidentally dripping into the wound on Fong Ling's arm. No one noticed that the wound on Fong Ling's arm began to heal at that moment, and the bleeding quickly ceased. At this moment, Jin Yu placed her hand on my vein. Chi Fan, he is dead, Jin Yu exclaimed, as Jin Yu felt no pulse. Both Yu Jia and Fong Ling were overwhelmed with grief upon hearing Jin Yu's declaration of my death. However, the most heartbroken was Fong Ling, for had she not disobeyed, I would not be facing death. Moreover, my demise was to save her. Fong Ling forcefully pushed me away, and just after she did, a series of gunshots rang out. Nyo Gongzi's subordinate, having spotted my hand, shot without hesitation, their nerves frayed. My poor hand was instantly pierced, perhaps out of instinct. I immediately withdrew my hand, but inadvertently clutched Yu Jia's injured leg. The pain made Yu Jia grimace and attempt to escape my grip. But my hand felt as if it were fused to her leg. Despite her struggling, she could not shake me off. Yu Jia was forced to concede. Chi Fan may not be dead yet. Look at his hand, Jin Yu said. At that moment, my hand, with veins protruding, exhibited newfound strength. Look at his back. Those 3 wounds are actually healing. Fong Ling also noticed my transformation. Sister, your injury, Jin Yu exclaimed in shock. My hand is moving now. Fong Ling began to move her injured arm. Die. Nyo Gongzi's subordinate had spotted Fong Ling and the others and was about to open fire. You go to hell. With a wave of her hand, Jin Yu unleashed a blinding beam of white light. As the light pierced through the throat of Nyo Gongzi's subordinate, blood sprayed forth, filling the air with the scent of iron. The subordinate swayed unsteadily, devoid of life, instantly defeated, absolutely annihilated. At the moment the subordinate fell, Nyo Gongzi exclaimed, useless. However, He did not appear, but instead raised his sniper rifle, aiming at our location. This fellow's blood possesses the remarkable ability to heal. Could he be the legendary apothecary? Yojia mused. Impossible. He is just like us, a swordsman, Jinyu retorted. Not necessarily. My master once mentioned that among billions, there exists a rare dual cultivator. Could it be that Chief Fan is that one in a billion? Feng Ling, after uttering these words, found herself incredulous, yet gazing at her wounds and mine. Her composure began to wane. It must be true. My leg no longer aches and I can move it, Yojia suddenly proclaimed. No wonder this guy survived having his head smashed. It turns out he is a dual cultivator. Oh dear. Jinyu suddenly exclaimed, immediately beginning to caress my back. Jinyu, what are you doing? Feng Ling inquired. Senior sister, we cannot waste this blood. Quickly find a sealed vial to collect it. It is an invaluable treasure. In the next moment, these three women began gathering my blood from my back, even resorting to scraping my skin with a blade. Oh dear. Just this little bit. Jinyu said regretfully, holding the glass vial. Why don't we draw some more blood from him? Yojia suggested. This is too much. As I regained consciousness, I heard Yojia proposing to draw blood from me, and I couldn't help but feel furious. Jinyu, startled, dropped the glass vial filled with blood. Yojia stepped back in fright. Chief Fan, are you alright? Feng Ling asked gently. Rest assured, I won't perish just yet. But if you three insist on drawing blood from me, I may very well meet my end. At that moment, I still felt somewhat weak. You startled me. You must compensate me now. Yojia quickly shifted into her demanding princess mode. What? You still wish to draw blood from me? Your leg injury is healed. What more compensation do you need? I queried relentlessly. Yojia was left speechless by my question. However, Jinyu was not inclined to let me off the hook. Her delicate hand rested upon my shoulder. Chief Fan, may I propose something? Uncertain of Jinyu's intentions, I immediately declined, stating I was too weak. How about a kiss for a vial of blood? I was left speechless. What was this woman thinking? Did she think her kiss was worth that? My head shook in disbelief. Yet, the next moment, Jinyu grasped my head with both hands. In my weakened state, I was powerless to resist her. I watched as her rosy lips, fragrant and inviting, drew closer to mine. An irresistible allure enveloped me, and in that instant, even my heart of stone melted. I was utterly defenseless. As our lips met, a surge of electricity coursed through my body, and in the next moment, I found myself brimming with vitality. What on earth is happening? I was utterly bewildered. Chapter 5. The Bloodied Wolf indeed. Provided the cultivation is executed correctly, achieving such yields is not particularly difficult. Of course, this is predicated on avoiding extreme weather conditions like the persistent droughts experienced in Shanxi. However, in places like North Zhili, such yields are entirely attainable. Does your majesty not possess numerous imperial estates? Could we not transport some seeds from the south to conduct a trial? The young aide possesses a profound understanding of the cultivation methods for these crops. If your majesty is willing, I can certainly conduct an experiment for you. These crops are all drought-resistant, posing no hindrance to rice cultivation. Even should the endeavor fail, it would not incur any loss to your majesty, would it? Conversely, should it succeed, it would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for the rejuvenation of the Ming dynasty. Do you not think it worthy of a trial? Indeed. If what your envoy states is accurate, it would be a tremendous boon for our Ming dynasty. How could I possibly refuse? In that case, your majesty must act swiftly. The seeds need to be transported post-haste, for the arrival of spring marks the optimal time for sowing and nurturing these crops. If we miss this window, we would have to wait another year. As we are already nearing the end of the 12th month, we have only 2 to 3 months left. Time is of the essence. Moreover, to my knowledge, Lord Su Guangqi has conducted considerable research on these crops and previously authored a treatise on sweet potatoes, indicating his earnest commitment to promoting them. Perhaps it would be prudent to entrust the seed procurement to Lord Su? Ah, your suggestion is indeed sound. Dabin, summon Lord Su Guangqi to discuss this matter. Zhu Yujian regarded this matter with great importance and promptly instructed Wang Qingyan to fetch Su Guangqi. The old servant obeys. Wang Qingyan departed on his errand. After Wang Qingyan left, Qin Jian and Zhu Yujian engaged in a discussion regarding the details of their collaboration, such as establishing a goods transfer station in Zhangjiago and procuring various essential supplies from the Ming dynasty. Approximately half an hour later, Su Guangqi arrived. Qin Jian took a moment to observe this renowned scientist of the late Ming era. Su Guangqi, now estimated to be around 70 years old, did not appear to be in robust health. Given his advanced age, it is common for elderly individuals to be plagued by chronic ailments. Additionally, his extensive knowledge has not been fully utilized, and the death of his disciple, Sun Yuanhua, has significantly impacted him, explaining his current state. If Qin Jian recalls correctly, Su Guangqi's passing should occur within the next year or two, and he hoped to engage him in pursuits that might rekindle his interest in life. perhaps allowing him to extend his time with us. Minister Su Guangqi pays his respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Su Guangqi formally bowed to Zhu Yujian. Rise, my minister, and be seated. Dabin, please offer Lord Su a chair. Thank you, your majesty. Su Guangqi respectfully performed the gesture and took his seat. Once Su Guangqi was settled, Zhu Yujian began. Allow me to introduce you, Lord Su. This is Ambassador Qin from the Mongolian envoy. Ambassador Qin, this is Su Guangqi, our esteemed Minister of Rights from the Ming Dynasty. Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. Greetings, Ambassador Qin. Su Guangqi saluted with a clasped hand. Greetings. Esteemed Mr. Su. Qin Jian expressed his respect, positioning himself as a junior. Lord Su, Ambassador Qin has just informed me about several high-yield crops from the southern regions, such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. He mentioned that you have some knowledge in this area. Is that indeed the case? Potatoes? Corn? Sweet potatoes? Oh, your majesty must be referring to the Solanum tuberosum, Z maize, and Ipomea batatas, correct? Su Guangqi is an expert in this domain, with a slight shift in perspective. He deduced that these crops must possess various appellations. Indeed, it is these very crops. The esteemed predecessor had previously mentioned these designations, potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes are merely customary terms employed by him. Qin Jian elaborated. I see, said the emperor. I am rather acquainted with these crops, having personally experimented with their cultivation. What were the results? To what extent can the yield be expected, since the existence of these crops was confirmed? Zhu Yujian was chiefly concerned with their yield. Your majesty, as for the potato, an output exceeding 1,000 jin per mu is quite feasible. Corn yields approximately 400 to 500 jin per mu, while sweet potatoes boast the highest yield, potentially reaching 2,000 to 3,000 jin per mu, albeit with a longer growth cycle requiring over half a year before harvest. Su Guangqi succinctly presented his trial cultivation results. Although Su Guangqi's yields were commendable, they fell significantly short of Qin Jian's claims. Naturally, Zhu Yujian hoped to attain the yields that Qin Jian had indicated. With Su Guangqi, an expert present, it was an opportune moment to scrutinize Qin Jian's assertions. Thus, Zhu Yujian turned to Qin Jian and inquired. The yields you previously mentioned for these crops are considerably higher than those indicated by Su Aiqing. Might you possess a unique method to augment the yields? Given that Qin Jian had already demonstrated his singular prowess with the production of woolen soap, it was conceivable that he possessed exceptional insights in this realm as well. Your Majesty, there are no secret techniques involved. I believe the reason for Mr. Su's suboptimal yields lies chiefly in the antiquated cultivation methods employed. If the planting techniques passed down by our esteemed predecessor were applied, I am confident that achieving the yields I previously mentioned would pose no difficulty. Once I confer with Mr. Su, it shall become clear. Subsequently, Qin Jian engaged Su Guangqi in an extensive dialogue regarding the cultivation processes of these crops, encompassing seedling techniques, fertilization timing, and planting density. They discovered that Su Guangqi's methods adhered to traditional agricultural practices, which diverged by centuries from the advanced techniques possessed by Qin Jian, making the lower yields entirely understandable. During their exchange, Qin Jian's insights into modern agricultural practices left Su Guangqi profoundly impressed. Although these concepts remained largely theoretical, they sparked within Su Guangqi a fervent anticipation for these progressive agricultural methodologies. Moreover, his initial skepticism towards Qin Jian dissipated entirely. Initially, he believed that Qin Jian, being so youthful, could hardly possess profound knowledge in agricultural matters. Little did Su Guangqi realize that Qin Jian, as a rural child of the later era, had been immersed in such subjects from an early age, combined with centuries of accumulated agricultural wisdom, far surpassing someone still navigating the exploratory phase like himself. Su Aiqing, what are your thoughts on Qin Dashi's insights? Zhu Yujian, who had not comprehended the intricate details of their discussion, could only pose this question after their dialogue had largely concluded. Your Majesty, I hold great admiration for Ambassador Qin's insights regarding agricultural practices. In my humble opinion, should we indeed adopt the methods proposed by Ambassador Qin for cultivating these crops, it may very well lead to a significant increase in their yields, which would be a blessing for our great Ming dynasty. Chapter 6. Abundant Spoils of War. Clang, clang, clang. Jon's icy gaze swept over the remaining 4 soldiers of Dick's faction, prompting them to hastily discard their weapons and kneel with their hands raised high in surrender. The Stark cavalry, who accompanied Jory, proved to be elite warriors. Aside from one who fell to Dick, the rest emerged unscathed. Had it not been for Jon and Ghost's intimidation, it is likely that the remaining 4 foes would have ended up as mere prizes in their pockets. This victory can certainly be attributed to Jon's collaboration with Ghost in vanquishing the battle-hardened and skilled swordsman Dick. Otherwise, even in triumph, the Stark cavalry would have faced considerable losses. What was most unexpected was that the young Cole claimed the highest number of enemy kills. His prior actions indicated that he possessed keen intelligence, and naturally, an astute individual would engage in battle with clever tactics. During the charge, Cole discreetly positioned himself at the rear of the cavalry. Once the battle commenced, instead of confronting the enemy head-on, he wielded a spear to target only the wounded adversaries lying on the ground. Thus, when the results were tallied, this young man, who selectively claimed the weakened foes, emerged as the victor of the day. If it were merely this, Jon might have considered Cole to be somewhat cunning. However, after the count of kills, Cole promptly declared that he had contributed nothing to the battle and renounced Jon's promised reward. Upon hearing this, the 6 Stark cavalrymen immediately wore friendly smiles, praising Cole's shrewdness. At this moment, Cole caught Jon's attention. With his decision to not join the Night's Watch, he would undoubtedly need to establish his own faction, and someone of Cole's unblemished background would be an ideal candidate. Yet, the matter of recruiting Cole could wait. Jon's immediate concern lay with the newly evolved pet development system. With a mere thought, a semi-transparent system panel materialized before Jon's eyes. Player: Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen. Pet: Ghost, level 5, 0-100. Growth stage: Species: Rare Arctic Wolf. Skills: Claw, Eye, Butt Eye. Talent: Gift to Master. Remaining experience points: 70. Firstly, a new skill, Bite, has been added. Its function is akin to Claw, enhancing the sharpness and penetrative power of Ghost Fangs. The ability to actively learn skills may indeed be a special benefit of Ghost entering the growth stage. Furthermore, a second means of acquiring experience points has emerged: Real Combat. According to the system's notifications, the lanky soldier Jon defeated granted him 20 experience points, while Ghost's defeat of Dick yielded 50 experience points. The current good news is that even if Jon does not engage in training or combat in the future, he can still gain experience points through White Fawn's battles. The unfortunate news is that to acquire combat experience, one must eliminate their adversaries. In this moment, Jon envisioned a vast sea of crimson blood rising before him. It was unavoidable. The allure of experience points gained through combat was simply too tempting. In a mere short span of time, he had acquired an amount of experience equivalent to what he had painstakingly earned over half a month of training. This clearly indicated to Jon that to grow stronger, he must engage in more battles and take lives. However, once the plot of the Game of Thrones officially commences, numerous skirmishes will undoubtedly ensue. After a moment of contemplation, Jon allocated all 70 experience points to White Fang's level. Since skills can be learned proactively, it follows that White Fang can also improve through training. Therefore, the priority remains on leveling up. Following the growth phase comes maturity, and new transformations are sure to arise at that stage. Yet, the fact that White Fang, in its juvenile stage, only requires 50 experience points to reach level 5, while from level 6 onwards the required experience begins to double, means that these 70 points will not suffice to elevate it even one level. If each subsequent level requires a doubling of experience, how many lives must be sacrificed to meet such a demand? Young Master Jon. The shore is laden with valuable goods and treasures. It seems these brigands did not merely assault River Village. While Jon was engrossed in the pet cultivation system, a cavalryman from House Stark rushed over, his face alight with excitement, to report. Upon hearing this, Jon immediately beamed with joy and accompanied him to tally the spoils. Although the original owner had a considerable sum of private wealth, enough to commission a smith to craft fine weapons like sewing needles for Arya, Jon could not overlook the expenses he had incurred over the past 2 months without any income. Moreover, as the leader of this cavalry unit, the death of the Stark family soldier, along with the loss of 2 northern warhorses, would fall upon Jon's shoulders. After counting, there were over 500 silver stags, and 2 large chests filled to the brim with copper stars. Gold dragons are typically currency wielded by nobles and affluent cities, and the frigid northern villages would naturally not possess such high denomination coins. A preliminary calculation suggested that these 2 types of currency alone were worth roughly 17 gold dragons, not to mention the bags filled with herbs of varying worth, wild goods, and the iron and copper ingots piled within boxes. Jon estimated the total value of these goods to be around 40 gold dragons. Such a significant fortune could not have been amassed solely from the plundering of River Village. It was clear that other villages had fallen victim to the likes of Dick and his ilk, yet no one remained alive to travel to Winterfell to seek aid. Jon first spent 2 gold dragons worth of copper stars to fulfill his pre-battle promise based on the number of beheadings. He then claimed the remaining silver stags and copper stars as his spoils, augmenting his private funds. Finally, utilizing the surviving horses to drag a makeshift cart converted from a fishing vessel, they escorted 4 captives back to Lena Village. Chapter 7. The Little Skins Creek. In the midstream region of the White Blade River, For captives clad only in flimsy undergarments were sweating profusely as they strained to pull a cart laden with spoils of war. It was now the 6th day since Cole had sought aid in Winterfell, due to the sluggish pace caused by the heavy load. Jon had dispatched a member of House Stark's cavalry ahead to Lynha village to deliver the news, leaving the 4 captives to serve as beasts of burden. Crack. One of the captives, fatigued and on the verge of collapse, had just slowed his pace when a sturdy black whip lashed against his back. The force of the strike was tremendous, and a crimson line, thick as a thumb, instantly appeared on the captive's back. The wounded man opened his mouth to scream, but his parched lips, caked with dried blood and lacking a tongue, could only produce a series of garbled cries. Cole, his face twisted with hatred, felt no satisfaction from the captive's agonized wails. Instead, his fury only intensified. The torment these brutes had inflicted upon his father and the villagers of Lynha far surpassed the pain they now inflicted. Crack! The second lash struck suddenly, and the howling captive, desperate to avoid further punishment, gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his back. Mustering the last vestiges of his strength to continue pulling the cart, Jon, quietly trailing at the rear of the group with White Ling, witnessed all of this unfold but chose not to intervene in Cole's cruel treatment of the prisoners. He was not of the same principled nature as Lord Eddard. To him, those who reveled in cruelty deserved to be met with the same. In the idle moments during their journey over the past 2 days, Jon had thoroughly extracted intelligence from the 4 captives. Thus, he resolved to leave them barely alive, serving as evidence of House Bolton's covert assaults on House Stark, merely needed to reach Winterfell. Indeed, Jon prepared to turn the tables, when he instructed Cole to personally sever the tongues of the 4 captives. He intended to transform these deserters from House Bolton into soldiers who had received orders for a surprise attack from Roose Bolton. Anyone familiar with the plot of Game of Thrones understands that the greatest threat in the North arises from the Bolton family, who take pleasure in skinning their victims alive. In Jon's view, it was better to eliminate this internal instability rather than wait for Roose Bolton to betray them at a critical moment. Of course, Lord Eddard had always regarded the unity and stability of the North as his responsibility. Even if these deserters were indeed acting under Bolton's orders, Eddard would likely accept reparations and hand over a few key figures behind the scenes. However, Jon knew that it would not be long before Lord Eddard traveled to King's Landing to assume his role as Hand of the King. By then, the North would be managed by the impetuous Robb. Thus, these actions were merely the seeds Jon planted for the inevitable upheaval to come. As Jon contemplated his future plans, his companion ghost suddenly turned to look behind them, emitting a low growl that served as a warning. Everyone halt. Jon commanded the entire party, swiftly turning to face the rear. A series of small dark shapes emerged in the distance, and Jon faintly heard the accompanying sound of galloping hoofs. Quickly, form a defensive formation with the wagons. It was evident that Jory and Robb could not be approaching from this direction, so Jon prepared for the worst possible scenario. Moments later, Jon, Cole, and 5 others, along with 4 captives forcibly made into shields, took refuge behind the wagons. Ghost had been released by Jon to hide in the shadows, poised to serve as a trump card. The Bolton family? Indeed, they were not to be trifled with. As the dark figures drew closer, Jon discerned the shape of the flayed man banner. With a sigh, he noted that perhaps due to the presence of Jon's direwolf banner, the contingent of approximately 50 Bolton cavalry slowed their advance and ultimately halted before the wagon formation. A handsome young man with black hair and dark eyes dismounted and approached the wagons, flanked by 2 towering hunting dogs. With a broad smile, he introduced himself. "I am Ramsay Snow of House Bolton, here to extend my sincere greetings to the esteemed Stark Lord ahead." Noticing their reluctance to engage in hostility and opting for conversation instead, Jon leaned out from behind the wagon and replied, "It is Master Ramsay of House Bolton. I am Jon Snow. What brings you here?" So it is the esteemed Jon of House Stark. Your name is quite renowned throughout the North. Yet, I am pleasantly surprised that you have heard of me," Ramsay responded, his smile growing brighter and his tone becoming more affable. To the uninitiated, he might seem like a kind-hearted, sunny youth. "I am hardly a lord," Jon replied with a sigh, "given my origins. I am somewhat acquainted with the bastards of the North." Perhaps out of shared understanding, Ramsay's radiant smile faltered momentarily as he said softly, "What of bastards? As long as one receives the king's favor, one can attain legitimacy." "Indeed, I share that sentiment. But, Master Ramsay, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit." In response, Ramsay raised his right hand, pointing at the head of a traitor displayed on the edge of a wagon. "Lord Jon, this is a deserter from House Bolton. If it would not be too much trouble, I kindly request that you return him along with the others." Listening to Ramsay's request, which was, in essence, a command, Jon surveyed the 50 Bolton cavalrymen behind him and coldly replied, "What if I were to say that it is not convenient?" Chapter 8. The White Spirit's double kill, my Lord Jon. The soldiers who have defected from our family are somewhat entangled with the death of my brother, Domeric Bolton. Based on the reconnaissance information, I took a shortcut to intercept them at the entrance of White Harbor, but I did not expect you to arrive there first. I am on a mission from Lord Roose Bolton to pursue them, and I hope, my Lord Jon, that you are not jesting with me. Seeing that Jon appeared serious, Ramsay's smile gradually became forced, resembling a mask that he was unable to remove. Coincidentally, I too am pursuing them under the command of the Duke of Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark. If Lord Roose seeks them, he should personally visit Duke Eddard in Winterfell. I am merely following orders. And I hope young Ramsay will not make it difficult for me, since the facade has already been torn apart. Jon felt no need for restraint and boldly invoked Duke Eddard's authority. My Lord Jon, you have lived a life of luxury in Winterfell. Thus you may not be well acquainted with the North. It is not only bastards that vanish mysteriously. Many noble lords have inexplicably disappeared in the wilds of the North. Who knows if they were devoured by wild dogs or wolves? Ramsay was indeed not one to shy away from confrontation, brazenly beginning to threaten Jon. Ramsay, believe me, no one knows the North better than I do, or even all of Westeros. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. To intercept this band of Bolton marauders, Captain Jory Castle and young Robb Stark have each brought a contingent of Stark cavalry. Perhaps you might act before they arrive and devour us. Goodness, my Lord Jon. What are you saying? How could we possibly take action against you? Upon seeing Jon's assertiveness, Ramsay quickly smiled and waved his hands in denial. But in the next moment, his demeanor changed dramatically. Ramsay's expression shifted from a radiant smile to one of chilling menace as he coldly replied, "We will not take action, but the beasts that do not understand human speech are another matter." With that, Ramsay let out a sharp whistle. Woof, woof. The two towering hounds beside him, one gray and one black, with drool dripping from their mouths, immediately charged towards the defensive formation around the carriage. White Spirit. With a thought, Jon summoned the White Spirit, who, like a ghost, emerged from the shadows outside the carriage formation. In an instant, the onlookers witnessed a flash of white, as the previously barking gray hound was seized by the throat and brought down to the ground by the White Spirit. Crack! The sharp sound of bones shattering echoed as the gray hound was silenced before it could even howl. Its neck crushed in an instant by the White Spirit's lethal bite. And this was not the end. Having achieved its kill, the White Spirit darted like an arrow towards the black hound, which had turned to flee with its tail tucked between its legs. Tear. The claw skill was unleashed, and the black hound was swiftly decapitated by the White Spirit. The bloodied head of the dog rolled on the ground, eventually coming to rest at Ramsay's feet. Double kill. Witnessing the fluidity with which the White Spirit dispatched the two hounds, Jon's mind was suddenly flooded with echoes from his previous life. Grey Jane, Sansa. It was only then that Ramsay, his face a mask of disbelief, shouted the names of the two hounds. Upon hearing these names, Jon's brow furrowed in concern. The past 2 months in this world had not been squandered. He had diligently gathered various pieces of intelligence about the North at the Winterfell market whenever he had the chance. Ramsay had a peculiar affection for dogs that surpassed even his regard for human beings, often indulging in the vile pastime of capturing lowborn girls from the Bolton lands. He would strip them bare and release them into the woods, granting them half a day's head start before he pursued them, subsequently violating and murdering them. Those women who brought Ramsay pleasure in this ghastly hunt were granted a swift death, and in their memory, he would name a new hound after each girl. Had it not been for the threat of severe retribution for killing Ramsay, Jon would have relished the opportunity to command the White Spirit to end his life on the spot. Realizing the peril of standing alone before the White Direwolf, Ramsay quickly retreated back to the safety of the Bolton cavalry. Yet, just as Jon had spared him for various reasons, Ramsay dared not strike down the bastard guardian of the North. After a tense stalemate of several minutes, Ramsay, his expression as dark as stormy waters, exchanged a fleeting glance with Jon and then turned away with his cavalry. In that moment, both Jon and Ramsay comprehended the gravity of their enmity. It had been firmly established today. Chapter 9. Marching again. Indeed, I misjudged the situation this time. Fortunately, Jon, you stood firm in your opinion. Otherwise, this pack of brutes might have escaped. 2 days after the encounter with Ramsay, Robb successfully reunited with Jon, accompanied by Theon and 8 Stark cavalrymen. He also brought along 7 or 8 nagging horses specifically for the purpose of carrying the reports from the cavalry. From this, Jon could discern that his cousin, whose temperament closely mirrored that of their uncle, Lord Eddard, had not allowed their earlier disagreement to create a rift between them. Indeed, regardless of Jon's impressive capabilities, a bastard could never usurp the rights of the legitimate firstborn heir. As for Ramsay's earlier claim regarding the legitimization of bastards, such matters were far from simple. Naturally, Jon had no interest in contending with Robb for the role of the North's protector or the title of Warden of Winterfell. His true ambition lay in the Iron Throne of King's Landing. Theon, observing Jon basking in the glory of his solo accomplishment, made a few snide remarks. But Jon chose to ignore him completely. Thereafter, no further incidents arose, and upon reuniting with Captain Jory and his men at the village of Riverrun, the group made their way back to Winterfell. This rescue mission ultimately consumed a total of 10 days. During these 10 days, Jon diligently engaged in training whenever he had the opportunity, despite having gained no experience points in the preceding days due to his pursuit of Dick and others. However, with the 2 hounds slain by White Spirit, coupled with several days of training thereafter, White Spirit amassed the final 30 experience points required to ascend to level 6. As anticipated, the experience required for each subsequent level doubled, and reaching level 7 now necessitated 200 experience points. Although White Spirit did not acquire any new skills, it had grown significantly, beginning to outsize the typical adult Icefield wolf and evolving towards a colossal form. While the pet training system did not delineate attributes such as strength and agility, as in past games, Jon discerned through a modest increase in strength that White Spirit had indeed become stronger. In his previous life, an ordinary Alaskan Malamute stood about 50 to 60 centimeters tall and weighed between 100 to 130 gene. Now, White Spirit stood approximately 80 centimeters at the shoulder and weighed at least 150 gene. When standing upright, it was nearly as tall as Jon. At this stage of growth, White Spirit, as an Icefield wolf, would pose considerable pressure to an ordinary human. Whenever White Spirit prowled near the 4 captives, they exerted every ounce of strength to pull away, fearing they might meet their demise at the jaws of the wolf in the next moment. Robb, observing White Spirit, exuding the aura of a top predator, fantasized about whether his own Grey Wind had also grown to such stature over the past 10 days. In Winterfell, within the training yard, Eddard Stark and his wife, Catelyn Stark, awaited in silence, having received prior reports from the cavalry. Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon Stark, the young masters and mistresses of House Stark, were nearby, amusing themselves with 5 Icefield wolves, each comparable in size to an ordinary border collie. Suddenly, the first to enter the training yard was none other than White Spirit. Previously, all the Icefield wolf pups had been kept in the doghouse, and aside from Jon, few had paid them any attention. Upon seeing White Spirit, which had begun to take on the form of a mighty beast, Eddard and the others were utterly astonished, hardly able to believe this was the small wolf pup they had rescued just over a month ago. It was uncertain whether White Spirit, upon reuniting with its siblings, wished to assert its status within the pack. Its white fur bristled, ears standing erect, and its fluffy white tail raised high. It let out a resounding howl. A woo. The other 5 Icefield wolves immediately flattened themselves to the ground, their fur smoothing down, ears and tails drooping in a display of submission. Ah, is that Jon's White Spirit? How has it grown so large? Fluffy pup, you should grow up quickly. Then I can ride you everywhere. My goodness, how terrifying. Yet my lady is still more adorable and beautiful. Cough, cough. Eddard, with his gray eyes and brown hair, cleared his throat, and the raucous chatter of Sansa and the others ceased. At that moment, Jon and Robb, along with others, also entered the training yard. Father, Lady Catelyn. My esteemed father and mother. Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn. Jon, Robb, Captain Jory, and the others promptly dismounted and respectfully greeted Eddard and Catelyn. Ah, your efforts are commendable. My Lord Eddard, I confess my incompetence. My judgment in this bandit suppression mission was gravely flawed. Fortunately, young Jon led a contingent of brothers to vanquish these ruffians. Otherwise, I would have no face to return to Winterfell. Captain Jory, having served as Eddard's captain of the guards for many years, indeed embodies a character of courage and accountability. His declaration deftly assumed the blame for the split forces, sparing Robb from punishment while not diminishing Jon's merits. Jory, let us refrain from hastily attributing blame or credit. This matter is far from resolved. You shall embark once more to quell the bandits. Chapter 10. The Butterfly Effect. After the meeting concluded, the general personally summoned his son, Sane, and unleashed a torrent of scolding. Despite Sane's usual bravado, he fell silent, nearly trembling at the sight of his father. Once the reprimand subsided, the general gestured for him to stand at the camp's entrance and hold a shield. Although he was his son, military discipline necessitated such measures. Others lacked the audacity to chastise him, leaving the task to the general himself. While the general assigned Sane to hold the shield alone, the second-in-command felt it inappropriate and promptly gathered all who had recently trained with Kevin to accompany Sane in this endeavor, as they too had breached regulations. At the camp's entrance, around 100 individuals gathered. Although only 40 to 50 typically observed Kevin, the daily rotations meant that all were present for this punishment. They formed two lines extending into the distance, each holding a shield, resembling a peculiar welcoming ceremony. However, with so many present, the embarrassment diminished considerably. Each person maintained a composed demeanor, engaging in hushed conversations when unnoticed. Holding merely a single shield was far from exhausting, though it did grow monotonous. As Kevin passed by in a catapult, he looked down upon the assembly, and they, in turn, raised their eyes to him, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Kevin chuckled. "Oh? What is amiss? Have you erred?" No one responded. They merely stared back at him. "Alas." Kevin sighed. "This is unexpected. I had intended for you to observe today." The crowd snorted derisively, yet remained unmoved. "How long do you intend to hold those shields? Have you had any water before this? Do you need to relieve yourselves midway?" As Kevin drove the catapult away, he left them with his departing figure. The group clutched their shields tightly, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. "Commander, the assessment is tomorrow. Shall we devise some underhanded scheme tonight?" Someone whispered to Sane. Yet Sane attempted to distance himself. "I did not hear that. Do not speak to me." The others, holding their shields, busily plotted their insidious plans. Kevin continued to visit his usual training ground, where today, naturally, no one dared to observe him, resulting in a noticeable tranquility. Regrettably, however, the progress of his training proved somewhat challenging to implement. After effortlessly hitting the target twice during his practice, he felt that any further attempts would be a waste of time. With a sense of resignation, Kevin commenced experimenting with the optical refraction tactics of the magical shield. Thus, the day passed. Upon his return, he found 100 or so individuals still brandishing their shields. Enthusiastically, Kevin greeted them. "Good work, good work. I've been waiting for you all day over there. I must tell you, during my training today, I discovered a new technique for instant killing the Sword Saint." Kevin was taken aback. "Oh, aren't you laughing anymore? Why the sudden silence?" The crowd responded with solemn faces. Kevin raised his hand, signaling for Crow to greet them as well. Crow flew above their heads, letting out a cacophony of cries. The crowd remained expressionless, and Kevin departed calmly. This group had mocked him daily, and while Kevin usually kept his temper in check, he seized the opportunity today for a subtle retort, a minor act of defiance. "Sir," a soldier whispered to Sane, "this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Are you truly not going to deal with him? You are the general's son. What is a mere commoner like him compared to you?" Sane fell silent for a moment, evidently chastised by his father, and hesitated to act out of turn. However, the seasoned soldiers were not foolish. Without Sane as command, they would not readily engage in misconduct. "Very well, since the officer is indifferent, we shall remain silent." Several veterans replied. "Could it be that this Kevin is indeed your nemesis?" Another veteran urged. It was rumored that during his early days as a recruit, they had encountered quite a few embarrassing moments. Sane gritted his teeth, his expression betraying eagerness for confrontation. The veteran suggested once more. "There is no need for you to act personally. Send a few recruits instead. Even if exposed, they cannot trace it back to us." Ultimately, driven by youthful bravado, Sane acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed." The veterans, emboldened by their long-standing disdain for Kevin, were eager to stir trouble. Furthermore, the trebuchet had always been regarded as a dispensable asset, rendering Kevin's role as its commander seemingly inconsequential in their eyes. This psychological dismissal had become almost instinctual. Despite Kevin's evident superiority over the average trebuchet operator, they continued to critique him from various angles. For instance, many of these veterans possessed orange fighting spirit, with a few even attaining yellow, and in their eyes, Kevin, a mere red fighter, was hardly impressive. Tomorrow marked the military's semi-annual assessment, a significant event, however. Those who had already met the standards had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, a handful of soldiers who had yet to meet expectations were undergoing intensified training. Drenched in sweat and on the verge of tears as their commanding officers reprimanded them. In the dead of night, within Kevin's training ground, 6 masked individuals stealthily crept in. The sentries nearby had indeed noticed their presence, but deliberately averted their gaze. Nevertheless, Kevin always secured the garage doors at night. One of the masked figures promptly produced a saw, attempting to sever the lock. The masked figure moved with a delicate motion, producing a creaking sound that pierced the stillness of the night, resonating with an unsettling sharpness. The nearby sentinels felt a shiver run down their spines. They had long received orders to disregard the situation at hand. However, the clumsiness of the new recruits was so egregious that it provoked an impulse to apprehend them all. The masked individual appeared equally anxious, sawing at the lock while 5 others fixated intently on Kevin's cabin, fearful that any noise from within might betray their presence. The grating creak tormented their nerves, and the novices exchanged gestures of reassurance, hoping that the soldiers within would be in such a deep slumber that the cacophony of snoring would drown out their racket. The relentless creaking continued as the one sawing the lock became drenched in sweat. Unable to tolerate the sound any longer, a bystander snatched the saw from him, only to produce an even louder noise with his increased effort. The sentinels were drenched in cold sweat, relieved that this garage was seldom frequented. Otherwise, calamity would surely have ensued. After a brief while, the new recruit's hands grew weary, prompting another to take his place. They persisted, swapping roles 3 times, until finally, the lock was visibly on the verge of breaking. The hearts of the masked figures raced in tumultuous anxiety. They were, after all, the newest recruits of the second squad, comprised of the least intelligent and physically adept individuals, subjected daily to their commanding officer's rigorous training, to the point of mental exhaustion. Their superior had summoned them under the pretext of a midnight training exercise, instructing them to sabotage a catapult tucked away in a corner of the barracks. The promise of 3 days of rest hung enticingly before them, while the threat of relentless training loomed should they fail or be caught. The recruits, having joined just in December, were naively unaware of the intricacies of their task. Deceived and cajoled, the 6 believed they were embarking on a mission of great import. Though apprehensive, they were also exhilarated. For these fledgling soldiers, the prospect of rest was the ultimate reward, while the alternative, training to the point of exhaustion, was the gravest punishment. At last, with a resounding crack, the lock gave way, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the 6 recruits and the nearby sentries. They cautiously approached the heavy door, only to find it unyielding, resistant to their efforts to pull it open. Confounded, the 6 exchanged bewildered glances, huddling together to investigate the door, attempting to push, pull, and pry, yet to no avail. Though the lock had been severed, the door remained obstinately shut. Was it necessary to resort to force? Suddenly, from afar, a cough broke the tension. The recruits turned to see a figure in the shadows beckoning them. It was their instructor. Distrustful of the new recruits' capabilities, he had discreetly sent an experienced soldier to oversee their endeavors. The 6 hurried over. The instructor, with a sharp glare, demanded, "What are you doing? Why is the door not open?" "We don't know. It just won't budge," the recruits responded, equally perplexed. With a swift motion, the instructor struck one of them across the face, exclaiming, "Useless." The others lowered their heads, too intimidated to move. "Get back to it. If you fail this task, I will make you regret it," he threatened. With trepidation and confusion, the recruits returned to the garage door, only to be astounded to discover that a new lock had mysteriously appeared upon it. 6 new recruits anxiously scanned their surroundings, yet not a single soul was in sight. The severed lock lay silently on the ground. The night remained eerily tranquil, and Kevin's cabin was still tightly shut, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Could it be that, at the very moment the recruits turned to face their instructor, Kevin had stealthily emerged to fasten another lock? Or was it perhaps something more sinister? The recruits, filled with trepidation, wandered aimlessly at the entrance, uncertain of their next move. Should they continue to saw at the lock? A cough echoed from the distance, as the instructor, unable to bear the scene, intervened once more. The recruits hurried back, exclaiming, "Sir, there is another lock." "Impossible," the instructor retorted, though a flicker of alarm crept into his heart. Despite their foolishness, these recruits should at least know how to open a door. Could it be that Kevin was indeed on guard? Suddenly, a crow's caw pierced the stillness of the night, a sharp and chilling sound that startled the group. The instructor instinctively turned to flee, and without a moment's hesitation, the recruits followed suit. Though no one pursued them, the fear of being left behind spurred them into a frantic dash. The sentinel stepped forward, demanding, "Password." 34, they replied. Fortunately, the instructor had gleaned the necessary information. But by the time he responded, he had already dashed past the checkpoint and into the safety of the barracks. The recruits, still at a significant disadvantage, had only just arrived at the guard post, prompting the sentinel to inquire again, "Password." The recruits looked bewildered, having only caught a fragment of the instructor's earlier response. At that moment, one clever recruit, seizing the opportunity, mumbled, response. The sentinel retorted, "You may leave." Although the sentinel was irritated by the group, he refrained from saying more, adhering to the prior instructions. The recruits, heads down, continued their reckless flight. The instructor swiftly made his way back to the barracks, quickly shedding his clothes, pulling back the covers, and diving into bed with a whoosh, falling asleep instantly. The 6 recruits soon arrived, panting and drenched in sweat, scanning their surroundings until they finally located their instructor. They approached and pulled back the covers, asking, "Sir, may we sleep now?" The next morning, Kevin emerged from his cabin as usual, riding a donkey for morning exercises. Sane and several hundred others still stood at the camp entrance, hoisting their shields, enduring the punishment that would last a week, not just a day or 2. As Kevin passed by, he chose not to comment, as if completely oblivious to the events of the previous day. Neither did Sane bring it up. An unspoken understanding lingered among them. Confronting Sane offered little advantage. He was the son of a general, and any escalation would ultimately be detrimental to Kevin. A pointed retort was unnecessary. It sufficed to make them aware of their position. Unbeknownst to Kevin, the chaos of the previous night had been orchestrated by the Crow. While the recruits were busy sawing at the lock, the Crow had quietly emerged, wedging 2 stones at the top of the garage door, which stood over 3 meters tall, rendering it impossible for the recruits below to detect the issue. Upon returning, the Crow had secured a new lock, fastening it to the garage door. Only this solitary crow possesses the ability to achieve such a feat. Other crows, and even many parrots, are incapable of moving this hefty iron lock. The crow, clad in midnight black, is nearly indistinguishable in the shadows of the night, while Kevin remains sound asleep, exhibiting no signs of wakefulness. Although the sound of the new recruit sawing the lock roused him momentarily, he was too indolent to rise. Such a commotion could hardly be orchestrated by a competent thief. Within the confines of the military camp, it is only the inexperienced newcomers who would be gullible enough to engage in such antics. This type of individual is easily managed by the Crow, prompting Kevin to plug his ears and return to slumber. As morning dawned, the entire regiment commenced its semi-annual evaluations, coinciding with the year's end, thus referred to as the year-end assessment. This event is regarded as significant within the military, and occasionally, regional leaders, such as city lords or noblemen, and even the king or his retinue, may visit the regiment for inspections. However, the Thunder Knights Regiment has been inspected multiple times in recent years, rendering it a relatively trusted unit, and this year, no visitors are anticipated. Concurrently, the regiment's commander and key advisors will circulate among other units on this day, serving a mutual oversight role to deter any discrepancies in reported combat capabilities. General Ode departed early in the morning, destination unknown, leaving the organization of events to the regiment's advisors. Each department is subject to evaluation, regardless of whether they belong to combat or logistics. Though due to the large number of personnel, assessments are conducted via random draws or the selection of individuals by the examiners. Those previously reported as inadequate will not be called upon. They will be gathered in a designated area, and while no labels indicating their shortcomings are affixed to them, it is generally understood who occupies that space. All qualified soldiers or officers will be randomly selected for evaluation. The purpose of the assessment is to prevent anyone from masquerading as a competent individual in an attempt to deceive the evaluators. Kill. On the training grounds, squads of cavalry charge back and forth, exuding a fierce energy, their presence commanding respect. The appointed examiners, selected by the advisors, sporadically noted their observations. This evaluation, for the soldiers, was akin to their regular training, devoid of undue anxiety. Following this, there would be tests of archery, infantry combat, magic, communication, and even culinary skills from the logistics department. Soon, it was Kevin's turn. Being the sole representative from his team, he had no choice but to participate. He brought forth the catapult, eschewing the Crow, and proceeded with the usual bombardment. The speed of the projectiles, their accuracy, and the maneuverability of the catapult were all impeccable. This performance was anticipated by all, as it was not the first time they had witnessed Kevin's prowess in launching projectiles. Yet, in a moment of reflection, they realized how formidable this catapult had become. Just 6 months prior, it was but a dilapidated contraption, with previous commanders of the catapult left helpless, awaiting retirement. Unbeknownst to them, the transformation had been monumental. At this juncture, they could not help but express admiration for Kevin's capabilities. Suddenly, the chief advisor spoke. Bring forth a horse for him to test his riding skills. Kevin was taken aback, as were the spectators surrounding him, all equally bewildered. What is the matter? The chief advisor inquired, as it was a matter of course that every member of the Thunder Knights combat unit should possess riding skills. Hence the designation of knights. This is the regulation of our legion. Are you not aware of it? Kevin scoffed. Did anyone provide me with a horse? Is it necessary for someone to explicitly teach you such matters? The chief of staff, brimming with arrogance, retorted, Would you not inquire yourself? Kevin nodded. Another ploy. Yet another scheme. Enough of the idle chatter. Will you test me, or not? With a wave of his hand, the chief of staff summoned a soldier who led a group of horses forward. While the horses appeared sound, Kevin had never trained in equestrian skills since joining the military. How could he possibly excel at the first attempt? He waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to humiliate himself further. Very well, I have never practiced horsemanship. I can only ride a donkey. Humph. Let me remind you, every member of the Thunder Knights must first be a knight before dabbling in other roles. The chief of staff declared with righteous indignation. You are not even a knight. Hence, you are inherently unqualified. Previous catapult commanders, although unable to launch stones, at least retain their status as knights. Haha, Kevin laughed. It seems I ought not to bother with the catapult. I should simply keep that rickety vehicle in the storage and find a horse to ride instead, shouldn't I? Enough of your nonsense. The chief of staff waved his hand. The military has its own regulations. This was not decreed by me. I ask you, is it so or not? Kevin raised his voice. What do you mean? The chief of staff appeared confused. If you say yes, then I shall dismantle everything on the catapult right here. The magical crystal used for these magic formations could fetch a few thousand, and that expenditure comes from my own pocket. From now on, I will ride a horse and follow in the footsteps of my predecessor. Kevin sneered. If you say no, then kindly retract your previous statement. Do not compare me to the former catapult commanders, for they are utterly unworthy. You. The chief of staff gritted his teeth in anger, and the crowd around them made it impossible for him to save face. Is that how you speak to a superior officer? Kevin merely smirked, choosing silence over further discourse, as he led the donkey away from the catapult and turned to leave. Where are you going? The chief of staff, feeling his dignity slipping, demanded, come back. Kevin turned back. Are you certain you wish to debate with me? The chief of staff replied, you go away for now. I will find you shortly. With a wave of his hand, some of the older soldiers smirked, evidently recognizing the chief of staff's reluctance to engage further. Fearing a verbal onslaught that would leave him thoroughly disgraced, Kevin only scoffed, making his way back to his garage alone. After all, Kevin was but a man. Despite his usual composure, today he felt a surge of anger. Years of effort had seemingly gone unrecognized. If the rules had been established beforehand, that would have sufficed. Suddenly, the last-minute assertion that all members of the Thunder Knights were knights, what was that? A fair assessment or competition should at least convey the rules to both parties in advance, allowing for mutual understanding. Introducing rules on the spot was nothing but the act of a petty scoundrel. However, recognizing his solitary position, he ultimately deemed it unwise to engage in a public confrontation with the chief of staff, opting instead to retreat. Seated alone in his quarters, he consumed 3 cups of water, his fingers tapping against the table, gradually regaining his composure as he pondered how to unravel the scheme. Moments later, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Kevin initially assumed the chief of staff had come to confront him and prepared for a showdown, but upon opening the door, he was greeted not by the chief, but by Stard. Alas, enough, Stard shook his head. As those in power, they will surely employ every means to undermine you. They're already devising ways to target me. Kevin remained expressionless. What do you intend to do moving forward? Stard inquired. We'll discuss that later. Kevin swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, didn't you publish a book while in the military? When will my book be available? It's coming soon. Really, very soon, Stard replied. Chapter 11. The Savage Osha Appa. You are amazing. On Yunera's smile blossomed even brighter as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Chuyao chuckled. And you? I work at a Mora Pacific group in the beauty market and am currently on a business trip to Huaxia, she answered. Chuyao nodded, having heard of this company. Noted as the largest cosmetics group in Korea with numerous sub-brands, akin to a giant like Procter & Gamble in its home country. You are stunning. I initially thought you were some major celebrity, he casually complimented. Really? That makes Yunera so happy. Appa is also quite handsome, especially your eyes and nose. So charming, she replied. Such a flirtatious tone, Chuyao remarked. But it's quite engaging. The key is how effortlessly she speaks. Chuzong, what shall we eat? Where to? Jiang Lingyun, driving, spoke up, observing the lively exchange in the back seat, though she was unclear about their conversation. What do you want to eat? Chuyao asked Yunera. Anything is fine. I love Huaxia cuisine, she responded. Hearing this, he glanced at her, and then at Jiang Lingyun. Let's have malatang, Zhangliang malatang. You can stop at any place you find, he suggested. Huh? What is going on? Are we treating colleagues to a meal at Crystal Palace? Flirting with a foreign girl and eating malatang? Jiang Lingyun was somewhat perplexed by Chuyao's thought process. After a moment, she began to grasp that he was playing a game. Malatang? Chuyao asked again, turning to Yunera. Sure. That sounds amazing. I absolutely love it. Her reaction was enthusiastic, genuinely reflecting her excitement. Chuyu was slightly taken aback but couldn't help but smile. He had heard of malatang becoming a trendy snack in Korea from watching food broadcasts, with various malatang restaurants sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. Truly, every region nurtures its own people. After a morning of shopping, they had spent a total of 960,000, yielding a return of nearly 100 million. At that moment, Chuyu was not preoccupied with spending money. He simply wanted to enjoy time with Yunera and immerse himself in the charm of a foreign culture. Life, after all, is about embracing experiences. How old are you, Miss Yunera? He continued their conversation. The question caused her expression to shift slightly, a hint of feigned grievance reflected in her playful demeanor. Appa, it's quite impolite to ask a girl her age. May I refrain from answering? What if I say no? All right, I shall discreetly share with you that I am 18. A youthful beauty forever at 18. Chu thought to himself, what on earth? This blend of innocence and allure subtly hinted at her cunning. She hardly appeared to be 18. In truth, she was merely 16. And Yuna immediately beamed with joy. Appa, are all boys from Huaxia as gentle and chivalrous as you? I find you to be so considerate, not at all the typical macho type. Chu Yao replied with a faint smile, perhaps so, but when it comes to being assertive, I can be quite firm. It was uncertain whether she comprehended his words, yet judging by her expression, she likely did. She slightly pursed her lips, a smile dancing on her face. Just now, your assistant mentioned you were quite the flirt. Indeed, you are a charming rogue. Chiyo laughed heartily and gently took her hand. How charming. And Yuna struggled momentarily but could not break free. Chiyo tightened his grip. Her exquisite face displayed a trace of panic as she widened her eyes at him, her gaze reminiscent of a frightened fawn. However, she ceased struggling and remained silent, as if acquiescing to his gesture. Observing her demeanor, Chu Yao suddenly realized that this posture of submission was yet another manifestation of her cleverness. Truly impressive. It is said that Korean girls possess a myriad of subtle tactics, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. This was the very definition of feigned rejection, yet welcoming. Upon arriving at a spicy hot pot restaurant, as they exited the car, and Yuna proactively extended her hand to grasp Chu Yao's. Watching this scene, Zhang Lingyun could not help but mentally scoff. You daring couple. Could you possibly accelerate your pace? Go ahead and enjoy. I shall dine elsewhere. She cast a calm glance at Chu Yao before distancing herself, choosing to ignore the scene unfolding before her. Chiyo nodded with a smile, offering no further commentary. Once inside the establishment, and Yuna appeared exuberant, although she ordered only a few skewers of vegetables. Is this all you're having? Indeed, I must maintain my figure. Does your figure truly need maintenance? It is already quite perfect. But if I eat too much, I might gain weight, and gaining weight would be unattractive. Unattractiveness leads to a lack of confidence, which results in low spirits, and low spirits can lead to depression. Thus, overeating equates to courting disaster. Observing her adorably innocent expression, Chu Yao was left speechless. You were something else. After their meal, and Yuna took the initiative to settle the bill. As they stepped outside, she exclaimed, Thank you, Appa, for treating me to such delicious food. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Truly a delightful morning. However, I must attend to my work this afternoon and will no longer be able to accompany you until we meet again. She smiled brightly, extending her phone for Chu Yao to see, then opened her arms in a gesture inviting a hug. Chu Yao reached out and embraced her, feeling a delightful warmth, his heart fluttering slightly. She emanated a charming fragrance, quite pleasant. At that moment, Yuna endeavored to tiptoe and gently planted a kiss on Chu Yao's cheek. Her eyes shy, her cheeks flushed, and then she quickly withdrew her hand. Like a fleeting escape, she retreated a few steps to the roadside, hailing a passing taxi. I'll see you off. Chiyo followed her. You kiss and run? And Yuna did not look at him, lowering her head, her fingers hastily tapping on her phone, sending a lengthy message. Thank you, Appa, but it's not necessary. I feel so shy right now, my heart races, and my face is burning. I don't know how to face you anymore. I think I might like you a little. What should I do? But I'm also a bit scared. There is a considerable distance between us. Appa, I need a moment to calm down, okay? We will meet again. We definitely will. Reading this message, Chu Yao could hardly suppress his laughter. Oh dear sister, you are truly remarkable. The taxi soon arrived, and Yuna got in, and the vehicle sped away. Chu Yao did not insist on her staying. The story had merely begun, yet he could not help but marvel. Impressive. This entire exchange could be deemed a masterclass in winning over a man. And Yuna's approach was undoubtedly flawless, executed with exquisite precision. After all, to win a woman's heart is to ensure her constant satisfaction, while to capture a man's heart is to keep him yearning, yet provide him with strong signals, hints, and opportunities. This is the profound truth of romantic interactions. The car halted at the roadside. Zhang Lingyun was seated inside. As Chu Yao entered the vehicle, seeing the girl depart, she stifled a laugh, remarking, Where did she go? I thought you, Mr. Chu, would not be working this afternoon. Her tone was tinged with sarcasm, though internally she relished the spectacle. Chu Yao smiled lightly. I have not descended to such absurdity. You see, every girl is like a book. The process of reading is inherently delightful, and there is no need to purchase it outright. A little borrowing is acceptable. Zhang Lingyun scoffed. Pa, what a scoundrel. Silently rebuking him, she refrained from verbalizing her thoughts and instead said, Upon reflection, I cannot accept the items you purchased this morning. You should return them to your wife. Oh. Chu Yao glanced at her in genuine surprise at her audacity. You truly don't want them? Zhang Lingyun replied earnestly, I genuinely do not. They are too extravagant for me to accept. Very well then, I shall leave them in the car for future client meetings. Jiang Lingyun interjected. Don't you think that's rather wasteful? You bought them, but want to use them, just hoarding them here like a nest? If you give them to your wife, she would surely be delighted. Xu Yao adjusted the chair to a flat position and reclined leisurely. I've given it to you. Whether it's squandered is of no concern to me. If you do not wish to keep it, feel free to bestow it upon any of the female colleagues at the company. As for my home affairs, that is my own business. And there is no need for you to worry. In Chapter 12, No Match in Combat, the ever-vibrant, evergreen trees of the impoverished north still flourished, their branches obscuring the sunlight. Beams of light filtered through the gaps, casting illumination upon the wolf-infested forest. Amidst a tangle of verdant vines, a wild archer, camouflaged with branches, lay in wait. Observing a lone southerner wandering deep into the forest, the archer silently cursed the fool and aimed to shoot. Suddenly, a wave of foul, heated breath enveloped the archer's neck, rendering his body rigid. As a vigilant marksman, he had failed to detect the creature that had crept up behind him. Outside the Great Wall, such a scenario would spell certain death. Yet, the entity seemed disinterested in killing him, prompting him to whirl around to shoot. With a crack, as he forcefully turned, the archer caught a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow, followed by excruciating pain in his left hand that held the bow. A piercing scream echoed nearby, eliciting a subtle smile from Jon. The cunning fish had finally taken the bait. White Fang, do not kill it. Jon mentally urged the wolf before gesturing towards its location. Two Stark soldiers, hidden behind him, sprang into action and swiftly returned with the wild archer, whose left hand was severed at the wrist. With bloodied fangs, White Fang proudly presented a severed hand to Jon, eager to share its spoils. White Fang, thank you. But I shall pass. Enjoy your treat over there. Jon affectionately patted the blood-stained head of the wolf, smiling as he ushered it aside. He then turned to the howling wild archer, saying, Hey, cease your cries. I offer you two choices. 1. Reveal the locations of the other wild men and the sentry arrangements. 2. Become a meal for my direwolf and slowly transform into excrement. It became evident that not every wild man possessed the same fortitude as the king of the outskirts, who would rather perish in flames than surrender. After extracting valuable information from the wild man, Jon donned the northern armor he had previously removed while fishing, accompanied by 70 fully armed Stark soldiers under his command. He stealthily advanced towards the wild men's encampment. Within the makeshift gathering of wild men, Osha, perched with a worn spear resting on her legs, fidgeted restlessly, her mood increasingly agitated. Minutes passed, and she could no longer restrain herself from inquiring of the savage beside her, Have the sentinels we dispatched yet to return? No. Not a single one of the 4 sentinels has come back, the savage replied with a shake of his head. Something felt amiss. This situation was far from normal. Everyone, gather your belongings. We must retreat deeper into the forest at once. Upon hearing this, Osha's eyes darted around before she abruptly stood and shouted at the disheveled savages sprawled about. Osha, you are far too timid, exclaimed the warrior with a bushy beard and a hefty axe as he rose to his feet, addressing her loudly. Just then, catastrophe struck. Whoosh! A glimmering arrow, propelled with great force, pierced the left eye of the warrior, silencing his words forever. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the Southerners. Quickly, seize your weapons and smash those damn Southerner skulls. Brothers, charge! The gathering of over 40 savages initially stood bewildered, but soon erupted into a frenzy, brandishing weapons and rushing towards the direction from which the cold arrows had come. Osha, reacting swiftly to the ambush, took refuge behind an obstacle, quietly assessing the evolving situation. Upon sighting a well-equipped army clad in armor and wielding bows and swords, she unhesitatingly made her escape deeper into the forest. Everyone, fire at will. Observing the savage horde, which appeared formidable yet lacked cohesion, Jon smirked coldly and issued commands to the 30 soldiers behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew forth like death warrants, aimed directly at the throng of savages. Thud, thud, thud. The Stark soldiers dispatched for this campaign were elite. Nearly all 30 arrows struck their intended targets. The foremost 10 savages were hit in critical areas such as the head and heart by 2 or more arrows, collapsing lifelessly without a sound. The nearly 30 savages behind showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they surged forward, seizing the precious time afforded by their fallen comrades. Drop your bows and draw your swords. Form a spear wall. Let me be the spearhead. Charge. With the distance too short to unleash a second volley of arrows, Jon decisively commanded and led the charge. Kill. The 30 elite Stark soldiers swiftly organized into a spear formation, shouting as they followed Jon into a direct confrontation with the savages. The gap between the two factions was minimal, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. Jon, leading the charge, was the first to engage in battle with the savage. With a swift motion, he drove his sharp sword into the neck of the savage before him. While the opponent's crude axe struck heavily against his armor, the savage's inferior axe failed to breach the quality northern chainmail. Yet the force behind the blow caused Jon to feel a jolt of breathlessness. Beside him, a savage sought to launch a surprise attack on Jon during a moment of distraction, yet how could Ghost, Jon's loyal direwolf, allow such an opportunity to arise? A deep, resonant growl erupted, and Ghost lunged forward, his razor-sharp maw expertly shattering the neck of the assailant. With renewed vigor, Jon harnessed his strength and pressed onward. Propelled by his innate abilities that surpassed those of ordinary men, fortified by fine northern armor, and aided by Ghost's fierce assaults. As he plunged into the throng of wildlings, Jon became an unstoppable force, charging forth with the ferocity of a war god. Chapter 13. A glorious victory with a sickening gurgle, a wildling. His throat cleaved by a longsword, erupted in a fountain of crimson, splattering Jon in the process. Yet, whether due to his remarkable adaptability or the fragmented memories of his predecessor, Jon felt no trace of the initial discomfort he had experienced upon encountering the corpses in the village of Riverrun. Instead, he was invigorated, his blood racing, while his mind remained cool and calculating. Through relentless combat, his martial prowess was swiftly evolving. He discerned that slashing with the longsword proved far superior to thrusting. For if one were to fully embed the blade into an enemy's flesh, it would require equal exertion to withdraw it, wasting precious time that could leave one vulnerable to foes. Naturally, such growth was facilitated by Ghost's presence, offering Jon invaluable combat experience. His valiant actions did not go unnoticed by the 30 Stark soldiers rallying behind him. In the realm of Westeros, heroism was revered, a leader recognized by his men, who charged fearlessly into battle, inspired a loyalty that transcended mere morale boosts found in strategy games. As long as their commander remained alive and unyielding, his warriors would fight to the last, refusing to succumb to despair. In the infamous Battle of the Bastards, Jon's predecessor found himself encircled by Ramsay's forces, facing certain doom. Yet, as long as he fought, his men would not surrender. Conversely, the combined forces of House Lannister and House Tarly, led by Jaime, found themselves overwhelmed by Daenerys' dragons and Dothraki cavalry, their valiant attempts to resist yielding only after Jaime's disappearance and the subsequent decimation of their ranks. Thus, Jon's courageous display invigorated the Stark soldiers behind him, and this battle would surely immortalize his name among them. From above the forest, Jon's Stark army appeared as a searing blade, piercing through the wildling ranks like a hot knife through butter. In a matter of moments, the blade had penetrated the cream-filled cake of their enemy. With his body drenched in the vivid hue of life's essence, Jon dispatched his adversary with a single, decisive stroke. As he prepared to confront the next adversary, he found himself facing an empty expanse. Beside him, Ghost remained steadfastly close. Yet now the once pristine white fur of the direwolf was stained with blood. Turning his gaze behind him, Jon beheld the ground littered with the corpses of wildlings. The vibrant green grass now marred by crimson. A mere handful of wildlings, less than 10, were still entangled in battle with the soldiers of House Stark, but in the next moment, they were swiftly encircled and dispatched by the other soldiers who had freed their hands. Further afield, a few terrified wildlings fled in disarray, only to be captured by the 40 Stark soldiers Jon had strategically stationed to surround the area. Jon took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet, metallic scent of blood that filled the air, striving to calm the exhilaration coursing through him. The battle was nearing its conclusion when a captain approached Jon to report. "My lord Jon, we have slain 42 wildlings. 2 of our brothers are gravely injured, 6 have sustained minor wounds, and none have perished in battle. This is indeed a glorious victory." The wildling army, though poorly equipped, fought with a reckless ferocity, often willing to take a bite out of their foes before succumbing. Yet, with Jon and Ghost leading the spear formation, at least a dozen wildlings fell before them. The Stark soldiers, riding the tide of victory, required only 2 or 3 of them to fell a single wildling or deliver a finishing blow. "Well done," Jon declared. "Sever their heads, collect any valuable spoils of war, and then regroup with Captain Jory and the others." Just as Jon issued his command, Ghost, who had remained unusually silent, suddenly growled threateningly at a nearby thicket. Clang, thud. A dilapidated spear and a collection of fur garments were hurled from the underbrush, and then a naked wildling woman named Osha emerged, hands raised in surrender. "I yield. Do not kill me, noble lord from the south. I am willing to become your servant." Chapter 14. Mysterious powers cornered by the Stark soldiers. Osha gazed at the youthful nobleman with an air of menace, her heart easing as she realized she would likely survive this encounter. She cautiously approached Jon, her voice sultry as she whispered, "Young lord from the south, I shall serve you well." Jon, taken aback, took a step back, his brow furrowing. Truth be told, Osha possessed an appealing figure, tall and slender, with certain attributes that were rather pronounced. However, having been exposed to various films and experiences in his previous life, he found himself devoid of any interest in the dirt-covered wildling woman before him, who emitted an unpleasant odor. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon her not out of desire, but because he recognized Osha as the loyal wildling who had accompanied Bran and his brother in the series. According to the original trajectory of events, this group of wildlings should have been besieged on the territory of the Bolton family, with only Osha and 2 others managing to escape into the Wolfwood. They then wandered through the forest for several months until they approached Winterfell, where they ambushed a wounded Bran who was riding for the first time, ultimately leading to their capture by Robb and Theon. If there had been mere speculation before, Jon now witnessed the plot unfolding before him, altered by his own influence. He assisted her in donning her attire, binding her to escort her back to Winterfell. Moreover, he issued a stern warning: no one was to touch her without his command. Jon held a favorable view of this wildling woman, prompting him to specifically instruct his subordinates. There was no denying the deep-seated enmity between the Northmen and the wildlings, a blood feud spanning millennia. Regardless of which side's women fell into the hands of the other, they seldom met with a favorable fate. Osha had mentally prepared herself for surrender long before the act, believing that having escaped to the south, enduring humiliation to survive was preferable to death. Before long, the other 40 members of House Stark, who had formed the encirclement, joined forces, successfully capturing 5 wildlings attempting to flee. Thus, Jon had ensnared a total of 48 wildlings within the bounds of Winterfell. Later that day, Jon and his group encountered Robb, who was accompanied by over 120 soldiers. Jon had earned accolades in 2 consecutive campaigns, while Robb had missed opportunities. Even the broad-minded Robb appeared troubled, harboring a sense of unease. Jon was perceptive enough to discern Robb's troubled thoughts etched upon his face. He promptly instructed his soldiers to present half of the wildling heads to Robb. Such a public offering would surely provoke Robb's pride. Therefore, Jon clarified that his success in eradicating this band of wildlings was due to Robb's strategic maneuvering that had driven them into his ambush. The spoils of victory were rightfully to be shared equally. Robb, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of persuasion, while Theon, fearing Jon might claim all the glory, quickly interjected to support Robb. Upon exiting the Wolfwood and reuniting with Jory, both Jon's and Robb's parties displayed 21 wildling heads each. Jory expressed satisfaction with the outcome and promptly declared their return to Winterfell. After weeks of arduous searching, the nearly 200 individuals were wearied, making their journey back to Winterfell take approximately 5 or 6 days. It is worth noting that Theon was particularly indiscriminate in his pursuits during their return. He persistently harassed Osha, likely eager to experience the wild flavor of this untamed woman. Growing impatient, Jon ordered Ghost to guard Osha, thwarting Theon's intentions. This behavior naturally bred resentment in Theon, who continuously maligned Jon in front of Robb. Yet, Jon remained unfazed by Theon's childish antics, his thoughts already drifting towards Winterfell. By now, considering the timeline, the Baratheon royal party should have arrived at Winterfell. I am uncertain of the outcome of the tasks I assigned to Cole. On the 21st day of our expedition, Jon and his companions triumphantly rode back into the city atop their majestic steeds. However, unlike the warm welcome of their previous return, this time the soldiers, servants, and common folk of Winterfell averted their gazes and hurried along, seemingly fearful of inviting trouble. Upon entering the city gates and catching sight of Cole, who awaited him with a grim expression, Jon felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Seizing the brief moment before returning to the keep, he quickly summoned Cole to glean the latest happenings in Winterfell. On the 14th day of Jon's expedition, King Robert, eager to reconnect with his brother, hastily arrived at Winterfell with the royal entourage. Following Jon's directives, Cole promptly employed a multitude of Winterfell's commoners to conduct daily celebrations near the ruins of the tower, ensuring that the area was no longer secluded. As anticipated, Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister had not appeared there throughout the festivities. Yet, just yesterday, Brandon Stark fell from the keep and succumbed to severe injuries, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. The news had spread throughout Winterfell, causing the townsfolk to tread carefully lest they inadvertently provoke the royal family and the noble lords. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Robb immediately mounted his horse and rode with urgency towards the keep. Jon, his face etched with concern, turned his gaze towards the Godswood, pondering that while Osha had undergone significant changes due to his inadvertent actions, his active involvement in Brandon's fall had not altered his fate. It seemed that some mysterious forces lurking in the shadows were manipulating events behind the scenes. Chapter 15. The royal court in the duel. The banquet hall of Winterfell was exceedingly spacious, constructed from massive gray stones, its walls adorned with the banners of the Stark family, featuring the sigil of the Direwolf. As Jon stepped through the ironclad oak doors, His eyes were immediately drawn to the high table designated for the Stark family. Seated at the head of the table was a corpulent man of considerable stature, his thick black hair and beard giving him a rather unkempt appearance, while to his left sat Jon's nominal father, Lord Eddard Stark. Both men appeared troubled as they sipped their drinks in silence. It was evident that this rotund figure was none other than King Robert Baratheon, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. To Robert's right sat a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair and piercing blue eyes, Queen Cersei Lannister. Unlike Eddard and Robert, Cersei was animatedly conversing with her 3 children, all of whom shared her golden locks. Behind them stood a handsome knight, resembling Cersei closely, and a tall, disfigured guard. These were the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, and the Hound, Sandor Clegane. As Jon approached, Robert muttered to Eddard, "That was your eldest son, and this must be your bastard then? By the way, is his mother named Alana? Meryl? Vela, your grace." Due to Brandon's severe injury and subsequent coma, Ed's mood was quite low. He casually remarked to Jon, who had approached the long table beneath the high platform, "Jon, is it not time for you to pay your respects to His Majesty the King?" Lacking any noble title, Jon could only kneel awkwardly and respond, "I greet your Majesty and your Grace, the Queen," not one to be overly concerned with decorum. Robert waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough, rise so that I may see you." Jon, who harbored a deep reluctance to bow, immediately stood up. Albeit puzzled by what Robert meant by see, Robert's gaze roamed over him before he commented, "You appear somewhat slight, lacking in strength. Yet, as soon as I arrived in Winterfell, I heard of your pursuit and elimination of nearly 20 deserters. I also heard from Robb that you have slain over 20 wildlings. You must possess some skill." He continued, "Young man, would you care to serve as my squire and accompany me to King's Landing?" To be a squire, a position that lies at the very base of the noble hierarchy in Westeros, is a coveted dream for countless commoners. A squire is akin to a knight in training, typically elevated to knighthood by the person they serve. While any knight can knight a deserving squire, being knighted by the king carries a status of unparalleled prestige. Were this not the realm of Westeros, Jon might have wished to languish in pursuit of knighthood, indulging in a life of revelry. Yet, there are no what-ifs in his reality. "Grateful for your Majesty's kindness, I have grown up in Winterfell and wish to remain here to serve House Stark." With a mind full of his own ambitions, Jon feigned contemplation before resolutely declining Robert's offer. Before Robert could respond, the golden-haired Prince Joffrey Baratheon, seated to the left, slammed his hand on the table. Rising to berate Jon, "Humph, your father offers you such a rare opportunity, and you fail to appreciate it. What is there to gain by staying in the cold? Cramped Winterfell? A simpleton from the sticks. Jon Snow, is it? I have heard of your prowess with the sword. I, Joffrey Baratheon, have bested many skilled swordsmen in King's Landing. My swordsmanship is quite renowned. Do you dare to spar with me?" Upon hearing Joffrey's taunt, Ed's expression darkened further as he prepared to intervene and put an end to this farce. However, a large hand, covered in hair, restrained him from the side. Ed glanced at Robert, who appeared intrigued, and silently returned to his seat. Knowing Joffrey's capabilities all too well, Jon suppressed a smirk and replied, "A spar, you say? Very well. I hope Prince Joffrey will show mercy." He added, "Fear not. I shall not kill you. Come, let us proceed to the training yard. Enough of this nonsense. Joffrey, if you wish to spar, seek out your uncle Jaime. He is one of the finest swordsmen in the Seven Kingdoms." As Joffrey stepped away from the high table, Cersei, fully aware of her son's proficiency in swordsmanship, immediately interjected, "These young lads are forging friendships through their skills with the sword. What business do you have meddling, woman? There's no need to go to the training grounds. The banquet hall is spacious enough for them." She commanded, "Clear the tables and chairs in the center." King Robert's demeanor was notably coarse, entirely unbecoming of nobility. Yet, his assertiveness rendered Cersei speechless, leaving her sitting in evident discomfort. Suddenly, Jaime, who stood behind them, stepped forward, declaring, "Since Prince Joffrey wishes to spar with this young man, I shall temporarily assume the role of referee." A sly grin crept onto his face as he added, "Very well, let this regicide serve as the judge." A fleeting shadow crossed Jaime's eyes at the mention of the moniker bestowed upon him by King Robert. The Stark family's banquet hall could accommodate hundreds of diners simultaneously, and the servants quickly rearranged the furniture, clearing a substantial area for the impending duel. Joffrey and Jon positioned themselves on either side, with Jaime stationed between them. The sword fight was on the verge of commencing. "Wait, I want to use a real sword." Just as Jaime was about to signal the start, Joffrey suddenly insisted on replacing his training dull sword. This golden-haired prince had never known defeat in countless bouts against knights and guards in King's Landing. In his mind, his swordsmanship was perhaps only a notch below that of his uncle Jaime, who was regarded as the pinnacle of the realm. With their father and so many witnesses present, He was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to this bastard, who had rejected his father's invitation and caused his mother to be reprimanded. Jaime's brow furrowed at the request, and he glanced towards Robert at the high table, who nodded in reluctant agreement. Very well, Jaime conceded, but remember, this is a sparring match, not a duel. As he spoke, he specifically turned to Jon, who had remained silent throughout. Eager for approval, Joffrey immediately summoned Sandor to bring him his sword. Joffrey's blade, as resplendent as his appearance, was gilded entirely in gold, adorned with a row of unknown gemstones on its scabbard, and the hilt bore the likeness of the Lannister lion. In stark contrast, Jon's standard longsword was decidedly unembellished. Dressed in the armor of the King's Guard, Jaime retreated to the edge of the arena, raising his right hand before bringing it down sharply, intoning, "Begin." Clang, clang. Joffrey and Jon swiftly unsheathed their swords. However, Joffrey charged forward, while Jon remained poised and still. Observing intently, Jaime gripped his own sword at his waist, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Joffrey, rushing forward with his sword, perceived Jon's relaxed stance as an open invitation, interpreting him as a brash simpleton, oblivious to the nuances of swordplay, relying solely on brute force in his approach. Thus, he transitioned from a one-handed grip on the longsword to wielding it with both hands, positioning it at his right hip. This was a lethal technique learned by Joffrey in King's Landing, a thrust that combined a forward charge with the full force of his body, swift enough to leave his adversaries unable to react or defend. However, the efficacy of swordsmanship varies from person to person. Jon clearly discerned Joffrey's movements and intentions. As the latter executed a somewhat standard yet lackluster thrust, Jon sprang into action. He swiftly sidestepped, deftly maneuvering his foot to let Joffrey's ornate longsword sail past him. Simultaneously, Jon wielded his standard longsword with extraordinary strength, delivering a rapid and forceful strike reminiscent of a mighty cleave. Clang! Jon's standard longsword struck the midsection of Joffrey's ornate blade with pinpoint precision. The ferocity of his blow, combined with a targeted attack on its weak point, resulted in the ornate sword being cleaved in twain. Joffrey, propelled forward with all his might, was sent sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Logically, the outcome of this duel was already determined. Yet, Jon's standard longsword, akin to a nimble viper, suddenly redirected towards Joffrey's exposed thigh as he lay on the ground. This strike served as a means for Jon to reclaim some semblance of retribution against Cersei and Jaime for Bran's fall, while simultaneously altering the course of subsequent events. Should Joffrey sustain a grievous injury to his thigh and be rendered bedridden, the later conflict with Arya, culminating in the death of Lady, would never unfold. However, Jaime, lurking nearby, would not afford him such an opportunity. Clang! Jaime's sword arrived with lightning speed, deflecting Jon's thrust aimed at Joffrey. Immediately, his sword arced downward in a counterclockwise motion toward Jon's throat. Sensing the threat of imminent death, Jon summoned all his strength to raise his sword in defense. And even the King Lair would be shaken by his extraordinary power. Yet, Jaime's strike was merely a feint. In an instant, he pivoted his wrist, transforming the thrust into a slap. Jon felt a sharp pain in his hand, causing his standard longsword to slip from his grip and fall to the ground. Determined to teach the bastard a lesson, Jaime pressed his advantage, aiming his sword once more at Jon's unprotected face. Clang! Jon executed a backward roll to evade Jaime's assault, drawing a short dagger from his lower back to serve as a weapon. However, Jaime, intent on pursuing, halted at the sound of a primal growl behind him, freezing in place. As one of the realm's foremost swordsmen, he refrained from turning to look. Yet he sensed that taking another step forward would leave him caught between Jon and the beast lurking behind. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Jon gripped the dagger in his left hand, crouching like an Arctic wolf, poised to spring forward at any moment. Meanwhile, Jaime, clad in the armor of the King's Guard, stood his ground, the tip of his sword directed threateningly towards Jon's head. Behind him, the warg, Ghost, bared his teeth, mirroring Jon's stance on the ground, seemingly ready to pounce at any instant. Ha ha ha, splendid. This duel is more exhilarating than the tournaments held in King's Landing these past years. Someone, reward that lad with 100 golden dragons as a prize for his victory. King Robert's laughter dissolved the tense standoff between Jon, Jaime, and Ghost. Thus, the duel concluded, revealing that Jon's swordsmanship, though impressive, still fell short of the Seven Kingdoms elite. Yet, in a true fight, he was confident he could slay a usurper alongside Ghost, albeit at a grave cost. However, with Ghost's ascension into maturity, what were usurpers, the Mountain, or mere curs, after all? Chapter 17. The Dawn of Ascendancy. With a respectful bow of gratitude, Jon made his way towards the grand doors of the banquet hall, clutching a bulging purse. Having sensed Jon's earlier peril, Ghost followed closely at his side. A golden dragon in Westeros weighs approximately 7 or 8 grams. meaning the 100 dragons amounted to a weight of about 1.5 pounds. It is rather ironic that the previous band of raiders, led by Dick, had attacked 4 villages, slaughtering hundreds of innocent villagers, and yet had only managed to seize goods worth 40 golden dragons. In contrast, a mere utterance of reward from King Robert granted Jon a fortune that would be elusive to the common folk throughout their lives. Nevertheless, these golden dragons were borrowed from the Lannister family for the royal treasury. It is no wonder that numerous positions in King's Landing, even the King's cupbearer, were filled by members of House Lannister. Wow, what a large dog. I suppose he wouldn't fancy a lean dwarf. As Jon exited the banquet hall, a diminutive figure with platinum blonde hair approached him with exaggerated flair. This unmistakable character was none other than the imp, Tyrion Lannister. In contrast to the other Lannisters present, Jon harbored a favorable impression of Tyrion, whose unassuming appearance belied a kind nature. Heh, my ghost is never picky. Otherwise, as the son of a nobleman, I would surely go hungry. A smile crept across Jon's lips as he imitated Tyrion's earlier tone and jest. This single remark instantly endeared Jon to Tyrion. As soon as I heard someone was to duel my dear nephew, I promptly arose from my warm bed. It seems I am too late. Ah, it is over. Did you show him mercy? No, I was quite vigorous. Haha, splendid. I have long desired to cherish him in such a manner. While Jon was engaged in cheerful conversation with Tyrion, within the banquet hall, Robert was incessantly extolling Jon to Eddard. He inquired repeatedly about any surplus direwolf pups, wishing to bring one back to King's Landing to rear for future hunts. Meanwhile, the disgraced Joffrey, having landed in a most humiliating fashion, bore a bloody chin scraped against the rough floor, now seethed with rage, vociferously demanding the death of Jon before his mother and uncle. Cersei, observing Joffrey's bloodied visage, suddenly turned her head towards Eddard, remarking, "Lord Eddard, I have heard that your bastard intends to join the Night's Watch. However, it seems he has recently altered this noble aspiration. What is amiss? Does he refuse to contribute his strength to the Seven Kingdoms?" The Queen displayed a surprising familiarity with the affairs of House Stark, yet Jon was not a criminal exile to the wall for transgressions against the law. Until he had truly sworn an oath, he retained the freedom to choose his own future. Eddard, upon hearing this, responded coolly and with a stoic demeanor. "Oh, so your bastard currently holds no position at all. What is it you wish to convey?" Robert, displaying impatience at Cersei's ramblings, interjected. "Your Grace, Lord Eddard's bastard has pondered your suggestion for quite some time before declining. Perhaps, deep down, he yearns to journey south to King's Landing. He has just forged a friendship with young Joffrey through their swordplay. Why not appoint him as Joffrey's personal guard? Should Joffrey ascend to your throne in the future, he would become a distinguished member of the King's Guard. Their camaraderie would surely rival that of you and Lord Eddard. Cersei, you often propose rather foolish notions. However, I find merit in your suggestion today. Eddard, what say you?" Robert, who already held Jon in high regard, nodded in agreement before turning to Eddard for his thoughts. "Absolutely not." Eddard, perceiving Cersei's ulterior motives, outright rejected Robert's proposal in public. He quickly realized that Robert, apart from being his sworn brother, was also his king. With his mind racing, Eddard continued, "Your Grace, did you not ask me to accompany you south? I shall bring along the old companions from Winterfell. My eldest son, Robb, will serve as acting lord to manage the affairs of the realm, while Jon will be tasked with maintaining law and order." Haha, so you have agreed to become Hand of the King? Splendid. We shall indulge in the finest wines and revel in the company of the most exquisite ladies in King's Landing. Come, let us drink to this," Robert exclaimed, his face alight with joy at Eddard's words, completely dismissing the earlier suggestion regarding Jon's role as Joffrey's guard. Unable to persuade Jon to join her in King's Landing for vengeance against her son, Cersei bit her lip, rose, and departed the banquet hall with her 3 children. Thus, Jon unwittingly found himself bestowed with the authority to maintain order in the realm by Eddard Stark. This would mark the commencement of Jon's formal ascent. Chapter 18. Rise to fame. The Winter Market lies just outside Winterfell, a quaint township that stands alongside White Harbor and the Shivering Shore as one of the North's most populous settlements. The Smoke and Ash Tavern, the largest inn and tavern in the Winter Market, thrives due to its advantageous position adjacent to King's Road. This establishment not only provides food and lodging for travelers and merchants passing through, but also offers the technical services favored by Tyrion. Among the diverse clientele, one might even find clandestine agents from various factions gathering intelligence. Ding-ling. Today, a dashing bard graced the Smoke and Ash Tavern, strumming a well-known tune on a Westerosi instrument, "The Bear and the Maiden Fair." With a lively tone, the bard sang this raucous song, enticing some patrons to toss a few copper stars his way. The expansive tavern buzzed with activity, embodying an atmosphere of merriment and revelry. Have you heard? The noble lords of House Stark have vanquished a band of wildlings that trespassed into our lands. Amidst laughter and feasting, a tipsy merchant with a flushed face attempted to capture the attention of those around him. Who doesn't he know that? As long as one has eyes. It's evident to see the wildling heads piled outside Winterfell. A patron at the adjacent table scoffed in response. Brother, did you just arrive in Winterfell today? Your news is woefully outdated. Provoked by the jest, the drunken merchant proclaimed loudly, do you know who is responsible for the extermination of those wildlings? Of course. It was Lord Robb Stark, the eldest son of Lord Eddard, the heir of Winterfell. Incorrect. The merchant, brimming with pride, immediately dismissed the answer given by the patron who had mocked him. Not Lord Robb. Then who was it? Haha, after all this chatter. My throat is a bit dry. Becca, bring me a large mug of ale. It's on my tab. Understanding the cue, the patron called out to a serving maid wandering through the tavern. As the curvaceous Becca approached with the ale, the flushed merchant seized the opportunity to grope her. Then boisterously declared, the one who eradicated the wildlings was Lord Eddard's bastard son, Jon Snow, while they knew of Lord Eddard's illegitimate child. For a knight of such honor, it was rare to hear such scandalous anecdotes. Yet, Jon Snow had remained relatively obscure over the years, with no remarkable feats to his name. Pray, tell me you are not fabricating a falsehood merely to procure some drink, deceiving with a false tale for liquor? Do you not realize that my cousin is a trusted confidant of Captain Jorah Aesar? Aside from eradicating the savages, Lord Jon previously led a mere 8 men to vanquish over 20 marauders who had plundered the village of Linha. I could swear by the old gods that this information is undeniably authentic. The red-faced merchant has been fervently swearing to substantiate the veracity of his claims. Indeed, rumors regarding Linha village seem to have emerged over a fortnight ago, originating from a youth who was selling an abundance of fine goods at bargain prices in the Winter's End market. His name escapes me. Was it Carl, or perhaps Kyle? A patron, well acquainted with the Winter's End market, chimed in, though he could not recall the lad's name until a nearby youth reminded him. Upon hearing such tantalizing whispers, the tavern's atmosphere ignited with fervor. Many engaged in spirited debates about the truth of these revelations, while a handful of imaginative souls even speculated on a moral drama unfolding between a bastion and a legitimate heir. Alas, since the Greyjoy rebellion was quelled by King Robert and Duke Eddard in the year 289 of the Age of Aegon, the Seven Kingdoms have known no war. Even the most trivial scuffles between two individuals are deliberated for ages, let alone a grand expedition to eradicate bandits. If I had not spoken, perhaps no one would be aware. Just yesterday afternoon, Lord Jon, within the great hall of the keep, cleaved Prince Joffrey's sword in twain with a single strike. He even fought to a standstill against the infamous Kingslayer, a renowned swordsman of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps once the floodgates of conversation are opened, they are hard to close. The red-faced merchant then dropped a bombshell of a revelation. What? Is it true? Absolutely false. Aside from Duke Eddard, who once felled the Sword of Dawn, I cannot believe anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms could contend with the Kingslayer. Yes, I too find this last piece of news exceedingly far-fetched. Just then, as the crowd fervently debated this revelation, the tavern doors were suddenly thrust open with great force. The patrons instinctively turned their gaze, only to behold a young man with gray eyes and raven hair, exuding an air of cold authority, clad in chainmail and wielding a longsword. It was not unusual for armored individuals to enter the tavern, as several wandering mercenaries frequented this establishment. Yet, the sigil of the House of the Iceborn Wolves emblazoned upon his armor was particularly striking. Lord Jon, the very youth who had reminded the others of the forgotten name of Cole, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, and pointed at the minstrel who was performing. In a flurry, the bard reacted swiftly, toppling tables in his haste as he fled towards the back door of the tavern. His actions sent the tavern into chaos, with cries of alarm, curses, and lamentations over spilled wine echoing throughout. Just as the bard neared the dilapidated back door, a portal weathered by the ages shattered with a resounding crash. A pure white, pony-sized ice wolf burst through the door, swiftly knocking the unprepared bard to the ground with a powerful paw. Faced with the immense head of the white ice wolf, from which steam billowed, the bard, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, wisely abandoned any thoughts of resistance. The once boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence under the weight of the magnificent creature, with some patrons even holding their breath, fearful of drawing its attention. After Cole secured the bard, Jon Snow allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he retrieved a pouch of coins from his cloak and tossed it to the astonished maid. Becca, please remain calm. I am Jon Snow, the newly appointed legal officer of Winterfell, currently apprehending a thief who has wandered into our territory. Within this pouch is a silver stag to compensate for the door, and the remainder is an apology for my recklessness. I invite everyone present to enjoy a drink on me. With that, Jon executed a graceful bow and turned to depart, followed closely by White and Cole, who was escorting the bard. "Well, what a generous lord, Jon Snow." "Becca, quick, pour me a drink," exclaimed a patron. "Good heavens, did you see that? That white ice wolf is as large as a fierce tiger." Another chimed in. "It seems the previous rumors were indeed true, but let us not discuss anything else. Let us toast to Lord Jon." Outside the tavern, Jon heard the renewed cacophony of excitement behind him, and his smile blossomed even brighter. He suddenly turned to Cole and remarked, "Cole, the individual you hired is impressive. Be sure to inform him that if the speed of dissemination meets my satisfaction, his remuneration will be doubled." "As you command, my lord," replied Cole. Within the tavern, a red-faced merchant was zealously promoting Jon's reputation. In the following days, through both intentional and unintentional means, the renown and esteem of Jon Snow, the new legal officer of Winterfell, ascended like a rocket throughout the north. Although my current efforts may be lacking, I shall persist in my writing and sincerely request the support of my esteemed readers. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to those who have commented, sent flowers, cast monthly votes, and favorited this book. Chapter 19, Dancing with Wolves at the Winter Market. Cole stood vigilantly before the tent he had rented. Inside the room, the now loosened bard knelt straight, not daring to exhibit any unusual behavior. "White, do not frighten him," Jon commanded, and White immediately returned to her master's side. Jon reached out to stroke White's somewhat bristly white fur and began to speak slowly. "Do you know why I sought you out?" "Yes, because my true identity is that of a spy," the bard responded, glancing nervously around before gritting his teeth and divulging his genuine identity. "Oh, you do not protest your innocence or claim I have made a mistake. You are a wise individual who knows the right moment to submit. What is your name?" Noticing the bard's straightforward admission, Jon raised an eyebrow and inquired with a tone of appreciation. "My name is Corlys, Lord Jon. Corlys, I relish conversing with intelligent individuals." "Haha. You should naturally inform me of your purpose for visiting Winterfell. Am I correct?" As Jon spoke this with a smile, the white wolf, which had been comfortably resting with its eyes closed, opened its chillingly cold blood-red gaze to meet his. I have come here to." The threat implicit in Jon's words left Corlys in a state of acute turmoil. He was acutely aware that this bastion before him was an exceedingly perilous individual, while simultaneously fearing the various machinations of those behind him. Instantly comprehending the turmoil within his counterpart, Jon continued, "In truth, I am not here to cause you trouble today. Rather, I wish for you to convey my regards to Lord Petyr Baelish." Upon hearing that name, Corlys' psychological defenses shattered in an instant. He forced a bitter smile and remarked, "I did not anticipate that Lord Jon would be so well-informed, aware of such clandestine matters. You rival even the infamous Spider of King's Landing." Jon, receiving this flattery, remained silent, simply maintaining a broad smile as he regarded Corlys. With his psychological burden lifted, Corlys promptly responded to Jon's previous inquiry. "Lord Jon, I have come to Winterfell in search of an assassin to eliminate young Brandon Stark." Indeed, Corlys was the trusted subordinate dispatched by Littlefinger to ensnare Tyrion. Upon hearing the truth from Corlys, Jon leisurely withdrew a remarkably exquisite dagger from his lower back. Playing with it in his hand, Corlys' pupils dilated sharply as he instantly recognized it as the Valyrian steel dagger he had given to the assassin. He inwardly rejoiced at his prudent choice to speak the truth. Last night, Jon had been summoned by Eddard for an extensive discussion in the study, and this morning he was appointed as the legal officer of Winterfell, originally intending to wait until Eddard departed south before taking action. Jon decisively opted to leverage his newly acquired position to send someone after the assassin meant to kill Brandon. Such desperate individuals daring to attack the Stark family were few in the marketplace of Winterfell, and Robb easily identified them. Following the trail, they soon uncovered this Littlefinger's loyal spy. Suddenly, Jon hurled the Valyrian steel dagger toward Corlys. With some agility, Corlys caught the dagger and trembled as he pleaded, "My lord, spare me." "Corlys, the assassin you sought is woefully inadequate. I believe he would be discovered before even infiltrating the keep. Find someone more capable. It is imperative that Brandon Stark is slain." The tremulous Corlys was left utterly bewildered by this pronouncement, having initially thought Jon commanded him to commit suicide. "You send a raven to inform Lord Baelish that I wish to collaborate with him in extinguishing every heir of House Stark. Why?" Corlys could not restrain himself from inquiring upon hearing this latter statement. In his view, Jon, having ascended to the position of Lord of Winterfell at such a tender age, was destined to become the most powerful figure in the North, second only to Robb Stark. His collaboration with Petyr Baelish was a perilous gamble, akin to embracing the tiger's skin while forsaking a bright future. Should their alliance sour, Petyr could expose the deeds and evidence that would render Jon, who indirectly committed fratricide, a pariah throughout Westeros. "For I desire chaos to reign in the North." Those of our humble origins can only ascend to the pinnacle amidst turmoil. Remember, relay my words verbatim to Lord Baelish. Indeed, my Lord Jon. I await Lord Baelish's response. By the way, you may seek out Cole here directly afterward. Now, depart. Yes, I take my leave. After stowing away the Valyrian dagger, Corlys exited the room with utmost respect. A few moments later, once he confirmed Corlys had distanced himself, Cole stepped inside. My Lord Jon, shall we truly allow him to leave? Despite your generous funding, the time is too brief. And my informants at the winter market are sparse. What if he absconds overnight? He won tea. Corlys is a clever man. Jon shook his head, signaling Cole to refrain from concern, then continued with his instructions. Cole, once Peter replies, I entrust you entirely with liaising with Corlys. Absorb their strengths. Cultivate our own network of informants and scatter them across the north, even the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. Do not fear expenditure. I shall find a way to manage it. Understood. As a denizen of an era marked by an explosion of information, Jon understood the paramount significance of intelligence, particularly in Westeros, where communication relied solely on ravens or messengers. The reason Peter Baelish and Varys emerged as the foremost schemers in the Game of Thrones was their possession of their own intelligence networks. Thus, upon seizing power, Jon was determined to establish his own. The words exchanged with Corlys earlier were merely a strategic maneuver to leverage Peter's influence in the initial stages. While the world is acutely aware of the perils of allying with the tiger, they remain oblivious to the greater dangers of dancing with wolves. In due course, it shall be revealed whether the tiger devours the wolf or the wolf turns upon the tiger. Chapter 20. Undercurrents of turmoil in stark contrast to the raucous revelry that Jon's presence would incite at the Smoke and Shadows Tavern. The great keep of Winterfell lay enveloped in a profound silence, as if all its inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. The royal entourage resided in the rear portion of the keep's upper level, from which Brandon had previously plummeted, in a spacious chamber illuminated by a fire pit. Cersei disdainfully sampled a sip of the Stark family's exquisite wine. She then lifted her gaze to the two brothers seated opposite her and declared, That damn bastard had the audacity to injure little Joffrey, and based on the intelligence I have gathered over the past few days, he may indeed surpass Robb Stark in prowess. I have already dispatched a raven to Casterly Rock to inform Father. The purpose of summoning you both today is to solicit your opinions. It is not merely a possibility. In both swordsmanship and temperament, he undoubtedly excels beyond that firstborn. Yet, precisely because of this, he need not attract excessive attention. The Stark family is bound to encounter numerous internal conflicts in the future. Was it not the civil war of the Dance of the Dragons that precipitated the decline of the Targaryen dynasty? Jaime, who had been pondering the implications of his duel with Jon, eventually expressed his sentiments. Cersei wholeheartedly concurred with her brother and lover's words. Yet she lacked Jaime's patience. Wait for the Stark family's internal issues to erupt? How many years must we wait? 5? 10? I want to eliminate him now. To avenge little Joffrey. Jaime, he is your. Just as Cersei was about to continue, Tyrion, who had been quietly sipping his wine, suddenly burst into laughter. Cersei furrowed her brow and shot a cold glance at her loathed brother, asking icily, Tyrion, what is so amusing? Ah. I find myself laughing at the realization of why Father favors you both. Here in the Lord's castle, you conspire to eliminate the Lord's son. You truly do not disgrace the Lannister name. Tyrion remarked, his face adorned with a mocking expression, revealing his inherent nature. Humph, I shall take that as a compliment. Cersei retorted, Tyrion, do not forget that you are also a Lannister. Had it not been for this surname, you would have likely been discarded into the river to drown at birth. You may now lavishly squander your fortune on indulgences, yet you should be grateful for this name. With a swift motion, Tyrion slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, Am I spending my money because of this surname? Dear sister, you ought to understand. My wealth is the fruit of years spent diligently managing the mountainous piles of refuse in Casterly Rock. In Father's eyes, I am unworthy of the Lannister name. So, do as you please, but do not involve me. With that, Tyrion rose abruptly from his chair and strode towards the door. Jaime reached out as if to comfort him, but he stood frozen, uncertain of what to say as he observed his brother's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Cersei cast a resentful glance at the heavily shut door, inhaled deeply, and turned to Jaime, saying, Jaime, I have procured some valuable intelligence at great expense. That bastard has had conflicts with House Bolton. Perhaps we could discreetly send a trusted associate to make contact under the Lannister banner. The Bolton family of the Dreadfort? In a couple of days, we shall journey south back to King's Landing. How shall we send word? Ah, wasn't Tyrion constantly mentioning his desire to relieve himself at the top of the wall? Surely, he cannot embark on such a journey alone. At that time, assign my men to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Jaime hesitated, but Cersei, well aware of his character, immediately threw herself upon him, showering him with fervent kisses. Simultaneously, as she playfully teased Jaime with her hands, she reassured him, "Rest assured, my people will not harm Tyrion." "Very well then." After Jaime nodded in agreement, Cersei, fueled by her own desires, coiled around him like a beautiful serpent. Yet, there was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind. Should her conspiracy with the Bolton family to eliminate Jon be exposed, Tyrion, heading north, would serve as the perfect scapegoat. In contrast to the high-stakes players like Jon and Cersei, Theon appeared remarkably inexperienced. In Robb's chamber on the second floor of the keep, he was incessantly sowing discord between Jon and Robb. "Robb, do you comprehend what it means to be the steward of Winterfell? That is a position of significant authority, controlling everything from the city's defenses to judicial interrogations. It was previously held by the esteemed Ser Roderick Castle, and now it has unexpectedly fallen to Jon Snow. By the way, you were with Lady Catelyn in Bran's room last night, so you may not be aware that Lord Eddard summoned Jon for a lengthy discussion." Robb, appearing fatigued, rubbed his temples and impatiently retorted, "Father makes his decisions based on his own judgment." "Theon, what are you trying to imply?" Jon had garnered King Robert's favor during the melee in the Great Hall and was being considered for a position as the king's squire. A royal squire. Should he be knighted by the king in the future, he would possess his own lands and name, with limitless potential ahead. This was a dream coveted by the youth of the Seven Kingdoms, yet Jon had the audacity to refuse. What temptation could lead him to such a decision? Naturally, it was the Stark name, even the guardianship of the North, the title of Duke of Winterfell. "I have heard that Jon has been discreetly asking that lad from the Riverlands for information. Perhaps he is inquiring about the legitimization of bastards." "Robb, I genuinely feel anxious for you." Upon hearing this, Theon hastily intertwined various rumors, embellishing them as he spoke. "Jon is not that sort of person. Even if, hypothetically, Father were to bestow the North upon Jon, it would surely be due to my own shortcomings. Enough. I need to rest. You may leave." "Hey, Robb," Theon attempted to voice further objections, but was met with a cold dismissal as Robb expelled him from the chamber. Robb, in the television series, becomes the victorious king in the North, undoubtedly possessing a unique charm of character. However, as long as one is not an ascetic devoid of desires, various yearnings and distractions will inevitably arise. Just as he lost his life at the Red Wedding due to his deep affections for his kin. From the moment Jon resolved not to join the Night's Watch, he shone brightly, drawing all eyes upon him. Thus, while Robb verbally expressed his sentiments to Theon, he could not help but entertain certain distracting thoughts. On this night in Winterfell, the undercurrents were tumultuous, destined for an eventual eruption. This is the third update for today. There will be an additional update tonight. Chapter 21, The Banquet and the Southward Journey. In the initial days of Jon's tenure as the Lord's Justice, he encountered no formidable challenges, merely trifling matters of theft and petty crime. However, today, a grand banquet was to be held within the castle to bid farewell to King Robert and other royal members, with Jon responsible for maintaining order. At this moment, he stood at the main gate of the castle with a fully armed squad of 20 guards, ensuring decorum and scrutinizing the qualifications of those wishing to attend the feast. Typically, banquets in the North would be as raucous as a bustling marketplace. Yet, the guests at the castle gate were remarkably well behaved, patiently queuing for their entry to be verified. This was largely due to the menacing presence of Ghost, who regarded them with the predatory gaze of a hunter. Perhaps it eagerly anticipated the arrival of any ill-intentioned individuals, hoping for a new delicacy to savor. The recent campaigns had spoiled Ghost's palate. Having tasted the flavors of deserters from House Bolton and wildlings, it now turned its nose up at the strong-tasting beef and mutton. Had Jon not been there to exert control, it might have begun to emulate Daenerys' dragon, Drogon, and take to slaughtering humans. The banquet soon commenced, with peals of laughter, calls for toasts, and raucous chatter emanating from the hall. The guards stationed at the castle entrance cast envious glances, their minds wandering to aspirations of becoming notable figures themselves, partaking in such elevated gatherings. Clatter. Half an hour into the banquet, the sound of hooves echoed through the air. A gaunt, sharp-featured man with steely blue eyes dismounted and approached the castle gate. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jon's face broke into a wide smile as he rushed forward for an embrace. Uncle Benjen. Benjen Stark, Ed's younger brother and the first ranger of the Night's Watch. "Jon, you've grown," Benjen exclaimed, patting Jon's shoulder after they parted. "The new Lord Justice of Winterfell, I see. Huh, your news has already reached the wall. Commander Mormont has been lamenting to me these past few days, claiming I hindered the next commander from joining the Night's Watch." "Uncle Benjen," Jon replied, "though you urged me to consider carefully whether to join the Night's Watch, my decision was made independently, for it stemmed from my own contemplation. Even if I were not to join the Night's Watch, Rest assured that I would stand shoulder to shoulder with you when the wildlings and whatever foes assail the wall. A fine lad. Though you bear no surname, you are indeed a Stark. Come, let us enter the feast together." Brynden was thoroughly pleased with Jon's response, and he took Jon by the arm, leading him towards the castle's keep. "Uncle Brynden, I have duties to attend to. Jon, Lord Eddard requests your presence inside." Just as Jon was about to decline Brynden's invitation on account of his official obligations, Theon, who had emerged from the keep unbeknownst to Jon, interjected, "Let us go." Thus, Jon was unceremoniously drawn into the banquet hall by Brynden. In the past, Catelyn had forbidden Jon, as a bastard, from attending any formal events in Winterfell. However, at this moment, Catelyn was stationed at Bran's chamber, and Eddard himself had summoned him inside. The banquet hall was adorned with vibrant ribbons, creating a festive atmosphere markedly more celebratory than usual. At the high table, Eddard, with a solemn expression, caught sight of Jon and the others entering the hall. He leaned in to whisper a few words to King Robert beside him, then forcefully clashed his oak goblet against the long table. Thud, thud, thud. The assembly immediately recognized that Duke Eddard had something to say and fell into a swift silence. Ahem, first, I wish to express my gratitude to all the esteemed guests present at this feast. Beyond honoring His Majesty the King, I have 3 important announcements to make today. First, I shall accompany His Majesty to King's Landing, taking up the office of Hand of the King. Second, starting tomorrow, Robb Stark will assume the role of acting lord, managing the affairs of the realm. Maester Luwin and Ser Roderick will provide assistance in this matter. Third, Jon Snow will be appointed as the new Justice of Winterfell. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Although many had already caught wind of these developments, the official declaration by Duke Eddard still struck them with disbelief. Their lord becoming the Hand of the King, the new acting lord, and the newly appointed justice, each was a matter of great significance that would undoubtedly send shockwaves through Winterfell. It could be said without hesitation that once Eddard departed with his trusted confidants, a considerable reshuffle would ensue among the upper echelons of Winterfell, who would ascend to power without wishing to elevate their own faction. Accordingly, the majority of gazes gravitated towards Jon. Compared to Robb, the firstborn son often lauded for his fairness akin to that of Duke Eddard, the bastard was evidently more susceptible to flattery and manipulation. After concluding the formalities, Eddard offered a brief expression of thanks before excusing himself from the banquet hall, aware that his brother was heading to check on Bran. Brynden exchanged a word of caution with Jon before following suit. Subsequently, a throng of guests surrounded Jon, raising their goblets in salute, eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Overwhelmed by their attention, Jon resorted to summoning Ghost to his side, which effectively caused the crowd to disperse. Yet, Tyrion, bearing 2 goblets, completely disregarded Ghost and approached Jon directly. He extended a hand, offering one of the wine goblets and remarked, "Isn't it rather unusual to suddenly become the most popular person in the entire city? Well, it's certainly preferable to being the most despised." Jon accepted the goblet without hesitation and took a generous sip. "Are you insinuating something about me?" he inquired. No. The ladies of Winterfell's more indulgent services still hold a fondness for me." Tyrion jested, then glanced at the goblet Jon had just drunk from and continued, "Bastard brother, allow me to offer a word of caution. You ought to remain vigilant, not just recently, but throughout this year. It is best to be cautious of goblets that may contain unknown substances. I trust you." Jon's simple 4 words took Tyrion by surprise, prompting him to chuckle. "Aha. This is only our second meeting, and you so readily place your trust in me. It appears that dwarves and bastards are destined to be kindred spirits." Tyrion, though clever, was straightforward. He reciprocated sincerity with sincerity. In just 2 brief encounters, he had already come to hold Jon in esteem. Unbeknownst to him, the cautious Jon had discreetly confirmed through Ghost's keen animal instincts that the drink posed no danger. Nevertheless, Jon took Tyrion's warning to heart. Based on his understanding of Cersei from the series, he knew that this deranged woman, obsessed with her son, was capable of anything. After the banquet, the evening unfolded with formal pleasantries, devoid of any significant turbulence. The following morning, under the protection of Captain Jory and 50 loyal guards, Eddard, Sansa, and Arya set forth southward. Meanwhile, Tyrion journeyed northward with several Lannister guards and Bronn. As Jon bid farewell to the departing procession at the gates of Winterfell, a sense of urgency stirred within him. Eddard's departure signaled the impending eruption of the War of the 5 Kings, which would engulf the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 22. Elimination of rivals. On the 3rd morning following Eddard's departure southward, Jon summoned all mid-level officials under his command to the castle's defense hall for a report. The defense hall, situated to the north of Winterfell, near the main northern gate, was established perhaps because, over 8,000 years ago, Winterfell had to defend itself against threats from the north or other perils. Today, aside from the 6 rotating defense teams guarding Winterfell, all other idle or off-duty soldiers had been gathered by Jon in the defense hall's courtyard. Over 300 soldiers stood in the courtyard, whispering among themselves, speculating whether Jon was preparing to ignite the proverbial 3 fires of a new official's tenure. However, Jon paid no heed to the rising murmurs of the soldiers. Instead, he instructed Ser Cole to bring over a chair and a small table laden with fruits and nuts. Thus, he boldly sat before the hundreds of soldiers, engaging in a feast-like display. As time passed, the sun gradually ascended to its zenith. Clop, clop, clop. A measured cadence of footsteps echoed through the hall as a dozen officials clad in officer-grade leather armor from Winterfell, swords in hand, made their entrance into the city defense chamber. My apologies, Lord Jon. We have been preoccupied with pressing matters, hence our slight delay. Please forgive us. A middle-aged officer with a Mediterranean hairstyle led the group. Though he uttered apologies, his demeanor exuded indifference. This was Varnett, the deputy commander of the city defense forces. Second only to the legal officer, he was known for his diplomatic acumen, adept at forming alliances, and was both avaricious and cautious. The moment Jon laid eyes on Varnett, the background information he had memorized over the past few days surged to the forefront of his mind. According to Winterfell's military law, disobedience to superior orders or delays could result in a death sentence by hanging. Jon, who had intended to take a stand today, was not inclined to engage in banter with Varnett and instead addressed him sternly. The previously boisterous defense soldiers instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, and the courtyard fell silent. Oh, are you attempting to intimidate us? Varnett retorted without hesitation. The legal officer of the court stands right behind me. His understanding of military law far exceeds that of a mere stripling like you. While soldiers from the north were often portrayed in television as valiant and fearless brutes, the reality was far different. Had they truly been so, the north would have long been decimated by the machinations of southern schemers. Varnett's audacity stemmed from a prior agreement among his colleagues to undermine this illegitimate son. His disdain for Jon was justified. As a veteran who had served in the city defense forces for over a decade, Varnett had been patiently awaiting the retirement of the aging Sir Roderick. Yet, he had not anticipated that an unheralded bastard with no prior accolades would be thrust upon him. Certainly, rumors of Jon's recent campaigns against bandits and wildlings had circulated throughout Winterfell. However, in Varnett's eyes, that merely warranted a position as the captain of the city defense. To defy authority was a grave offense. Seize Varnett and confine him to the dungeon, awaiting trial, Jon commanded. Who dares? Upon hearing Jon's decree to imprison him, Varnett turned to the hundreds of defense soldiers and bellowed. He then glanced at the officers standing behind him and continued brazenly, Jon Snow, is it not merely a slight tardiness on our part? Do not attempt to exploit this situation. Besides, we are not alone in our delay. Will you imprison us all? Or shall you execute each of us? To use this as a pretext to slaughter the officers of Winterfell, such an act would warrant the execution of even a legitimate heir, let alone a bastard like you, by the just Lord Eddard. Oh, those who share his sentiments, step forward. Jon called out to the more than 10 officers behind Varnett. With that, the sound of footsteps resonated as Varnett caught sight of figures emerging from both sides. As he was about to mock Jon, he noticed that Jon was coldly smiling at him. Realizing something was amiss, Varnett immediately turned his head, only to find that, apart from his 4 loyal middle-ranking officials, the other 10 officials had retreated a considerable distance. This sudden movement rendered their 5-person position exceedingly conspicuous. Varnett, did you just accuse me of preparing to slay officials under some pretext? Cole, who had been waiting for this moment, promptly handed over a stack of parchment when Jon called his name. In the year 293 Aegon, a batch of city defense weapons was forcibly decommissioned and then sold privately. In the same year, he accepted a bribe of 200 silver stags to promote a newcomer to the rank of captain. In 298 Aegon, which is this year, he engaged in an intelligence transaction with a certain faction spy, acquiring 20 golden dragons. Ha, Varnett, do I have enough reasons to execute you? Jon questioned with a chilling smile, having finished reading the list of offenses, as Varnett's complexion turned ashen. The 4 loyalists beside him, upon hearing the litany of crimes, hurriedly retreated as though fleeing from a plague. Jon, my lord, I was momentarily foolish. Please spare my life. You are still new as the legal officer of Winterfell, and there are many matters where I can assist you. Varnett epitomized the essence of humility after arrogance, now kneeling on the ground in tears, pleading for his life like a beaten dog. Jon surveyed the now silent city defense hall, and every official and soldier who met his gaze immediately bowed their heads in respect. Satisfied that his intended effect had been achieved, Jon nodded slightly and pronounced loudly, Varnett, you are guilty of numerous crimes, and there is no forgiveness for you. In the name of the North's protector and the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, I hereby sentence you to death." "No, no, no." Upon hearing the sentence, Vanette screamed and immediately attempted to flee towards the hall's entrance. "Wai Fong, he is yours." With a command, Jon sent Wai Fong racing forth like an arrow, its eyes glinting with a chilling light. Ah! The sound of tearing flesh and cracking bones filled the air as Vanette, not even reaching the door, was tackled to the ground by Wai Fong. A series of horrific screams echoed, accompanied by the sounds of muscle tearing and bone shattering. Gulp! The hundreds in the courtyard felt their hair stand on end, nervously swallowing their saliva. Their reactions indicated that Jon's plan for the day had been flawlessly executed. To his dying breath, the beleaguered Vanette would remain unaware that, apart from his 4 loyalists, the other 10 officials had already been brought under Jon's influence through a careful blend of kindness and intimidation. As for his incriminating evidence, it had been provided by Littlefinger, with whom he had engaged in the intelligence transaction. In Westeros, ravens fly at approximately 100 kilometers per hour, and Jon received a reply from Littlefinger, delivered by Corlys, merely 3 days later. Without any unforeseen circumstances, Jon easily forged an alliance with Peter Baelish. In the past couple of days, after receiving intelligence from Corlys, Jon began contemplating how to eliminate dissenters and establish his authority. Excellent. By removing Varnette and dismissing his loyal officials, I will firmly seize control of the city's defense forces. Calculating the time, it seems I should set off soon. With his thoughts swirling, Jon finally lifted his gaze towards the south of Winterfell. Dear readers, esteemed audience, may I kindly request your generous support for this book? Thank you. Chapter 23. The rescue operation on the 4th morning of Ed's journey southward, Jon, accompanied by Ghost and 4 Stark cavalrymen, was busy preparing to leave the city in the training yard. Clop, clop, clop. Robb, cloaked in his lordly mantle and bearing a serious expression, approached Jon and the others after receiving a report from Theon. "My lord, what are you preparing to do?" Upon hearing this address, Jon instantly realized Robb had reservations about him. He turned with a smile and replied, "Robb, what need is there for titles between brothers? You do remember we are siblings. After all, you executed the deputy commander of the city guard without due process yesterday and dismissed several mid-level officials in one fell swoop. Now, without explanation, you intend to leave the city. Jon, what exactly are you planning?" Robb, unable to contain his frustration, voiced his concerns. "I apologize, Robb. So much has transpired recently that I have not had the chance to update you on everything. Varnette is not only a corrupt official embezzling Winterfell's military funds, but also a traitor selling information. I was compelled to execute him yesterday because he attempted to resist and flee. Furthermore, did our father not often remind us that the ancient tradition of House Stark dictates that those sentenced to death must be executed by the hand of the one who judges them?" With this explanation, Robb's tense expression softened slightly. Furrowing his brow, he said, "I will send a raven to King's Landing to inform our father about this matter and see how he responds. But where are you headed now?" "A merchant has sought assistance at the City Guard Hall. His caravan was ambushed yesterday while traveling from Winterfell to White Harbor. The cargo is worth several golden dragons. If this issue is not resolved swiftly, the number of merchants visiting Winterfell will significantly decline. This long summer has lasted for 9 years. And I trust you do not wish for our tax revenue to diminish due to this incident, leading to a shortage in our winter grain reserves." Jon's reasoning was sound, and it indeed fell within the purview of his duties as the Lord's Justice. Robb nodded in agreement and replied, "Then you should investigate this matter promptly. Of course, I will also send someone to verify the authenticity of these claims. Yes, the merchant seeking help is staying at the Inn of Smoky Hearth." Jon nodded in acknowledgement and, after casting a final glance at Robb, whispered an apology in his heart before mounting his horse and departing. He had deceived Robb. The true purpose of his journey was, in fact, to pursue Eddard and his party heading south. The merchant who had been robbed was indeed real, and Jon was aware of the bandits and the whereabouts of the plundered goods. However, he had no intention of resolving the matter. Instead, he would allow the situation to escalate further. Initially, Jon had contemplated framing others by alternative means, but he did not anticipate that his adversaries would inadvertently provide him with the justification for future actions. Seeing that no conflict had arisen between Jon and Robb, Theon, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Robb, have you noticed? The 4 knights accompanying Jon are the same ones who previously aided him in the campaign against the wildlings. I heard that they were transferred to the city's defense last night and swiftly promoted to captains. He is clearly cultivating his own loyal followers. Such actions are treacherous. Theon, I have previously asserted that Jon is not that kind of person." Robb responded, initially shaking his head to dismiss Theon's insinuations. Yet, he pondered Jon's recent activities, which had indeed been rather excessive. "Theon, summon the brothers who fought alongside us against the bandits and wildlings to the keep. Also, Investigate what that fellow from Riverrun, Cole, has been occupied with lately. Upon hearing Robb's command, Theon's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly replied, at once. My lord, today marked the 13th day since Eddard and his party departed from Winterfell, and the long procession was swiftly advancing along the King's Road. A closer inspection revealed that the entire southern caravan bore weary expressions, appearing as if they had not rested adequately. This was indeed the case, as King Robert had been hastening to the north to meet his brother. The urgency to return to King's Landing was akin to a military march during wartime. Most were unaware that the reason for King Robert's haste was due to intelligence received from across the narrow sea. Daenerys Targaryen had married a Dothraki warlord commanding an army of 100,000. Eddard and Robert had even engaged in a brief quarrel regarding how to address this matter. When the caravan arrived at the crossroads and where the King's Road met the Valley Road, Eddard insisted on resting for the night before continuing their journey. The inn was not far from King's Landing, and even the slow-moving merchant caravan would require no more than a week to reach their destination. Thus, Robert acquiesced and ordered a halt for rest. Rustling softly, as Eddard's party set up camp around the crossroads inn, 5 men and a wolf stealthily approached. These were none other than Jon and his companions, who had traveled swiftly through the night. Indeed, Jon's mission was to rescue the lady, Nymeria, along with the 2 direwolves. At the crossroads, the ensuing events made Jon, concealed in the shadows, realize that even his modest influence was insufficient to alter the course of destiny. Even without the sway of mysterious powers, Joffrey, with his chin still bandaged and looking somewhat ridiculous, took Sansa for a stroll along the riverbank. By chance, they encountered the innocent and lively Arya, who was engaged in a mock sword fight with the butcher's apprentice using sticks. Joffrey, perhaps stirred by nostalgia, recalled the moment he was publicly humiliated by Jon during their own swordplay. In a fit of rage, he drew his mother's newly gifted sword, intent on slaying the butcher's apprentice. Naturally, this prompted Arya's intervention, leading to Nymeria, fiercely protective, biting Joffrey. Witnessing the tearful and pitiable Joffrey begging for mercy as Arya released him, Jon recognized that the moment had arrived. Chapter 24. Not a savior, Nymeria. Go, Jon commanded, reaching out to pat the head of the large direwolf, who was awkwardly crouching to conceal its size. Nymeria instantly raised her head slightly, then, in a stealthy, hunting posture, glided toward the direction where Arya had let Nymeria escape. After approximately 10 minutes, Nymeria returned, leading the obedient Nymeria right back to Jon. Good girl, splendid job, Jon praised, scratching her chin as she closed her eyes in contentment. However, with the lady still being held by Sansa, Jon had no choice but to bide his time. Soon, a contingent of soldiers clad in custom armor of House Lannister, accompanied by Stark soldiers led by Captain Jory, arrived at the riverbank. The former were on the Queen's orders to locate Nymeria, who had bitten Joffrey, while the latter had been dispatched by Eddard to find Arya. Aware of the unfolding events, Jon had already departed the area with 4 of his subordinates and 2 direwolves. The search persisted until nightfall, with the inn at the crossroads and the surrounding encampments illuminated by torches and bonfires. Under the cover of darkness, Jon left 1 subordinate to keep watch over Nymeria, while he and the remaining 3, along with Ghost, stealthily approached the inn. As he infiltrated from one direction, 2 Stark guards were patrolling nearby, and Jon's party seized the opportunity to incapacitate them, disposing of their bodies in a secluded corner. He then instructed 2 of his cavalry, also donned in Winterfell armor, to impersonate the patrolling guards. Given Ghost's conspicuousness at night, Jon chose to leave him behind. He and another subordinate donned black masks and continued their stealthy advance. Upon reaching the edge of the inn, Jon overheard a commotion emanating from the riverbank. Moments later, Arya, having been discovered by Lannister soldiers, was escorted into the inn's hall. As this group entered, numerous guards from Lannister and Baratheon gathered around the inn's entrance, eager to witness how King Robert would handle Arya. However, this conveniently facilitated Jon's actions. Upon infiltrating moments ago, he discovered the unfortunate lady tethered to a post beside the stable by a chain as thick as a finger. She was utterly oblivious to what would transpire next, merely whimpering softly, yearning to be near Sansa. Guarding the lady were 2 Lannister soldiers, dispatched specifically by the Queen. Jon simply incapacitated the patrolling Stark soldiers, while he showed no mercy towards these Lannister guards. Thud. A pebble, no larger than a fingertip, struck the stable post, producing a sharp sound. The 2 Lannister sentinels instinctively turned to investigate the noise. In that moment, 2 gleaming daggers emerged from the darkness, slicing towards the throats of the Lannister soldiers, which their armor could not defend. The assailed attempted to scream, but 2 hands swiftly covered their mouths from the shadows. After confirming the demise of the Lannister soldiers, Jon and his mounted companion released their grip and began to search the bodies for the key to the chained lady. Just then, Hurried, fragmented footsteps approached. It was Captain Jory, who, having failed to locate Arya but learned she was taken before the king, rushed to inform Eddard. Jory had not anticipated that upon reaching the rear of the inn, he would witness two blood-stained masked figures rifling through the fallen Lannister soldiers. Clang. As if a reflex, Jory drew his longsword, ready to sound the alarm. "Captain Jory, it is I," Jon exclaimed, tearing away the black cloth from his face and whispering urgently. Jon. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Jory felt a wave of confusion wash over him, utterly bewildered as to why Jon, who should be in Winterfell, was here. "Captain Jory, allow me to take the lady. Otherwise, she shall perish here today." "Jon, no need for words. Quickly, take her away." Trusting Jon, Jory gestured for him to proceed without further delay. "By the way, Captain Jory, I'll give you a cut on your leg. This way you'll have an excuse for not pursuing us." The straightforward Jory gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously at Jon. Seeing this, Jon stepped forward and plunged his dagger into Jory's leg with force. Although he avoided the artery, the wound was deep, creating a gaping hole in Jory's right leg. Hiss. Jory inhaled sharply in pain but managed to stifle any sound. He then motioned for Jon to flee swiftly. After Jon nodded in gratitude, he vanished into the night with the mounted soldier who found the key and the lady. Wait, something is amiss. Why did I allow Jon to stab me? I could easily feign that I was searching outside, only to find that the lady had vanished upon my return. The events unfolded so swiftly that as Jory gradually regained his composure, he suddenly realized that the wound on his leg seemed to be in vain. Indeed, even if he had not sustained this injury, Jon would have found an opportunity to strike later. Jon held a deep-seated respect for Jory's toughness. He did not wish for Jory to accompany his father, Eddard, southward, only to be slain by the usurpers. This wound would either result in Jory being confined to the inn at the crossroads to recuperate or being sent back to Winterfell by Eddard's men. In excruciating pain, Jory could not fathom the significance of his injury, estimating that Jon and the others had successfully departed. He finally relinquished his struggle against the agony and shouted at the top of his lungs, "There's a thief." Subsequently, with both direwolves having gone missing, Cersei could no longer demand that Robert execute Arya. Thus, after reprimanding Eddard, Robert allowed the matter to fade away. Cersei, pained by her son's renewed injuries, buried her resentment towards House Stark, biding her time for an opportunity to strike. Compared to the television series, this outcome was perhaps the most favorable for House Stark. Yet, it was far from ideal for the unfortunate butcher's apprentice, who still met his demise at the hands of the Hound. Jon, however, was not a savior destined to rescue all. He would only save those he cherished or deemed worthy, whether they be human or beast. As for the rest, one could only respect the fates of others. Chapter 25, The Emergence of the Wolf Pack After Rescuing Nymeria and the Lady. Jon and his companions pressed on relentlessly for 4 consecutive days. It was not until the evening of the 4th day that they made camp within the borders of House Frye in the northern section of King S Road. On the 5th morning, at their makeshift camp, Nymeria approached me, making soft sounds. "Lady, come here, sit down, and shake hands." "Ugh, 2 foolish wolves," Jon muttered in frustration as he observed the 2 direwolves, unmoved by his calls. Lying beside him, Ghost, though silent, reflected a mocking intelligence in his vivid eyes. "Alas, Ghost, bring them to me." With no other recourse, Jon resorted to Ghost's assistance. Responding to the command, Ghost raised his head and let out a low growl directed at the 2 direwolves, who promptly scampered to Jon's side. Jon rolled his eyes at the double standard, extending his arms to embrace the 2 direwolves, now nearly the size of adult golden retrievers. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 full minutes passed without any notification from the system. Realizing he could not tame the 2 direwolves, Jon reluctantly released them. Is it because the lady and Nymeria have masters? Or is it because Ghost is somewhat special with his unique coloring compared to the rest of the pack? What a pity. If I could acquire the strength feedback from 2 more Arctic wolves, I firmly believe I would swiftly ascend to the status of a minor superhuman. Fortunately, White Spirit can control them, and in future battles, we shall form a small pack of 3 to conduct nocturnal ambushes. Nymeria. The lady expresses her submission and desires to join your pet White Spirit's wolf pack. Do you consent? What? Just as Jon's thoughts were meandering, the long-awaited system notification sounded abruptly. Momentarily taken aback, Jon quickly consented in his mind and summoned the system panel. Player, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen. Pet, White Spirit. Level 7, 95400. Growth stage, species, uncommon Arctic wolf. Skills, Claw 1, Bite 2. Talent, Gift to Master. Remaining experience points, 0. Wolf Pack, Wolf King 11. Lead Wolf 12. Subordinate, Wolves 110. Jon and White Spirit had previously vanquished over a dozen wildlings, elevating their level to just above 7, relying solely on daily training. It would take at least another 2 months to achieve another upgrade. Perhaps it was due to White Spirit's particular fondness for tearing apart prey, which caused the bite skill to advance to level 2 first. Its jaws have become more formidable. When feasting on Vanette, it would shatter and swallow the opponent's bones. The last line regarding the wolf pack was newly added following Jon's recent consent. The Wolf King, needless to say, refers to White Spirit. The lead wolf. Jon tilted his head to glance at Namelia, who was significantly larger than the lady, and instantly understood to whom it referred. This implies that White Spirit's pack can accommodate a total of 12 wolves, with 10 vacancies remaining. However, south of the wall, apart from Grey Wind, Summer, and Ghost, there are no other Arctic wolves in sight. Am I truly to venture out beyond the wall? Never mind. I shall first complete my immediate plans and seek opportunities thereafter. My Lord Jon, a transport cart approaches us. Ah, Holly, go tell them that chaos is the ladder. Understood. The cavalryman named Holly did not utter another word and promptly obeyed. Watching his retreating figure, Jon nodded in satisfaction. Prior to recruiting Holly and his companions, Jon had acquired detailed information about them from Corlys. Including Holly, all 4 have their flaws. Some indulge in promiscuity, others in gambling, and some have inclinations towards the same sex. Yet, they are all the kind of valiant fighters who follow orders, valuing action over words. No one is perfect. If Corlys had provided him with overly idealized profiles, Jon would have doubted whether they were spies planted among him. However, the cautious Jon would not easily place his trust in Holly and his companions. During this southern expedition to rescue the wolves, Jon feigned indifference, discreetly sharing some false information with each of them. One merely needs to exercise patience for a while to ascertain whether they encounter any issues. Of course, deep within Jon's heart, he harbored the hope that they would all successfully navigate this trial. Soon, Holly returned to report to Jon. My lord, upon hearing your words, the driver handed over the transport cart to me and departed. Very well, let us investigate. Jon and Holly swiftly approached a rather ordinary box-shaped transport cart, and the astute Holly took 2 steps forward to open the door. Inside, they beheld 3 sealed oak barrels. What struck Holly as peculiar was that such a spacious cart contained only these 3 barrels, and between them lay a bed of fine sand, seemingly to secure and separate them, as if to prevent the jolting of the cart from harming the oak barrels. It is worth noting that the quality of these oak barrels was exceptional. At the Emberwood Tavern, they were often utilized as stools when the place was bustling with patrons. Upon seeing the oak barrels, Jon's thoughts diverged sharply from Holly's. The intelligence network of Littlefinger was indeed formidable. Although I had dispatched a confidential message through Corus prior to my departure, to have gathered this and transported it to this temporary encampment so swiftly suggests that there must be their hidden operatives and watchmen along King S Road. Fortuitously, I allied with him. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss as to where to procure these items. Now, the majority of what I had planned has been assembled. I merely await the opportune moment to ignite the situation. Holly, you shall drive this transport cart. Be cautious and avoid excessive jolting. Yes. Let us return to Winterfell. Chapter 26. The turmoil in the north. Sweziho smiled as he gazed upon the various goddesses with whom he had entered into contracts, as well as the newly contracted little helpers. Ah, truly, it is a gathering of exceptional talents. The evening swiftly approached its final phase. As Shiwawu and her companions took the stage, had there been any men present, they would surely have been enraptured. Yet, Sweziho felt naught but the fervent desire for the skill he had just acquired, which, if it aligned with his expectations, would be Demon God Technique, Great Annihilation, Pseudo-World Terminator. Priority extremely high. This world as priority is paramount. This technique consumes a significant amount of stamina. The host unlocks the true powers of the demon gods. Before stamina is entirely exhausted, he unfurls his wings, revealing his authentic demon god form. 1. Manifesting his true form instills fear in all surrounding entities. Those under the influence of fear will experience a degree of suppression, while the weak shall lose their combat efficacy entirely. 2. Speed is significantly enhanced. 3. Strength is greatly amplified. 4. Stamina in demon god form is substantially increased. 5. Temporarily gains the powers of the Shadowborn, rendering the restorative abilities of enemies ineffective. 6. Survival capabilities are immensely boosted, with inflicted damage causing a release of blood energy, which can heal oneself. 7. Attack range is considerably extended. 8. Forbidden 9. Forbidden, without acquiring the bloodline of the celestial Shadowborn. The ultimate ability remains sealed. Shwezaheo sat dumbfounded in his seat. Is this truly the divine and demonic technique? He recalled a similar skill from a game he had played in his previous life. If his deductions were correct, Shwezaheo could surmise the effects of the upcoming 8th and 9th levels. If his assumptions held true, the situation would be utterly absurd. Compared to previous rewards, this time's sign-in reward was astonishingly powerful. If the divine and demonic prison technique were akin to instructing one on how to bake a colossal cake, while requiring one to gather the ingredients and undertake the preparation. It was an arduous task for Shwezaheo, who was experiencing this divine art for the first time. In contrast, the flowing rock-shattering fist and the nether-body fist were akin to receiving a piece of candy. One merely needed to unwrap it to savor the delightful taste. However, the current skill, Great Obliteration, was as if an enormous cake had been placed directly on the dining table, not only ushering Shwezaheo to the table, but also providing dedicated service. All Shwezaheo had to do was open his mouth and relish the experience. Host, Shwezaheo Gender, Male Martial Soul, Bubblegum, Frost Giant Dragon. Level, 32 items, Snow Storage Soul Guidance Device Captured Goddess, Shwewu Skills, Flowing Rock Shattering Fist. Nether Body Fist, Divine and Demonic Technique, Great Obliteration. Cultivation Method, Divine and Demonic Prison Technique. First layer, Shwezaheo instinctively covered his right hand, where the Frost Giant Dragon's soul mark throbbed with excruciating pain, as if it were about to burst. He had no desire to continue observing and stumbled out in a hurry. Zhang Qingxian watched Shwezaheo's fleeing figure, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She could hardly contain herself. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shwezaheo unleashed the Frost Giant Dragon Martial Soul, losing control over it. To his astonishment, 3 blood-red soul rings slowly ascended from his body. Even the divine and demonic technique could not escape the constraints of the world's rules. In the Doloa continent, the simplest way to gauge an opponent's strength lay in observing the number and color of their soul rings. More rings indicated greater power, fewer rings suggested weakness. The color of the soul rings remained crucial. Gazing at the 3 blood-red soul rings, Shwezaheo smiled wryly. It was quite exaggerated. He felt that these rings had yet to fully accommodate the might of Great Obliteration. His martial soul seemed nearly rendered useless. He could not reveal it in public. The 3 crimson rings would easily lead others to speculate whether he possessed a 100,000-year soul bone. Thus, even a titled Dolua would find such temptation irresistible. With Shwezaheo's current strength, assassination attempts would undoubtedly be rampant. Consequently, this ability would henceforth serve as a potent trump card. In an instant, Shwezaheo felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to hell. He had acquired such a remarkable skill, only to find it unusable. The disappointment was overwhelming. However, this also meant he had gained a fundamentally reliable means of self-preservation. Shwezaheo is now contemplating whether he should continue as a martial artist. The allure of martial arts seems to have diminished in his eyes. Previously, he found the seamless combination of strikes and the thunderous weight of powerful blows to be exhilarating and impressive. However, he now believes it is necessary for him to practice with a greatsword. The dance of the blade has commenced. As he feels the overwhelming sensation gradually recede, Shwezaheo attempts to retract his martial spirit. After expending considerable time and energy, he finally manages to rein in this extraordinarily potent martial spirit. He throws himself heavily onto the soft bed. In this world, what holds the utmost priority? It remains uncertain whether the divine realm is included in that consideration. If it is, the implications are indeed chilling. Does the hierarchy of that realm surpass even the divine? This suggests that the so-called fusion techniques of the god of food and the 9-colored goddess are ineffective against those whom Shwezaheo has slain. Furthermore, any attack unleashed by Shwezaheo, regardless of its level, receives the enhancement of Great Annihilation. The loss of restorative abilities means that any damage he inflicts, without his consent, cannot be reversed as long as he remains in his divine demon form. The essence of bloodlust may well equate to life absorption. What follows is the pursuit of the celestial, dark progenitor, bloodline, yet even Doloa continent and the divine realm deem such a thing non-existent. This entity evidently surpasses the boundaries of this world. One can only wonder if it truly is the legacy of the divine demons. It appears that he must proceed cautiously, step by step. Regardless of whether it is the celestial bloodline or the dark progenitor's demonic blood, he must acquire it. Shwezaheo struggles to find peace of mind. Unable to sleep and entering a state conducive to meditation proves exceedingly difficult. He eagerly anticipates the next opportunity to sign in, hoping it will yield the dark progenitor's bloodline. Shwezaheo is certain that the once noble and unmatched celestial who has fallen to become a dark progenitor demon is immensely powerful, indeed a being worthy of the title divine demon. Not everyone can claim the title of divine demon. It is reserved for those who can survive in the chaos. Even across the myriad realms, there are none that can be rightfully called divine demons, and Shwezaheo remains uncertain whether such beings exist in the divine realm. It seems likely they do not. Even the 5 great powers lack such strength. As he ponders this, Shuezaheo begins to reflect on his current standing on the continent. He is yet to unleash great annihilation, and merely contemplating it makes it difficult to assess his current level. Without truly experiencing such power, it is practically impossible to gauge it from a mere theoretical standpoint. Chapter 27. The counterattack begins. A serpent-like tail, as thick as a barrel, bursts forth from the water with a chilling sound that cuts through the air, striking fiercely against the delicate form of a young girl. She is sent flying several dozen feet, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, and coughs up a mouthful of crimson blood. Master, the beast seeks death. Protect the ancestor. The young female disciples exclaim urgently, their gazes fierce as they glare at the surface of the water. A serpent, larger than any previously encountered, with twin horns and a body almost transformed into that of a dragon, emerged from the water, its dark scales glistening as it raised its head high, its cold, vertical pupils surveying the surroundings. The female disciples felt a weight settle in their hearts as they gripped their swords tightly. The serpent's icy gaze seemed to probe the group, before it caught sight of a nearby slain creature, momentarily pausing in surprise, only to be quickly overcome by a savage fury as it let out a chilling roar. The disciples exchanged glances, their resolve hardening as they braced themselves for battle. The shimmering light of their swords flashed, striking the serpent's scales with force, leaving only faint white marks in their wake. The serpent, swift as lightning, lashed out its tail, sending several disciples crashing aside. Then, with its head held high, it unleashed a torrent of dark green liquid from its mouth, striking the disciples with devastating force. Their cries echoed as they were enveloped in a cloud of smoke, vanishing into nothingness in mere moments, leaving a chilling silence in their wake. Those fortunate enough to escape the initial onslaught paled in fear, yet they pressed on to protect their master, gritting their teeth in determination. Within the span of mere breaths, the cries of their comrades faded, leaving only one girl standing. Witnessing the demise of her fellow disciples, her heart ached as she bit her pale lips. Resolute, she pricked her fingertip, drawing forth a drop of her blood, raising 2 fingers in a gesture aimed at the serpent. The droplet glimmered faintly, suspended in the air, then slowly drifted toward the serpent. As the blood traveled a distance, it suddenly expanded, forming the silhouette of a delicate figure, breathtakingly beautiful, who stepped gracefully towards the serpent. The serpent recoiled, its tongue flickering and eyes narrowing in focus on the hazy form. Its tail writhed in agitation, and suddenly it lunged forward, transforming into a blur aimed directly at the girl, sensing her as the true threat. Yet, the crimson figure was swifter, erupting into a cloud of blood mist that enveloped the serpent. In agony, the serpent writhed, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Amidst the haze, the sounds of its anguished roars and violent impacts filled the air, gradually diminishing until silence reigned. Choked by the dust, the girl coughed violently, expelling mouthfuls of blood that stained her tattered garments. As the dust settled and the air cleared, she struggled to rise, her fragile form trembling. Glancing down at her disheveled attire and missing shoes, a bitter smile crossed her lips. Had it truly been centuries since she last found herself in such a predicament? With a crunch, her delicate foot stepped on the rubble, the sound reverberating as the remnants crumbled beneath her weight. At that moment, she turned sharply, her autumn-like eyes narrowing in surprise. When had he appeared? A youth sat cross-legged atop a stone nearly as tall as himself, leaning forward with a curious expression. His pale face bore an innocent demeanor, disarming at first glance. Yet beneath that facade lay a soul so profoundly corrupt, so vile that words could scarcely encapsulate its malevolence. The autumn-like gaze of the girl descended, pausing for a moment on the robe of Musu. She forced herself to sit upright and spoke calmly. Ah, so you are the senior brother of the Xianling Taizo. Were you perhaps drawn here by the commotion of the vile serpent? Her injuries were grave. Despite the esteemed reputation of the Xianling Taizo, one could not afford to be careless. Who could tell if the other harbored ill intentions? Musu shook his head and pointed to the stone beneath him, saying, I have been here since you arrived. The smile on the girl's face faltered slightly. You saw everything? Musu nodded earnestly, donning a carefree demeanor. The girl subtly adjusted her breath, and with a feigned sigh, she spoke from the depths of her heart. We are disciples of the Ziwang Palace. Upon entering the battlefield, we aim to regroup swiftly. Upon discovering this cave, we could not resist the urge to explore, only to be ambushed by a vile serpent and utterly annihilated. A hint of sorrow crept into her voice as she recalled her disciples sacrificing themselves for her protection, a feeling she had never before experienced. Ah? Were you not after the yellow package upon that skeleton? Came a voice from the side, disrupting the atmosphere. Musu's keen eyes caught the shift. The girl hesitated, feeling the weight of her lies being unraveled, prompting a desire to flee. She exhaled, revealing a trace of bitterness. It seems I cannot conceal the truth from you. Senior brother. To be candid, that is our ancestor from the Ziwang Palace. A century ago, the senior sisters discovered the remains of our ancestor along with the celestial grade technique, the Ziki Chaofengju, lost in the wake of that great battle. Alas, it is guarded by a demon beast of the nascent soul stage, and we have been unable to retrieve it. This time, I came alongside my sisters. But why do I hear them refer to you as the ancestral elder? The voice she dreaded most rang out once more. The girl's chest rose slightly as she took a deep breath, closing her eyes and declaring, "Indeed, I am the supreme elder of the Ziwang Palace. This matter is of great importance, and thus the palace entrusted me with leading this expedition." Initially, we proceeded methodically, successfully vanquishing the first giant python of the nascent soul stage. Who would have thought there would be a second, and that it has already transformed into a dragon? Nearing the god transformation stage. Honesty is commendable, but what is with this defeatist tone? Musu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes brightened with an intensity that even compelled the girl to avert her gaze. I took the celestial grade technique to devise a plan to eliminate the myriad assassination attempts against me. When the assassination failed, I intended to leave the battlefield, announcing the situation to the Ziwang Palace, which pressured me to surrender the technique, leading to my decision to exit the sect. Now, I am being pursued by the Ziwang Palace, resolved to stand firm even in the face of death. Everything is interconnected. A rather positive image. Perfect. Musu's thoughts danced with delight. The Ziwang Palace, with even an ancestral elder personally risking danger, must hold the Ziki Chaofengju in the highest regard. Should it fall into his hands, she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him to secure it, perhaps even hastening her actions to prevent any whisper of the matter from leaking. With this thought, Musu felt an even greater satisfaction. How delightful. At last, no longer must one stumble at every step, eat fish without fear of bones, sleep without a blanket, drink untreated water, or hold one's breath while washing one's face to the point of drawing blood. One could simply wait for death and peace. In a flash, Musu darted forward, and just as the young girl was momentarily distracted, he leapt into the lake with abandon, shouting for help. The sequence unfolded seamlessly, diving, crying for rescue, and drowning. "Help! Help! I can't swim! I can't swim!" Musu flailed about, splashing in the water. Before the girl could react, Musu, who had just been thrashing about, abruptly ceased his struggles and sank beneath the surface. Chapter 28. The Lord S summons. The flavors of the dishes at a Yuan are simply delightful. One never tires of them. When mealtime arrives, Yanli hardly considers himself an outsider. However, he cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Yi, who was still clad in the attire of a delivery man. "I say, Zhang Yi, when did you become so peculiar, donning a uniform to fetch a meal?" It struck him as odd that a bodyguard would wear the garb of a delivery person. Zhang Yi replied, "As if I wished to wear this outfit." He glanced at his calm young master, who was enjoying his meal, and fell silent. After sampling a few dishes, he tentatively suggested, "Young master, perhaps I should learn to cook at a Yuan?" He was baffled by his master's unusual interest in that Miss Liu, as well as her penchant for ordering takeout. Clearly, the influx of delivery personnel was not an ideal situation. Just then, Yin Li, having taken a sip of soup, sputtered it out in surprise. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, avoiding a mess on the table, but ended up splattering himself instead. Staring at his disheveled self, he glared incredulously at Zhang Yi. "I say, Zhang Yi, could you refrain from making such absurd remarks during meals? Moreover, as the bodyguard of your young master, do you intend to change careers?" Zhang Yi, uninterested in his complaints, considered Yin Li a pitiful fool for his ignorance. Frustrated by Zhang Yi's indifference, Yin Li was about to retort when he heard Master Hao utter a thoughtful hum. If he had been chewing at that moment, he likely would have choked. He looked up to see the man, with an expression of calm seriousness as he continued his meal, and found the scene surreal. With so many servants at the villa, wouldn't it be better to summon a renowned chef? Although the food at a Yuan was indeed exquisite, the culinary skills of a master chef were not to be underestimated. Besides, could Zhang Yi, who made his living through combat, truly learn the art of cooking? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a surge of determination, thumping his chest to assure that he would learn diligently. He even neglected to eat more, hastily departing instead. He was eager to perfect his skills and return to serve his young master and Miss Liu. Yin Li, utterly perplexed by the dynamics between the master and servant, was left with a multitude of questions. "Finish your meal and return. I have matters to attend to this afternoon." Wei Hao concluded his remarks with an additional note. "Do not forget to tidy up these items." Yin Li replied, "All right, I will finish my meal, clean up, and then leave. Xiao Wei, you may continue with your tasks." The abundance of delicious dishes left uneaten would indeed be a waste. The food enthusiast Yin Li was determined to eradicate every morsel of these culinary delights. Observing Yin Li savoring the meal with great relish, Wei Hao's gaze momentarily drifted into a reverie. Turning his head to glance outside, he pondered whether she had finished her meal. After enjoying a refreshing nap, Lu Wanqi felt invigorated. After a brief tidying up, she commenced her detoxification process. In the room stood a full-length mirror, before which she retrieved a golden needle and proceeded to pierce her own skin. Should anyone witness this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. It is often said that physicians do not treat themselves, yet for Lu Wanqi, such adages held no weight. Her hands were steady, and the speed of her needlework was both swift and precise. However, as this was a self-administered treatment, her pace was considerably slower than when attending to others. Time passed incrementally, and the silver needles multiplied upon her body, resembling a hedgehog. Should a person afflicted with trypophobia witness this scene, they might faint on the spot. Nevertheless, Lu Wanqi remained composed, steadily continuing her self-needling. The poison was deeply concealed within her, and a single session of acupuncture would not suffice for recovery. Yet, she was well aware of her body's needs. Thus, she disregarded the toxins that surfaced during the process. Instead, she promptly stepped into the prepared bathtub filled with medicinal herbs. The potent herbal bath could easily overwhelm an average person. However, Lu Wanqi remained silent, harnessing her inner energy to complement the medicinal soak. Meanwhile, Wei Hao was engrossed in his work when the phone beside him rang. Miss Lu's matters have been resolved. Should our PR department address the online smear campaign against her? His chief secretary was calling to report that Miss Lu, it seemed, had inadvertently incurred the ire of someone, as she was mercilessly targeted online. Nevertheless, the issues at hand were quite manageable and not particularly troublesome. However, such matters required his approval. Given the unpredictable nature of their family, one could never be certain of his thoughts. A person in the chief secretary position would not commit such a blunder. Upon hearing this, Wei Hao swiftly searched for Lu Wanqi's name. Subsequently, information regarding her surfaced, with the highest trending topic being her recent arrest. A cold smirk graced his lips as he decided to let them continue their antics. "Send me the files that the company needs to address," he instructed, providing the necessary address before abruptly ending the call. The chief secretary was accustomed to his superior's style and was not surprised, promptly attending to the assigned tasks. "Brother Ming, may I accompany you to see that child?" Su Wei asked, her pale visage betraying her anguish, tears glistening on her cheeks, rendering her particularly endearing. Despite being a mother of several children, her meticulous self-care allowed her to retain an aura of beauty and youthfulness. Lu Ming, the current figurehead of the Lu family in Spring City, felt a twinge of concern upon hearing his wife's words, fearing another bout of disappointment for her. For years, they had been in search of their missing daughter, encountering numerous children who bore a resemblance to them. Each time, they ventured forth with hope, only to return with despair. "Vivi, it may not necessarily be our child," he replied gently, his voice tinged with resignation. Recently, their youngest daughter had watched a film and excitedly shared a character named Xiaojio, who bore a striking resemblance to both of them. Consequently, they had investigated the girl's background. The information suggested she could indeed be their daughter, yet without a paternity test, no one could ascertain whether she was truly theirs. No, the moment I laid eyes on her, I felt she was my child. Brother Ming, you must believe me, she is indeed our daughter. At this juncture, tears streamed down Su Wei's face, unable to be contained any longer. That child has been subjected to such harsh criticism lately. I cannot rest easy without seeing her. She had been following the child's plight closely and was acutely aware of the vitriol hurled at her online. Su Wei believed that the girl must be feeling despondent, vulnerable, and in dire need of comfort. Although she had not raised her even for a single day, she felt it was her duty as a mother to offer solace. Additionally, she wished to lend her support to the child. This situation, upon closer inspection, was evidently more complex, with sinister forces likely at play behind the scenes. Chapter 29. The siege approaches in Gyeong Town. The Gyeong River, stretching 6,000 meters in length and 500 meters in width, flowed with crystal-clear waters. Shrouded in mist along its banks, where waves surged and flowers thrived, and wild ducks frolicked joyfully. One afternoon, 3 children unexpectedly fell into the river. That evening, as villagers fetched water, they spotted the 3 children drifting by the riverbank. The villagers hurried to report the incident, while the children's parents wept inconsolably, blaming themselves for not keeping a closer watch. Days later, 5 children were playing by the river when suddenly, a few dark entities dragged them into the water. The villagers rushed to inform the authorities, while the parents lamented, again chastising themselves for their negligence. On this day, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with fishermen casting their lines, villagers drawing water, and women washing clothes, while boatmen navigated the waters. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, unleashing numerous water demons from the depths, causing chaos and devastation. Some were devoured on the spot, while others were dragged beneath the surface. Quick-footed villagers managed to escape, But the malevolent water spirits grew increasingly rampant, inflicting harm on over 100 souls, filling the air with cries of terror. At that moment, the water demons severely disrupted the villagers' lives, leading to drought-stricken crops and widespread anxiety among the populace. It became clear that the water demons were the source of their plight. The people of Gyeong Town faced dire straits, prompting the imperial court to issue a command for County Magistrate Sheen to swiftly resolve the matter, threatening severe punishment for any dereliction of duty. Accompanied by constables, Magistrate Sheen surveyed the scene, where some villagers lay grievously injured, others reduced to mere bones, and some entirely missing. It was evident that something profoundly evil lurked within the waters. Not long ago, Zhang Yi had gained notoriety for vanquishing the demonic cattle. In light of this, Magistrate Sheen, along with General Huang and Zhang Yi, visited Baofu Temple, beseeching the abbot to send monk soldiers down the mountain to exterminate the demons. The temple thrived with incense, teeming with devotees offering prayers. Within its walls stood numerous grand Buddhas and an astonishing 9,999 smaller ones, casting a radiant light throughout the sanctuary, adorned with golden hues. The walls depicted the Western paradise, while martial monks and the 18 arhats displayed their formidable skills, with monks chanting and striking wooden fish instruments. Acquainted with the abbot Fain, Magistrate Sheen introduced General Huang and Zhang Yi. This is General Huang from Gyeong Town, and this is the cultivator Zhang Yi. As the mayhem of the water demons raged on, claiming lives and leaving the populace in despair, they implored the abbot for assistance. "I understand your intentions, but this matter requires consultation with the elders," the abbot replied. "You are the master of the temple. How could you lack authority?" "It seems you are reluctant to send aid to save the people, fearing for your own life," General Huang retorted candidly. "It is the grievances of humanity that must be resolved by humanity itself. Every action bears consequences. Greed and violence have led to countless lost souls haunting the waters. The calamity you face is a result of your own misdeeds, and thus, you must bear the burden of this tribulation. Only through understanding the compassionate nature of the Buddha can one truly grasp the cycle of karma," he continued. "Your stubbornness is evident, abbot. Let us depart, brothers. We do not require their assistance. We shall vanquish the demons ourselves," General Huang asserted. "Wait," Zhang Yu interjected. "Abbot, many children and innocent villagers suffer. They bear no guilt for the sins committed. This trial is also a manifestation of karma and a test. Only through such tribulations will people comprehend the cycle of cause and effect. Humanity's greed has wrought this great calamity," the abbot replied, emphasizing the importance of realizing the Buddha's compassion. "Let us leave, for this old monk is obstinate." General Huang expressed his frustration. "Zhang, I see a connection between you and the Buddha. Why not renounce the world and take up the monastic life? The merit you gain may surpass even mine," the abbot suggested, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Thank you for your kind offer, abbot. But how can I remain indifferent when the villagers suffer from the torment of the water demons?" Zhang Yi responded earnestly. "I must protect the villagers. I have a wife. How can I abandon the mundane world? You, old monk, we request your troops to vanquish the demons, yet you seek to take away my people, my esteemed general." General Huang's anger intensified. "Brother Yi, let us depart. Wait, allow this humble monk to consult the divination and discern the omens. After a while, there emerge over 400 water spirits. I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Although we cannot send monk soldiers to assist you, we can provide you with magical artifacts to aid in your quest against the demons. I commend you, old monk, for possessing some conscience," General Huang stated plainly. County Magistrate Sheen, General Huang, Zhang Yi, along with several soldiers, a multitude of individuals, bearing Buddhist statues, scriptures, and relics, diligently remembered the abbot's teachings and the usage of the magical artifacts as they began their descent from the mountain. Whether celestial bodies descend or karmic ties from past lives intertwine, this child is destined for immeasurable merit, albeit beset by trials and tribulations, perhaps dictated by the heavens or shrouded in mystery. This child holds significant potential with our Buddha. Future accomplishments shall surely surpass mine. Misfortune may harbor fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune." The abbot, employing his mystical arts, pondered deeply. "Abbot, you claim they face a great calamity. Why should we not send troops to rescue them and lead more souls to our Buddha?" An elder suggested, eager to descend and assist. "Not so. Our intervention would only frighten the water spirits, leading them to destruction, which would ultimately yield a more favorable outcome. Such a valiant general, what a pity, how lamentable. The path ahead is slow. All destinies seem preordained by the heavens, yet all fates may also be altered, ineffable and elusive. The ways of fate are ever-changing. Amitabha. Our Buddha is compassionate. Prepare, and let us commence the teachings." Chapter 30, The First Confrontation. "Professor Chow, please take your time." Han Xiao said to Qiao Yinbin on the other end of the line. Han Xiao, listen to me. This time, I may truly need to trouble you. Qiao Yinbin's anxious tone softened slightly as he elaborated. Last night, a torrential rain fell upon the capital. And the eaves of a grand hall in the ancient royal city were damaged by the downpour. Initially, the tiles above had fractured and leaked, and we had implemented waterproof measures. However, due to years of neglect, the leaks unexpectedly widened, and the main beam beneath the eaves was soaked throughout the night. In truth, the main beam itself is not the primary concern. The most troublesome issue now lies at the junction between the main beam and the ridge, which consists of a very intricate mortise and tenon structure. We cannot produce a suitable replacement in the short term. Moreover, between the main beam and the ridge, there is a wooden sculpture of a beast's head, which is also not a solid piece, but rather composed of a mortise and tenon assembly, intricately carved and then joined, making the structure exceedingly complex. This grand hall holds critical significance for the entire ancient royal city. We cannot afford any loss. If we do not initiate repairs immediately, I fear it will not withstand for long. After hearing Professor Chao's account, Han Xiao, having grasped the situation, pondered for a moment before responding. Professor Chao, please do not rush. Send me a detailed image of the eaves at once, so I can assess it. All right, I'll send it to you right away. Qiao Yinbin replied hastily before ending the call. Upon seeing Han Xiao's serious expression, Xu Minjing couldn't help but inquire, Han Xiao, what has transpired? You seem quite anxious. It was regarding the matter of the ancient imperial city. Han Xiao succinctly relayed the situation to Xu Minjing and the others. After listening, they all expressed their regret. After all, each palace within the ancient imperial city is a treasure of Chinese heritage. It would be a profound loss if irreparable damage were to occur due to a heavy rainstorm. Particularly affected was Wu Dabiao, a man deeply imbued with patriotism. Upon hearing this news, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. He turned to Han Xiao and earnestly urged, "Brother, you must find a way to mitigate the losses." Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began to discuss the situation. Can someone enlighten me on what has happened? It seems quite serious. A palace in the ancient imperial city has suffered damage to its eaves from flooding and requires urgent repairs. Experts are currently at a loss. If you're curious, check the news for yourself. I saw that they have urgently summoned foreign experts overnight, supposedly from Korea. What nonsense. Why would we need foreign experts for our ancient architecture? What do they even understand? It seems they were invited by someone from the Ancient Architecture Research Institute. That one Yongchong? Not sure. But I heard he has also rushed to the capital and even posted a Weibo mocking Han Xiao. He supposedly said something about Han Xiao, the chief consultant, hiding in a crevice. Damn, that old fool is utterly shameless. Come on, Han Xiao. Use your size 42 saws to stomp on that old dog when S-face and show him what foot odor truly is. And those foreign experts, don't let them think that our China is without talent. Don't give those Koreans an opportunity to show off. Han Xiao paid little mind to the barrage of comments. Yet Wu Dabiao glanced at the screen and began to curse. Korean experts? All I know is that the Korean entertainment industry is decadent and their cosmetic surgery is advanced. But when did it become their turn to help us restore our ancient architecture? It's utterly absurd. Minutes later, Qiao Yinbin finally sent over the photographs. Han Xiao said little, merely replying with a message to confirm receipt and to await further updates. He then began to meticulously study the architectural structure depicted in the images. At the airport, when Yongchong was awaiting the arrival of the Korean expert, a close associate whom he personally invited and thus felt the need to welcome in person. If he could successfully resolve the issues of the ancient imperial city this time, he might just seize the position of chief consultant. Moreover, he had little faith in Han Xiao, that young upstart, being capable of addressing the matter. He felt that fate was on his side. While waiting, when Yongchong casually opened his phone and began scrolling through Weibo. Before arriving here, he had indeed posted a Weibo message teasing Han Xiao, thinking that the current comments would be quite spectacular, and perhaps many were eagerly anticipating Han Xiao's downfall. However, when he opened the Weibo comments, the expression of delight on his face instantly darkened. The comments were indeed captivating, but the target of the vitriol was not Han Xiao, but rather himself. Seeing the barrage of insults directed at him, when Yongchong nearly suffered a heart attack. Fortunately, at that moment, the foreign expert finally arrived, prompting him to hurriedly put away his phone and approach with enthusiasm. Mr. Park Guchong, welcome to Huaxia. It has been quite some time since we last met. Once this matter is resolved, we must share a few drinks together. Mr. Wen, it has been a long time, Park Guchong replied in halting Mandarin, adding, certainly. We must drink together, as Mr. Wen and I share a bond. We both have the character Chong in our names. Yes, indeed. Haha. When Yongchong laughed heartily, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Park Guchong, how confident are you about this situation? 10 out of 10. At this, A proud smile suddenly lit up Park Guo-chang's face as he confidently declared, "This time, I have brought the most advanced scanning equipment from my great Korea. As long as I understand the internal structure, I will undoubtedly be able to restore it. After all, most ancient architectures in the world originate from my great Korea. This issue is merely a trifle for me. That is splendid. Truly splendid." When Yongchang smiled in flattery, quickly discarding the earlier insult of being called when the old dog. In the imperial capital, within a conference room, experts on ancient architecture gathered. However, Park Guo-chang occupied the main seat, which left many Huaxia experts feeling somewhat disgruntled. "What did you say? Using modeling for casting? How could that possibly work?" At this moment, Chao Yanbin was engaged in a heated debate with Park Guo-chang. The reason for the contention lay in Park Guo-chang's observations and various tests, which led him to conclude not to repair the structure but to create a mold through scanning, followed by casting in bronze. In Chao Yanbin's view, such an approach was utterly absurd. If bronze were indeed used for casting, could it still be considered an ancient structure? Would it still reflect the exquisite craftsmanship and profound essence of ancient architecture? This method was nothing short of an insult to the ancient imperial city. Other experts, like Chao Yanbin, also advised against such a technique, leaving only Wen Yongchang in strong support of Park Guo-chang. "Professor Chao, there is no need to be overly agitated. Upon my observation, we cannot replicate that mortise and tenon structure of the beast head wooden carving," Park Guo-chang stated calmly. "Aside from modeling, do you have a better alternative?" It was clear that they did not. If they had a solution, they would not have traveled such a distance to summon me from Great Korea, would they? "Please trust in the technology of my Great Korea. Our techniques are unparalleled." Park Guo-chang's words were laced with disdain for the Huaxia experts and a sense of pride in being an expert from Great Korea. Although many were displeased with the situation, none dared to voice their objections, for they lacked effective strategies to address it. Moreover, the urgent repairs of the ancient imperial city could not be delayed. This was not a time for debate. "No. Even if the ancient imperial city were to collapse tomorrow, I absolutely forbid you from using that method," Chao Yanbin declared, his expression darkening. Furthermore, the chief consultant for the restoration of the ancient imperial city had already begun devising solutions, and I trust in his capability to resolve the matter. Additionally, I wish to convey to Mr. Park that the technology of your nation is not unparalleled. The profound intricacies of our ancient architecture in Huaxia are beyond your comprehension." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Chao Yanbin's remarks, Park Guo-chang's countenance immediately soured. Yet, it swiftly morphed into a sneer. "Very well. I am eager to see what grand solutions your chief consultant can conjure. I have heard he is in the tropical rainforest. I wonder if it would be convenient for a video conference." Chapter 31. A full-scale assault. There is an old saying in Huaghua: with one vigorous effort, the momentum wanes, and with the third, it is exhausted. The day following the commencement of the siege of Terror Fortress, the morale of the infantry from Winterfell had noticeably declined compared to the previous day. They lacked even the courage to scale the city walls, each man cowering behind wooden shields, fearful of being struck by boiling oil or arrows. Were it not for the cavalry of the Amber family, led by young Cheong-in, overseeing them from the rear, these infantry might have fled without a fight. After hastily abandoning over 100 corpses, these soldiers retreated back to their camp at the sound of the retreat horn. The defenders of Terror Fortress, having suffered no casualties that day, erupted into celebration, inevitably beginning to underestimate the infantry of Winterfell. However, Lucius was different. He gazed gravely at the disheveled figures fleeing and felt a surge of intense unease. Had the soldiers of Winterfell diminished to this level after 9 years of absence? Moreover, where had Robb Stark and Jon Snow, who had been missing for nearly 10 days, gone? The more he pondered, the more troubling it seemed. Lucius immediately inquired of his attendant, "Have there been any reports from Black Iron Town?" "Yes, my lord. I refrained from disturbing you as you were commanding the battle. Young Master Ramsay has reported that he dispatched numerous reconnaissance cavalry units from Black Iron Town. Apart from the enemy's logistics troops, who daily harvest wood near Lonely Mountain, there are no other reinforcements from Winterfell." Hearing the attendant's report, Lucius nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "Did he follow my orders to scout all potential hiding spots for troops from Terror Fortress to Black Iron Town?" "Indeed. Young Master Ramsay personally led the reconnaissance and confirmed that there are no ambushes." Have I truly been overly cautious? But where are the cavalry from Winterfell?" "My lord, I have just received news that 3 villages within our territory were raided by Winterfell's cavalry yesterday." As Lucius contemplated this information, a messenger rushed in to deliver the latest updates. "So that is the case. Intentionally creating a spectacle to assault Terror Fortress, while employing thousands of infantry to stall my advance, only to plunder the villages within my domain. Such cleverness, yet you remain oblivious to the intricacies of noble games. The majority of the Bolton family's wealth is concentrated in Terror Fortress and Black Iron Town, Your pillaging of the villages will not strike at my very foundation. Moreover, what you consume now will be repaid tenfold. Do you truly believe that the Lannister family, who indirectly controls the crown, is merely idling? With the acquisition of new intelligence, Roose instantly grasped the situation and turned to command his attendant, send a message to Ramsay, instructing him to prepare for a pincer movement against the enemy. As you command. For the next 3 days, the demoralized infantry of Winterfell advanced solely to maintain appearances. They had not even approached the walls of Terror Fortress, merely holding wooden shields to deflect arrows raining down from above. Nonetheless, over these few days, more than 100 men perished. After 5 days of siege, over 500 had fallen, yet they had barely closed the distance to the ramparts. Most crucially, the cavalry of House Umber had not engaged in battle, and their commander, Lord Jon, had not even shown his face. Taking all these factors into account, Commander Gage, who led the infantry of Winterfell, resolved to personally visit Lord Jon. From above, the encampment of Winterfell's army resembled a grid. The previous 3,000 infantry and 500 supply troops were stationed in the front half of the grid, near Terror Fortress, while 200 cavalry of House Umber occupied the rear half. The supply wagons were stacked at the back of the grid, seemingly to prevent the infantry from retreating. Clang, clang. Clad in armor, Gage strode towards the encampment of House Umber, his expression grim. However, upon reaching the central area of the grid, he was intercepted by several fully armed cavalrymen of House Umber. Return. The Lord Earl has commanded that no one outside House Umber is permitted to enter the rear encampment. Upon hearing this, Gage's fury intensified. Although they were not the direct troops of House Stark, they were nonetheless fighting in service of the Stark family. Yet, a mere 200 cavalrymen of House Umber occupied an encampment equal in size to their own 3,500. Was this not a blatant display of superiority? You will inform Lord Umber that I, Commander Gage of the infantry, require an audience. Gage, forcing himself to suppress his anger, spoke as calmly as he could. I shall repeat myself. The Lord Earl has commanded that no one outside House Umber is permitted to enter the rear encampment. The cavalry of House Umber showed no intention of relaying the message, coldly reiterating their previous words. The suppressed rage within Gage erupted at the cavalier attitude and words of the soldier. And he shouted, Tell Lord Umber that I believe there are serious issues with the siege plan. If he does not come forth to address them, we shall refuse to continue the assault starting tomorrow. Refuse to continue the assault? We have the authority to execute you under military law. Execute me? Look around. Who do you think has more people, you or us? When Gago clashed with the cavalry of House Amber, numerous infantry from Winterfell approached. It goes without saying that even after losing nearly 600 men, the number of Winterfell infantry still far exceeded that of House Amber's cavalry by several times. Cavalry can indeed slay multiples or even dozens of infantry, but that is only when they charge fully. If Gago were to incite a mutiny, these unmounted cavalry of House Amber would likely be overwhelmed in an instant by the infantry of Winterfell. Calm down, Commander Gago. The Earl has summoned you. Just as tensions escalated, a cavalryman from House Amber hurriedly approached from the rear encampment, intervening to halt the situation. Humph. Satisfied with his objectives, Gago scoffed and arrogantly strode past the cavalryman who had just blocked his path. At the center of the rear camp stood a lavish military tent. Far larger than its surroundings, this was the command tent of Great Jon. As Gago approached, he sensed something amiss, for there were far too many defensive cavalry surrounding the tent. Surely, aside from the 50 supervising cavalry, the rest must all be here. Is this the extent of the courage of the renowned warrior, Great Jon of the North? After muttering a few disdainful thoughts, Gago entered the command tent with an air of contempt. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gago emerged from the tent, bowing his head in a most humble manner. After stepping back a few meters, he straightened up and hurriedly made his way back to his own tent, a look of excitement on his face. Upon his return, he immediately summoned all his mid-level officers to his tent. Once everyone had gathered, Gago, with a beaming expression, proclaimed, Get ready, for tomorrow we shall launch a full-scale assault. Brothers, the moment to change our fate has arrived. Let us fight with all our might. Time flew, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. The morning of the 6th day of the siege dawned, with the first light breaking the tranquility of the sky, when a long and piercing horn sounded, shattering the morning calm. Charge. Kill. Over 2,300 infantry from Winterfell, accompanied by 500 supply troops bearing wooden shields, surged towards the Terror Fortress. This overwhelming momentum stunned the defenders atop the fortress. After a moment of shock, one of the fortress defenders snapped back to reality and shouted to his comrades, Quickly, inform the Earl that the enemy is launching a full-scale assault. Chapter 32. The hidden elite Black Iron Town is situated at the southeastern corner of the Lonely Mountain Range and is the most significant mineral stronghold of the Bolton family. Thus, the defense force here usually consists of at least 500 elite Bolton soldiers. Currently, however, the town was brimming with a total of 3,000 soldiers. A sharp and urgent horn sounded, prompting the 3,000 Bolton soldiers to hurriedly form ranks. Rams, adorned with his signature smile, stood atop the wooden platform at the forefront of the ranks. Once his legion of 3,000 soldiers had completed their formation, he delivered his customary morale-boosting speech before battle. The entire army, advance. With Ram's command, 2,000 local militia and 1,000 elite cavalry began their march towards the terrible fortress. Although the battle had yet to commence, Rams was already certain that victory would belong to the Bolton family. His father, who had long aspired to dominate the North and restore the glory of the Red King, had cultivated a formidable trump card through the mineral resources of Black Iron Town. The thunderous sound echoed as the latter half of the 1,000 elite cavalry revealed themselves to be heavily armored knights, clad in full iron plates, both horse and rider. Such a powerful force was unparalleled in the resource-scarce North. Today, the intensity of the siege at Terrible Fortress far exceeded that of the previous 5 days. Having easily repelled the infantry from Winterfell earlier, the fortress's defenders had grown complacent and were momentarily caught off guard. At that moment, siege ladders were erected against the walls of Terrible Fortress on both sides. A considerable number of Winterfell infantry were already halfway up the ladders, with some nearing the top of the battlements. In one area on the left side of the wall, a Terrible Fortress soldier, pouring boiling oil down, was inadvertently struck in the head by an arrow from below, tumbling to his demise. Witnessing this, a Winterfell infantryman quickly scaled the siege ladder, hands gripping tightly as he ascended the fortress walls. As the first Winterfell infantryman emerged over the battlements, he encountered a Bolton soldier preparing to pour oil. The two men stared at each other for a brief moment before reacting. The Winterfell soldier plunged his longsword into the heart of the Bolton defender, while the dying soldier managed to splash boiling oil onto the face of his assailant. The first soldier fell with a scream, but another Winterfell infantryman seized the opportunity to leap onto the wall, followed closely by a third and a fourth. Gradually, a small squad of Winterfell infantry secured a foothold on the battlements, engaging in a ferocious close-quarters combat with the Bolton defenders. Quickly, send men to fill the breach. From the central command platform, Lucius observed the defensive gap with keen eyes. He gestured towards the reserve troops waiting quietly nearby, and those well-rested soldiers surged forth. The battle-hungry infantry from Winterfell continued to flood onto the walls, clashing with the equally frenzied Bolton defenders. Thick streams of blood flowed across the stone slabs of the fortress walls, and severed limbs littered the ground, transforming the breach into a veritable meat grinder of war. Calm and composed, Lucius surveyed the unfilled gap in the defenses. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a command to his attendant: inform Rams to launch an attack from the rear. Moreover, let the cavalry within the city prepare for a counterattack. Approximately 2 kilometers from the Fortress of Terror, Rams, having received his father's command, immediately issued the order for the entire army to advance. The thunderous sound of 500 heavily armored knights, encased as if in iron cans, reverberated alongside the booming of their horses' hooves as they charged forward. From the television series, it is evident that Rams possesses considerable military acumen. The assault formation he meticulously devised is indeed noteworthy. At the forefront, the heavy cavalry possesses formidable striking power, capable of breaching the encampment of Winterfell with but a single charge. Meanwhile, the 500 elite knights of House Bolton were divided into 2 flanking forces, akin to 2 sharpened blades, poised to penetrate the enemy's camp from both sides. As for the final 2,000 rural warriors, who could only fight under favorable conditions, they functioned as a net, encircling the fleeing soldiers of Winterfell. Yet, the most exhilarating aspect of war lies in its unpredictability. As Ram's 1,000 cavalry drew nearer, the thunderous clamor of their hooves echoed ominously across the Winterfell encampment. 3 resonant horn blasts sounded like a secret signal, and the tents at the rear of the encampment were torn open, unleashing a throng of Winterfell soldiers. Simultaneously, the transport wagons piled at the back of the camp were opened. Within these wagons were ancient chevaux de frise, crafted from intersecting wooden beams. This defensive apparatus, as previously mentioned by Theon de Robb, was a peculiar contraption made by a carpenter for House Bolton. Once the chevaux de frise were properly positioned, the soldiers, adorned in armor emblazoned with the sigil of the direwolf, quickly and methodically formed a conventional defensive line. Their movements starkly contrasted with those of the rural warriors under Gage's command. These soldiers, who had been concealed within the tents, were the true elite infantry. Chapter 33. Subtle tactics yield remarkable results. Clang, clang, clang. In the foremost line of the Winterfell defensive formation, the first row of pikemen stood atop the transport wagons, their weapons held aloft, glinting ominously in the sunlight. The second row of pikemen leaned their pikes against the chevaux de frise, the tips extending through the gaps, poised to strike. From afar, these defensive structures resembled colossal hedgehogs. Rams naturally observed the sudden emergence of numerous Winterfell infantry, along with their peculiar fortifications formed from transport wagons. However, he believed that his heavy cavalry was invincible. The wooden stakes blocking their path would merely splinter upon impact. Once the heavy cavalry charged, their momentum would be unstoppable. Akin to a runaway train. Is this what Jon referred to as heavy cavalry? The archers were utterly unable to pierce their armor, and it was necessary to engage in battle, as he suggested. Behind the defensive formation of Winterfell, Robb, clad in dark chainmail, gazed sternly at the formidable charge of the heavy cavalry. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Theon, issuing a command to adjust their formation. Theon, relay the orders. The pikemen must hold their formation to intercept the enemy's heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, the archers repositioned to the left and right flanks, their aim set on the lightly armored cavalry, whose defenses were considerably weaker. Theon observed Robb, who was commanding the battle for the first time yet remained remarkably composed, with a deep-seated admiration for his courage. Just as Theon was about to turn to convey the orders, Robb added, "Theon, remember to signal Jon that everything is proceeding according to plan." "Understood." Within mere seconds, a plume of thick, black smoke, as wide as a barrel, rose from the camp at King's Landing, gradually drifting skyward. Boom. It was only at this moment that the 500 heavy cavalrymen under Ramsay's command charged within 100 meters of Winterfell's camp. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. A heavy cavalryman at the forefront found his steeds hooves suddenly empty, crashing into a pit and emitting a wretched cry. Behind him, another cavalryman, unable to halt in time, followed suit. This triggered a chain reaction, as more heavy cavalrymen stumbled into the concealed pits camouflaged with branches and fine snow, falling heavily to the ground. Those chosen by Roose to become heavy cavalry were certainly skilled equestrians, except for a small number at the front who failed to evade. The rest adeptly maneuvered their steeds to avoid the traps. Yet, within this brief distance of mere meters, numerous such pitfalls lay in wait. By the time the heavy cavalry neared the barricades, they had already suffered losses of 40 to 50 comrades. The traps secretly dug by the supply unit at night proved remarkably effective. Such cunning, Robb, is truly commendable. Upon returning after igniting the signal fire, Theon witnessed the heavy cavalry falling into the traps, their chaos palpable. He promptly offered his praise. However, this time, he had misjudged the source of inspiration. Robb sighed softly before responding. "These traps were designed by Jon, but I still believe such underhanded tactics lack honor." "Oh, so it wasn't your idea, Robb?" "You are absolutely right. I too disdain such petty tricks. Yet, what matters now is the annihilation of our foes, and these tactics, indeed, are proving quite effective. Yes, the enemy's heavy cavalry charge is imminent. I shall do my utmost to confront them. The light cavalry on the flanks are your responsibility, Theon." "Understood." Though Theon often bore a light-hearted demeanor, he proved dependable in the crucial moments of battle. At long last, the heavily armored cavalry collided with the wooden stakes before the camp of Winterfell. Bang, bang, crack, crack. The momentum of the charging cavalry was no trifling matter. They surged forth like out-of-control vehicles crashing head-on into the wooden barricades. The foremost row of stakes was brutally shattered by the impact of these armored knights. Despite their meticulously chosen steeds being clad in heavy armor to withstand arrows and sword strikes, they were no match for the violent force of the collision. One by one, the horses, their ribs splintered, fell to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths in anguished cries. The armored riders atop them were similarly hurled to the ground, and the weight of their armor left them unable to rise before being trampled to death by the charging horses behind them. However, thanks to the sacrifices of the frontline cavalry and their mounts, the rear ranks of armored knights surged unimpeded toward the defensive fortifications of the supply wagons. Swoosh, swoosh. One armored knight thrust his lance viciously into a pikeman stationed behind a supply wagon. But in swift retaliation, several sharp pikes emerged from the stakes, aimed at him and his steed. While their full-body armor could indeed defend against arrows and sword slashes, it offered only minimal protection against the piercing points of the pikes. Otherwise, how could military strategy games of the past have shown pike infantry to counter cavalry effectively? This knight and his horse were reduced to a mere sieve by those lethal pikes. The first row of armored knights, having fallen from the impact with the stakes, had not directly engaged with the pikemen of Winterfell. Yet, the second row's charge was no less formidable. The robust pikemen of Winterfell managed to withstand the recoil from the impact of the armored cavalry, standing resolutely atop the supply wagons. However, the more average-bodied pikemen could not endure the force, being knocked off the wagons and crashing onto the second row of their comrades, causing immediate chaos. As the third row of armored cavalry charged, the first row of pikemen could no longer maintain their positions atop the wagons. Yet, the armored cavalry of House Bolton continued to surge forward like a relentless tide. Creak, creak. The supply wagons, initially aligned in a straight line, began to buckle, appearing unable to withstand the onslaught before being forcibly breached. Everyone braced the pikes against the ground. A sudden flash of insight struck Robb, prompting him to issue the command. Upon hearing the order, the second row of Winterfell's pikemen promptly lowered their pike tips to the ground. By utilizing the ground's leverage rather than relying solely on their own strength, they were able to absorb a significant portion of the impact, temporarily halting the advance of the enemy's heavy cavalry. Seizing this precious moment of respite, Robb commanded the third row of reserve pikemen to move forward and fill the gaps left by their fallen comrades in the first row. Chapter 34. The appearance of Jon. Robb and Theon commanded a formidable infantry force of 1,600 men in Winterfell, comprising 1,000 recently appointed pikemen and 600 elite archers. Additionally, nearly 400 soldiers from the city's defense forces, trained by Cole, now formed the first and second ranks of pikemen, standing resolutely against the heavy cavalry. Without the prior rigorous training and formation, they would never have been able to maintain such a cohesive pike defense. A cavalry charge is a decisive maneuver. Should you penetrate the enemy's formation, you can cleave through their ranks and reap the harvest of victory. Fail to breach their lines, however, and your cavalry will become mired, gradually losing their impact. Currently, the Bolton family's heavy cavalry, having already suffered approximately 200 casualties, found themselves encircled by the vastly superior numbers of Winterfell's pikemen. Curse it! Sound the horn and order the cavalry on the flanks to accelerate their charge. All infantry, hasten. We must rescue the heavy cavalry. The smile had vanished from Ramsay's face at the rear, where he commanded the battle. His trump card had not only failed to yield results, but had instead ensnared him in a precarious situation. In this particular region of the Winterfell camp, Ramsay held the advantage in numbers. If only he could extricate those 300 heavy cavalrymen and enable them to resume their assault. He was confident that Winterfell would not withstand a second charge. Yet, the 2,000 local volunteers lagged behind, unable to match the speed of the horses, rendering them ineffective in the immediate rescue of the heavy cavalry. Suddenly, the sound of the horn echoed, and the flanking cavalry, originally poised to infiltrate and divide the enemy, surged forward with 250 men on each side. The Winterfell camp was only reinforced at the front by supply wagons and pikemen. If the flanks were breached by the enemy's light cavalry, the formation would collapse in an instant. To Ramsay's astonishment, the 600 archers led by Theon had converged on the left flank of the formation. This was tantamount to relinquishing the defense of the right flank, leaving it vulnerable. Prepare to fire. Theon, an exceptional archer, could easily assess whether the enemy cavalry had entered range. At his command, 600 sharp arrows ascended into the sky, forming a dense and lethal rain of projectiles. Although the Bolton cavalry on the left flank were not clad in full-plate armor, they were equipped with helmets, chainmail, and small shields, which provided adequate protection as long as they were not unfortunate enough to be struck in a vulnerable spot. However, they were suddenly alarmed to see the sky darken at that moment. Whoosh! The 600 archers unleashed a saturating volley upon the 250 cavalrymen. The sharp arrows, descending with kinetic and gravitational force, clashed against the Bolton cavalry's shields and armor, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Some unfortunate Bolton riders, struck in the gaps of their armor, fell at once. In terms of sheer lethality against the Bolton cavalry, the arrow rain was not particularly devastating. Yet this deluge of arrows also targeted their steeds, which were unarmored. The warhorse struck in the head by a sharp arrow fell lifelessly to the ground, while those hit in the body let out sorrowful cries before collapsing weakly after running a short distance. Regardless of how the horses met their demise, their riders were violently thrown to the earth, only to be ruthlessly trampled by their comrades behind. The left flank, comprising over 250 knights of the Bolton family, was decimated after 3 rounds of arrows. The surviving 20 or 30 knights, gripped by terror, turned to flee toward the 2,000 militia. With a pallid complexion, Rams could only direct his gaze toward the right flank, where a group of cavalry, untouched by the rain of arrows, was poised to charge into Winterfell. On the battlefield's right flank, the 250 light cavalrymen surged forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, they closed in to within 30 meters of the Winterfell forces, with those at the forefront catching glimpses of the enemy's anxious expressions. Indeed, the defense on the right was manned only by a handful of supply troops stationed in the main camp. They were filled with trepidation, utterly unaware if the peculiar contraptions their lord had instructed them to set up would have any effect. As the enemy cavalry approached their designated position, a supply soldier, face flushed, sounded the horn with all his might. The charging Bolton cavalry suddenly noticed that the ground on either side of them was stirring. Upon closer inspection, they realized that dozens of supply troops, previously concealed in the pits, were lifting the camouflage boards overhead. With a resounding clatter, thick iron chains were rapidly pulled taut, producing a series of sharp sounds. Due to the incredible speed of their charge, the Bolton cavalry had no time to halt and collided directly with these chains. The steeds of the Bolton cavalry stumbled as their legs were ensnared, sending both horse and rider crashing to the ground. Some horses managed to halt just in time. Yet the inertia of their abrupt stop hurled their riders several meters away. A few skilled riders adeptly guided their mounts to leap over these trip chains. However, beyond the chains lay a scattered array of iron spikes glinting ominously, invisible from a distance. This was the ancient Chinese weapon most effective against cavalry, the caltrip. Alas, the steeds in today's battle suffered greatly. The sharp caltrops pierced their hooves, causing them to cry out in agony before collapsing. Thus, the right flank successfully maintained its formation solely through the cunning deployment of caltrops and trip chains ordered by Cole. Meanwhile, Rams, who was tasked with directing the battle from the rear, found himself at a loss for how to proceed, pinning his last hope on the 2,000 militia. But in the next moment, that hope was shattered. A thunderous rumble echoed from behind, a sound Rams was all too familiar with. It was the unmistakable thundering of hooves, heralding the charge of at least 1,000 cavalrymen. Rams turned his head stiffly, beheld a cavalry army comprising at least 2,000 warriors, adorned with the banners of the Icefield Wolves, the Shattered Chains, and the White Mermaids, alongside numerous noble houses of the north. Impossible! I have dispatched reconnaissance cavalry squads to survey the vicinity. How could I have failed to detect such a multitude of horsemen? How on earth did they conceal themselves? Jon, however, had no leisure to enlighten Rams. With a fierce swing of his long sword, he bellowed, "Charge, the entire army." Chapter 35. Like a sledgehammer with a burst of acceleration, the northern warhorse beneath Jon surged to a speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour, even through the confines of his cavalry helmet. The howling wind was a palpable presence in his ears. Meanwhile, White Ghost trailed closely by Jon's side, exhibiting an ease akin to that of a specter. Given that Nemelia and the lady were still in their growth phase and too diminutive to make a significant impact on such a grand battlefield, they remained in the winter market. As this was Jon's inaugural participation in a conflict of such magnitude, he had armed himself to the teeth. Clad in dark, full armor, complete with helmet, throat guard, gauntlets, and shin guards, he wielded not a long sword but a specially forged steel lance. Typically, cavalry lances are made of wood and designed to be disposable. Upon impact, a wooden lance shatters, thereby mitigating the force of the blow on the cavalryman. Jon, however, opted for a steel lance to fully harness the extraordinary power he had received from White Ghost. Returning to the matter at hand, Ram's forces had previously focused their attention on Robb and Theon's army at Winterfell. Thus, when Jon led his cavalry into the fray, Rams had not yet managed to redirect his 2,000 militia to form a defensive formation. One side comprised elite cavalry, fully accelerated, the other, a disarray of ordinary townsfolk. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. As the two forces collided, Jon, leading the charge, pierced the abdomen of a militia man with his lance. With extraordinary force, he managed to withstand the recoil of the lance and continued his charge, the screaming militiaman impaled upon it. The other cavalrymen from Winterfell could not match Jon's valor. Their lances snapped upon killing a single militiaman, producing a cacophony of cracking wood that echoed across the battlefield like firecrackers. Some militiamen narrowly escaped the lance strikes, only to be flung aside by the oncoming warhorses. Although Jon's skirmish with Ram's forces commenced last, it proved to be the most sanguinary and concluded the swiftest. The militiaman, suspended in the air by Jon's steel lance, clung desperately to the shaft, driven by the will to survive, attempting to extricate it from his wounded body. However, due to the jarring motions of the warhorse, the gaping wound in his abdomen continued to tear and expand. As a result, various organs began to spill out. And within less than half a minute, this peasant warrior, with his hands rendered powerless, succumbed to death, impaled upon Jon's lance. Thud, thud, thud. With an innate strength that could only be described as extraordinary, Jon wielded his iron spear, piercing through 4 peasant warriors in swift succession. From a distance, it appeared as though he held an oversized skewer of human figures. Behind him, both the cavalry of Winterfell and other noble horsemen of the north stood in stunned silence, etching this scene deeply into their memories. Though the peasant warriors of this world led lives of hardship, the combined weight of the 4 was nearly 500 pounds. Feeling he had reached his limit, Jon discarded the iron spear and drew a standard long sword from the side of his saddle, pressing onward. Encumbered by his cavalry helmet and the speed at which he charged, Jon could not discern the precise situation of Ghost. However, the steadily increasing experience points from the briefly summoned system panel indicated that Ghost had followed Jon's earlier command, diligently seeking out injured foes on the battlefield to deliver the final blow. With Jon and Ghost at the forefront, the cavalry of Winterfell unleashed their momentum to the fullest. From an aerial perspective, they carved a vast, unoccupied swath through the ranks of the 2,000 peasant warriors. After unknowingly toppling countless foes, the warhorse under Jon's command began to tire. Once within the enemy camp, Jon found himself surrounded by adversaries, continuously swinging his long sword to slash left and right. Due to the height of the northern steeds, his sword could only strike at the heads of the enemy warriors. Those he struck either sustained grievous wounds to their necks or were reduced to headless corpses. Consequently, behind Jon, the peasant warriors resembled a fountain of blood, gushing forth with each blow. Meanwhile, Ghost exhibited even greater efficiency in the slaughter. At that moment, Ghost darted through the battlefield like a specter, its clawed abilities effortlessly eviscerating unarmored peasant warriors, while its enhanced biting skills enabled it to snap the swords from their hands. One swordsman, upon seeing Ghost charge towards him, surprisingly did not flee like the others, but instead rushed forward with his sword drawn. Just as they were about to collide, he suddenly sidestepped and dove toward Ghost's underbelly. With a swift slide, crack, this peasant warrior could not have anticipated that Ghost, resembling a small colt in size, possessed remarkable agility. With a nimble pivot and side leap, Ghost effortlessly severed the warrior's head with its serrated jaws. Crunch, crunch. As Ghost chewed, the sound echoed like someone savoring a piece of gum, exuding an air of relaxed enjoyment. Bloodied and battle-worn, Jon was oblivious to the countless villagers he had felled, his sword battered and marred with nicks and scars. Until he finally perceived the emptiness before him, his enemies had vanished. Beside him, the fierce white wolf, Ghost, clutched a severed limb in its jaws, steadfastly guarding Jon's side. Just ahead, Robb, having joined Theon in vanquishing the remaining enemy cavalry, gazed upon the blood-soaked duo of man and wolf, his mind echoing with the tactical plans initially laid out by his counterpart. Robb, when the forces of House Bolton march into our territory, their attention will undoubtedly be drawn to you. You must lead the elite infantry of Winterfell to stealthily conceal themselves in the woods near the Lonely Mountain. I have arranged for the supply troops to undertake their tasks in advance. They will fell trees daily to construct devices. You shall hide in the transport wagons, then infiltrate the tents erected by the supply troops. When the Bolton cavalry charges, you will spring forth with a surprise. But how can I conceal such a large group with enemy scouts lurking about? Ah, a little secret. Ghost and I share a bond of understanding. As long as he serves as our eyes, we can continually elude the Bolton scouts. With a deep exhalation, Robb cast aside his apprehension towards Jon. The term opponent was reserved for those of equal standing, and he felt neither worthy nor justified in considering Jon as such. After all, Jon had not only shielded the entire Stark family from peril, but had also meticulously crafted a battle plan for this conflict, alongside the remarkable contraptions that he had instructed Qhorin to forge. Turning his gaze back to the ramparts of Harrenhal, still echoing with the clash of battle, Robb pondered silently. The outcome of the skirmish outside was already set. Thus, how would Jon breach this renowned stronghold of the North? Chapter 36, Daylight Fireworks Atop the Walls of Harrenhal. Roose clenched his teeth, a pallor of despair shadowing his features as he observed the complete disarray of his routed soldiers, mercilessly pursued by the enemy. He recognized that the tide had turned. The dynamics of the battle outside could not be altered by the mere 200 cavalrymen hidden within the castle. Roose had originally intended for his 200 riders to serve as the final straw, tipping the scales once the forces of Ramsay were fully engaged with the army of Winterfell. Yet, the collapse of Ramsay's forces had been far too swift. Reluctantly tearing his gaze from the battlefield outside, Roose realized he could no longer afford to conserve his strength. He had to swiftly eliminate the steadfast Winterfell infantry, who had firmly entrenched themselves in the breach of the walls. Otherwise, when the enemy reinforcements arrived, the storied history of Harrenhal, unscathed by external foes, would meet its end at his hands. Summon the 200 cavalrymen and the logistics team from below the walls to join the fray. Additionally, enlist all men and women taller than your waist within the castle. The men shall participate in the defense, while the women will manage the supply lines. Move quickly. The messenger, fully grasping the gravity of the situation, hurriedly descended the walls, desperation propelling him forward. Originally confident in his victory, Roose faced defeat but did not succumb to despair. Otherwise, he would have chosen to surrender, paying a ransom in accordance with the noble laws of Westeros. His singular focus now was to hold the Dread Fort, ensuring that House Bolton would not lose its foundational strength. Although today's siege was far more brutal than the previous days, House Bolton remained fortified by their advantageous position, resulting in significantly lower casualties. Currently, the garrison at the Dread Fort comprised over 700 infantry, 200 cavalry, and at least 2,000 to 3,000 more that could be summoned from within the castle. Regarding food supplies, the Dread Fort, being a long-established stronghold, had dedicated underground storage for provisions. Roose had prudently filled these storages to the brim in preparation for the long winter, supplemented by the plunder from numerous recently raided caravans. Given the current population of the Dread Fort, with careful rationing, there would be enough sustenance for several years. Could the forces from Winterfell besiege the Dread Fort for years on end? The answer was a resounding no. While the nobles of Westeros might indulge in their whims, such as senselessly slaughtering innocents under the guise of authority or exercising the abolished right of the first night, they were still bound by certain strictures. The current campaign from Winterfell aimed to swiftly breach the Dread Fort and obliterate House Bolton. Whether or not House Bolton was truly the culprit behind the raiding of northern caravans was inconsequential, for the victors would write the narrative. However, if the siege dragged on, the Lannisters, already allied with House Bolton, would inevitably take action. They would likely accuse the Stark family of unjustly persecuting their vassals, treating noble laws as trifles. In such a scenario, not only would they retreat, but they would also be compelled to apologize and compensate House Bolton. Most critically, the Stark family, which had ruled the North for millennia, would lose its credibility, leading to a plethora of schemes among the Northern lords. Before long, 200 fresh troops, having transitioned from cavalry to infantry, ascended the walls and joined the fray. The infantry from Winterfell, comprised of local militia, had managed to hold their ground thus far due to the promise of bountiful rewards in the fervor of battle. Yet, as pressures mounted, the already decimated ranks, with nearly 1,000 fallen, began to falter under the relentless assault. Gagaton, who had previously rallied alongside the Winterfell infantry to boost morale, sensed the impending disaster. Just as he contemplated retreating, he spotted a contingent of Stark cavalry bearing the sigil of the Direwolf approaching the base of the walls. Although uncertain of the impact these Stark riders would have, it was unlikely they would come merely to perish. Recalling the promises made by Robb during their earlier encounter in the war tent, Gagaton gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted, "Brothers, reinforcements are here. Hold on a little longer, and we shall triumph. I declare that all brothers stationed upon the city walls shall receive a threefold reward before the battle. Man dies for wealth, and birds perish for sustenance. This adage holds true whether in the realm of Blue Star or in Westeros. The infantry of Winterfell, on the brink of collapse, found temporary stability in their lines thanks to the thrice-increased bounty. Naturally, Roose noticed the several cavalrymen approaching the city below. Yet he did not so much as flutter an eyelid. What a jest! A mere handful of cavalry attempting to breach the walls? Madness! That cart, outside the walls of Terror Fortress, was being driven by Jon, who had shed his full armor and bore blood upon his visage. Instead of riding, he was commandeering a cart previously delivered by Littlefinger's intelligence network near the twins. As the distance closed, Jon swiftly unsheathed a dagger and plunged it into the robust hindquarters of the pulling horse. The creature emitted a pained cry, bolting frantically toward the imposing gates of Terror Fortress. Jon leaped from the cart, tightly embracing the loyal direwolf ghost, who, though still too small to bear a rider, provided a cushion against the inertia. The man and wolf continued to sprint forward for several meters before finally halting. From their vantage point, they beheld the frantic cart, from which a wooden barrel lay horizontally, spilling a stream of verdant liquid, as thick as a finger, upon the ground beneath the galloping horses. Let me see if this substance truly possesses such formidable power, Jon murmured to himself, retrieving a torch from his breast, igniting it, and casting it onto the conspicuous green trail. Lo, the green liquid ignited upon contact, a vibrant emerald flame erupting like a serpent, pursuing the cart racing toward the gates of Terror Fortress with astonishing speed. Boom! As the emerald fire serpent raced along the verdant trail and caught up to the cart, a tremendous explosion ensued. A striking green mushroom cloud, visible even in daylight, erupted from the cart, which had been obliterated in an instant, expanding rapidly outward. With no siege engines such as battering rams, the infantry of Winterfell concentrated their assault on the wall's flanks, thus no one among them was harmed. However, the defenders within the inner side of the Terror Fortress gate met a grim fate. Their flesh and most of their bones disintegrated within the searing embrace of the green flame in mere moments. This emerald fire consumed all it touched and was exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Within the courtyard of Terror Fortress, a most unfortunate soldier was struck by a solitary spark of the green flame upon his face. Despite his desperate cries and frantic attempts to smother it, the spark refused to die, only spreading further. It was not until the soldier was reduced to a charred heap that the emerald flame finally extinguished, having consumed all its fuel, without any unexpected events. The formidable gate that had protected the terrifying fortress from enemies for millennia was first shattered into countless fragments by an explosion and then consumed by emerald flames, reduced to mere ashes. Thus, the fortress lost its final bastion. Jon opened his mouth, staring in shock at the otherworldly green fire in the distance, murmuring, "Goodness. This wildfire is far more potent than an equivalent weight of gunpowder." Chapter 37, The Ultimate Victory Crackle. Snap, snap. The emerald flames were raging at the entrance of the terrifying fortress. Although the 3 barrels of wildfire were insufficient to demolish the castle walls, fragments of stone continuously fell from the top of the gate, producing alarming sounds. At the staircase of the castle wall, the Liu family member, rushing down from above, widened his eyes in panic, entirely devoid of his previous composure. Once he regained his senses, he abruptly shoved his attendant aside, pointing towards the green flames and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and summon people to extinguish the fire. Also, instruct someone to dismantle all the doors and barriers within the castle to block the gate." The dazed attendant nodded and immediately dashed towards the interior of the castle. As Liu approached the gate, he was overwhelmed by the acrid odor and intense heat of the emerald flames, causing his breath to quicken. In a moment when the green fire swayed in the wind, he caught a glimpse of a youth outside the castle, accompanied by a blood-colored giant wolf. "This must be the bastard child. Humph. Although I do not know what you used to destroy my gate, this unquenchable emerald fire will buy me ample time, enough to dispose of those women and goods." Having collected information on the Stark family members, Liu instantly recognized Jon Snow. Realizing that the fall of the terrifying fortress was merely a matter of time, he turned to obliterate all the people and items he had previously plundered. But how could Jon, well aware of the characteristics of wildfire, leave nothing to chance? Boom. The thunderous sound of hose resounded outside the castle. That was the united cavalry formed by various northern families who had lagged behind during the charge. The lords, led by Count Manderley of White Harbor, were astute. It was impossible to expect them to send their cavalry into the forefront of battle. Thus, Jon entrusted this cumbersome yet perilous task to them. Maintain formation, one by one. Throw. As the united cavalry approached, Jon raised his hand, pointing at the flaming gate of the terrifying fortress. When one of the cavalrymen at the forefront neared the gate, he removed a cloth bag tied to his horse and hurled it forward with all his might. Bang! The bag made a dull sound as it struck the emerald flames at the entrance. Those troublesome green flames ignited the bag instantly, which soon burned away to reveal a clump of moist earth. Wildfire can burn on water, can melt steel, yet it cannot ignite sand or wet mud. Bang, bang, bang. The cavalry of the united forces persistently repeated the actions of throwing cloth bags and galloping away. The entire process was methodical and orderly. As the damp mud bags accumulated, the emerald flames, unable to consume the wet earth, gradually extinguished, forming a pathway into the fortress of terror. Blindfold the steeds. Charge. Show no mercy to those who resist. Upon the emergence of a passageway into the city, Jon, who had been waiting, immediately issued commands. The cavalry swiftly blindfolded their mounts to prevent them from hesitating due to the dazzling emerald flames surrounding them. It's scorching hot. The cavalrymen felt the intense heat seeping through their armor as they galloped through the city gates. Kill. The battle atop the fortress walls was still ongoing, and the garrison gathered in the courtyard numbered only a few dozen. With a single charge, those defenders were quickly overwhelmed. The cavalry entered the city in squads, executing the enemy while prohibiting the pillaging of women and the secret hoarding of valuables amidst the chaos. All spoils would be distributed post-battle according to merit. I shall oversee the operations. Those who dare defy military law shall face death. As Jon entered the fortress, he observed the united cavalry preparing to abandon their steeds to plunder the city. He immediately raised his voice to impose military discipline upon them. It was no jest. The riches within the fortress had already been deemed his spoils. Though he knew he could not monopolize them, he would not allow these men to lay their hands on them. During the prior charge, the cavalry had witnessed Jon's fearless valor from the rear. Naturally, no one dared openly defy his orders. Thus, in a bid to earn glory, they promptly dispersed into the fortress in squads of 10. Inside, the sounds of battle erupted, with various screams and wails filling the air. Once the cavalry from Winterfell began to pour into the fortress, the carefully orchestrated siege led by Jon had lost all suspense. Russ Bolton, having sensed the impending doom, had retreated with hundreds of defenders into the main keep, but was swiftly brought before Jon by a few cavalrymen, who boasted as if they had won the lottery. Indeed, in the wars of Westeros, whether it be the first soldiers to scale the walls and survive or those who captured enemy lords alive, substantial rewards awaited them. Coincidentally, Robb, who had been instructed by Jon, was escorting Ramsay, now clad in the armor of an ordinary soldier, attempting to escape into the fortress. Thus, The meticulously planned siege of the fortress by Jon culminated in an unequivocal victory for House Stark. Chapter 38, The Struggle for Spoils in the Great Hall of the Fortress. Compared to the spacious and well-lit council chamber of Winterfell, the hall at the Fortress of Terror was dimly lit and adorned with an abundance of crimson ribbons, creating an atmosphere of unease. At this moment, the numerous nobles from the north gathered in the assembly hall focused primarily on how to divide the spoils of war. Cough. Theon, have you compiled the casualty statistics? Robb, seated at the head of the table, prompted Theon to speak, following Jon's earlier advice. The preliminary tally is in. In this battle, we have annihilated over 2,300 enemy combatants, including more than 400 heavy cavalry, 400 light cavalry, 400 city defenders, and over 1,100 militia. Additionally, we have captured over 1,800 prisoners. Theon, honored by Robb's delegation of responsibility, rose immediately to report with great enthusiasm. However, our losses were equally severe. Over 1,800 of our militia perished, along with more than 200 from the supply units. The pikemen who held the line against the heavy cavalry suffered over 300 casualties, while 50 of the cavalry charging alongside Jon were lost. Lastly, we have over 500 wounded, varying in severity. Alas, the Stark family has indeed suffered grievously to eradicate this blight upon the north. Yet it is an unavoidable circumstance. The Bolton family is one of the oldest houses in the north. This formidable stronghold had never before been breached, but we, the Starks, have achieved it. As soon as Theon finished his report, Jon began to attribute the glory of the battle. Ah, Jon, my lord, you cannot say that. Everyone here participated in the fight, and our family lost over 20 men. A diminutive, astute old man interjected immediately. He was Roderick Castle, the Earl of the Weeping Water. Earl Roderick. Those 20 men from your house cannot be considered casualties. They were executed by the enforcement squad for their abuses towards women and for pillaging the spoils. Jon retorted, adopting the impartial demeanor of a legal officer. I have heard that this battle yielded 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor, 500 sets of light cavalry armor, and over 700 fine war horses, along with more than 2,000 standard weapons and equipment. Even if we lack merit, we possess labor to show for our efforts. My lords, would you not agree? Feeling the pressure from Jon's rebuttal, Earl Roderick knew he could not counter with reason. So he quickly rallied the other northern nobles to apply their influence. It must be said that, compared to the other nobles of the north, the Bolton family, possessing the wealth of the Dreadfort, was indeed affluent. Upon hearing this, the other nobles' eyes gleamed with excitement, and they joined in unison to cheer. Very well, my lords. I shall allocate a portion of the weapons and equipment according to each of your contributions in this battle. Furthermore, the goods previously seized from you will be returned in full. Finally, Robb, who had remained silent, spoke up, vaguely settling the matter of the spoils distribution. This was all knowledge imparted to him by Jon. The contributions in battle were evident to all. Like the obedient and daring Jon Snow, one can judiciously allocate some fine weaponry and armor. Conversely, those like Lord Roderick, who have been replaced by the valiant warriors of Winterfell, shall be given the discarded equipment. My Lord Robb, how shall we address the matters of Harrenhal and the Iron Town? The Earl of Manderley, residing in the prosperous port city of White Harbor, holds little regard for such arms and armor. He immediately focuses on the crux of the matter, territory and the vital mineral strongholds. Indeed, I almost overlooked the fact that the Bolton lands possess ample arable fields. Iron Town, being a hub of mineral wealth, sustains a considerable number of heavy cavalry. Alas, our lands are too distant from Harrenhal. Might we exchange the profits from the territory for coin and provisions? Certainly, you may seek me for exchange. The Earl of Manderley had scarcely finished speaking when the other northern lords began to deliberate on how to liquidate the Bolton estate. Bang! Witnessing the northern lords encroaching upon his share, Jon slammed his hand upon the table and rose abruptly. My lords, do you not wish to consider the implications of your words? Lewin Bolton and his illegitimate son have committed a grievous error. Yet why should the entire Bolton family be implicated? Do you truly desire to annihilate a family that has existed in the north for millennia, to divide their lands? If such an act were to transpire today, your own families would inevitably face ruin in the future. Jon's righteous proclamation rendered the previously boisterous northern lords speechless. The nobility of Westeros has been instilled from a tender age with the paramount importance of family honor. Upon reflection, Jon's words indeed resonate with profound wisdom. Today, you may erase the Bolton name and partition their lands. Tomorrow, you cannot safeguard yourselves from the same fate. Jon's legal advisor spoke with conviction. This matter should not implicate the family, only punish the wrongdoers. Tomorrow, Lewin Bolton and Ramsay Snow shall face judgment. In light of the absence of a legitimate bloodline within the Bolton family, the territory shall pass to the collateral branches, without affording the northern lords ample time to react. Robb swiftly rendered his decision. The Earl of Manderley furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Supporting the collateral branches may seem unproblematic. Yet who shall be favored is ultimately determined by House Stark. Consequently, the Bolton lands in Irontown would effectively fall under Stark control. Aware of this, the astute Earl of Manderley could not voice his thoughts openly. He comprehended the veiled threat within Jon's words. Should he take the role of the scapegoat today? It is conceivable that such tactics against the Bolton family could very well be employed against House Manderley in the future. Reflecting on the myriad of schemes and strategies he had witnessed since meeting Jon, the Earl of Manderley could not help but marvel inwardly. What a cunning and ruthless young man he is. Chapter 39. Jon's bottom line. As the prospects for profit dwindled, the elder northern nobles lost interest in engaging in idle chatter with Jon and Robb. One by one, they rose to pay their respects before hastily exiting the council hall to identify their plundered goods. Theon, keep an eye on them. They may identify their belongings, but they cannot take them just yet. Jon suddenly commanded Theon. Had this been in the past, Theon would have bristled at such an order from Jon, ready to retort with a few jibes. However, having witnessed Jon's prowess on the battlefield, he cast a glance at the non-opposing Robb and silently nodded before stepping out. Robb, why did you suddenly suggest holding a trial? Creatures like Roose Bolton and Ramsay Snow should be subjected to the most brutal torments in secrecy. Once the council hall was left with just the two of them, Jon immediately questioned Robb, whose stance had shifted from their earlier discussions. Jon, Roose Bolton is a lord, Robb replied, shaking his head as he explained. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, we cannot execute a noble without due process. Cannot execute? Have you not seen the countless bones in the dog kennels of Harrenhal? And those half-eaten corpses of girls? Jon's face contorted with anger as he recalled the horrific sights. Pausing momentarily, he continued, I do not care how you conduct the trial tomorrow. These two beasts must die. Neither the old gods nor the new gods shall spare them. Mark my words. Jon, calm down. This is not like you at all. I desire their demise just as much, but do not forget. Our father has just become Hand of the King. Robb reassured him. Rest assured, this trial will not end favorably for them. Perhaps it was due to Eddard still being recognized as Hand of the King, or perhaps Robb was not yet the undefeated king in the north. He lacked the imposing authority to personally execute Lord Rickard Stark. Reluctant to argue further with Robb, Jon sighed quietly, choosing not to say anything more as he turned and exited the council hall. As he stepped out of the hall, he was met by Ghost, who had been waiting in the corridor. Sensing his master's discontent, the direwolf immediately approached Jon, nuzzling his large head against Jon's leg. Feeling Ghost's concern, Jon's mood lifted slightly, and he summoned the system panel. Player, Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen. Pet, Ghost, level 7, 95400. Stage, Growth, Species, Unusual Ice Wolf. Skills, Claw 2, Bite 3. Talent, Gift to Master. Remaining experience points, 1485. Wolf Pack, Wolf King 11, Lead Wolf 12, Pack Wolves 110. At first glance, the sight of the experience points exceeding 4 digits brought a complete shift in Jon's mood. If he were to allocate the points now, White Spirit could ascend to level 9, with a surplus of experience to spare. However, such a rapid elevation in rank would undoubtedly result in significant changes to White Spirit's physique. Given the multitude of eyes in the terrifying fortress, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, Jon decided to wait until the tumult of this war had subsided before distributing the experience points, as they would not vanish in the meantime. Notably, the accumulation of over 1,400 experience points represented the cost of more than 100 lives. Some might wonder how 100 lives could yield only this amount, considering that each life is worth 20 points, which would suggest a minimum of over 2,000 experience points. Indeed, Jon had discerned the fluctuating nature of combat experience points through this conflict. Aside from the unchanging 5 points gained through daily training, the experience points from battles varied according to the difficulty faced. For instance, during the initial pursuit of Dick's forces, ordinary soldiers granted 20 points, while the exceptional swordsman Dick provided 50. In encounters with wild men, the absence of warriors of the caliber of the giant-slaying Tommen limited the yield to 20 points as well. In this latest war at the terrifying fortress, the militia Jon defeated also conferred the standard 20 points. However, the experience points gained by White Spirit from attacking the injured soldiers exhibited significant fluctuations. Lightly wounded militia offered 10 points, severely injured ones provided 5, and some even yielded none at all. Thus, despite White Spirit having slain far more militia than Jon, their respective experience points remained closely aligned. Jon quickly realized that the conditions for gaining experience were predicated on combat kills rather than mere slaying. This understanding extinguished his fleeting thoughts of indiscriminately slaughtering civilians to rapidly elevate White Spirit's level. It seemed that no amount of civilian bloodshed would yield even a single point of experience. Of course, this was merely a passing thought in Jon's mind. As a youth shaped by the education and virtues of his homeland, even if such brutality could garner experience points, he would never resort to it. This was Jon's unwavering principle. Once a person abandons their moral compass, they become no different from a beast. Even now, having cleansed his body, Jon could still faintly perceive the sin of blood on his hands. Yet, on the battlefield, it was a matter of survival, kill or be killed. The killer is always hunted in return. While Jon was on the verge of achieving 100 kills, he could rest easy at night. Should he forsake his principles and engage in the wanton slaughter of innocents for experience, he would likely be haunted by nightmares each evening. Returning to the matter at hand. White Spirit's claw and bite skills had both leveled up. The claw skill at level 2 could now shred some old and inferior armor, while the bite skill at level 3 could puncture regular armor with ease. As the proficiency of these two skills ascends several levels, Bai Ling effectively equips herself with the formidable claws of Valyrian steel. Content with his decision, Jon waved away the system panel and, accompanied by Bai Ling, made his way toward the dungeon of Terror Castle. Soon, Jon arrived at a certain cell within the dungeon. After dismissing the guards from Winterfell, he instructed Bai Ling to stand watch outside while he entered alone. Inside the room, adorned with various blood-stained instruments of torture, Ramsay was bound naked upon a flaying rack. Observing the bloodied and battered Ramsay, who lay there on the brink of death due to the torment inflicted upon him, Jon's expression remained impassive as he coldly stated, "Ramsay, I wish to propose a transaction." This passage serves as an explanation of sorts. Ordinary individuals who commit murder often grapple with guilt and panic, plagued by insomnia and paranoia, though exceptions exist for the deranged killers. Chapter 40. The Trial of Combat. The day following the siege of Terror Castle, a contingent of supply soldiers from Winterfell busied themselves with preparations in the courtyard before dawn. By the time the sun fully ascended, a grand wooden platform had emerged at the center of the training ground. As time progressed, an increasing crowd gathered within the courtyard of Terror Castle, comprising northern nobles, knights from various houses, officers of all ranks from Winterfell, and numerous captured officials and commoners. Once the area was nearly filled to capacity, Jon and Robb, two members of House Stark, slowly ascended the platform. Due to his status as a bastard, coupled with the fact that this trial was Robb's insistence, Jon took a step behind Robb upon reaching the platform, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Robb, unfazed, addressed the throng below. Under the gaze of the old gods, I, Robb Stark, heir to House Stark and acting Lord of Winterfell, shall serve as the chief judge in the trial against House Bolton, witnessed by all you noble lords and the free folk of the north. Now, I call forth the second judge, Lord Jon Arryn of Last Hearth, and the third judge, Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor. As Robb spoke, the jovial Jon and the inscrutable, portly Lord Manderley ascended the wooden platform via the adjacent stairs. Once they were settled, Robb commanded loudly, "Bring them forth." With a clatter of metal shackles, the disheveled and despondent figures of Roose and Ramsay were brought forth by Theon, flanked by 4 soldiers from Winterfell. Upon seeing the state of the father and son, it was evident they had endured considerable torment throughout the night. For more than a month, House Bolton had deliberately allowed their deserters and a band of wildlings to invade Stark territory, subsequently masquerading as wildlings to disrupt the order of the North and raid merchant caravans throughout the region. Ultimately, there arose a reckless attempt to assassinate both my Stark family and numerous noble houses of the North. Such actions not only signify disloyalty to one's liege lord, but also violate the laws established by His Majesty the King. Therefore, in the name of the North's guardian, the Duke of Winterfell, and the King's hand, Eddard Stark, I hereby declare the revocation of Lord Roose Bolton's title and all noble privileges, commanding him and Ramsay Snow to proceed immediately to the wall, donning black attire to guard the realm's borders. The quiet training grounds resonated solely with Robb's pronouncement, allowing all present to hear clearly. Following the declaration, Robb customarily sought the opinions of the second and third judges. Lord Jon and Count Manderley naturally raised no objections, prompting Robb to turn and inquire of Roose and Ramsay. "Roose Bolton, Ramsay Snow, do you have any objections to the verdict I have pronounced?" Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Roose's eyes, yet a smile graced his lips as he replied, "Lord Robb's judgment is fair and just. I have no objections." The astute and pragmatic Roose recognized that the only path to survival for himself and Ramsay lay in joining the Night's Watch. As for future vengeance against House Stark, he could contemplate that once he had gained control over the Night's Watch. Survive first, and then consider other matters. He trusted Ramsay would grasp this as well. However, in the next moment, he heard Ramsay's retort. "I, Ramsay Snow, and my father, Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreffort, do not accept this unjust trial. We request under the witness of the old gods, to engage in a trial by combat with the legal officer of Winterfell, Jon Snow. Trial by combat is a method in Westeros for resolving disputes and settling controversies. It can be proposed at any time before or during the trial. The surviving party of a recognized, fair duel is deemed the victor of the trial. Naturally, the initiation of such a trial can be denied. Yet, in a land that venerates the gods and glorifies heroism, even among noble lords and members of the royal family, few would dare to halt a trial by combat. What? Ramsay has lost his mind. Roose was taken aback, his head buzzing at Ramsay's words. Given their current physical conditions, proposing a trial by combat left them no chance of survival. Moreover, why did Ramsay specifically name the Stark family's bastion, renowned on the battlefield? Very well, I accept. In fact, I graciously allow both of you to fight together. Without granting Roose any time to react, Jon immediately acquiesced to the trial by combat. Several soldiers from Winterfell, who had been prepared, swiftly ascended the platform to remove the shackles from Roose and Ramsay, thrusting swords and shields into their hands. Subsequently, the exasperated Robb, the intrigued Jon, and Count Manderly, whose gaze darted between Robb and Jon, descended from the wooden platform. As Luce regained his senses, he intended to utter further words. Yet Jon was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long sword and advanced purposefully towards Luce and Ramsay. With a swift flick of his wrist, Jon raised his sword and then slashed downward towards Luce. Sensing imminent danger, Luce grasped his sword with both hands, positioning it above his head, exerting all his strength to block the attack. The moment their blades clashed, Luce felt an overwhelming force emanating from Jon's weapon. His hands instantly went numb and weak, rendering him incapable of holding onto his sword. Was he even human, given the might behind that single hand? As Luce remained in shock, unable to defend against Jon's strike, the second blow, a horizontal slash, was already aimed at his neck. With a sickening thud, Luce's head was severed from his body, his lifeless form collapsing onto the wooden platform, blood gushing forth from the headless corpse and splattering Jon. Like a demon from the depths of hell, Jon turned his gaze towards Ramsay, who was utterly paralyzed by fear. With a gentle thrust, Jon pierced Ramsay's abdomen. Overwhelmed by intense pain, Ramsay, already worn down, collapsed to the ground, hearing Jon whisper near his ear, "I am a man of my word. This strike will spare your vital organs. Close your eyes and feign death. Afterward, my men will escort you alive from the Terror Fortress." Chapter 41. Breaking free from chains, aghast cries echoed from the mouth of Lonely Mountain, situated 7 to 8 kilometers away from the Terror Fortress, where a multitude of dark wild ravens circled overhead. Below them, thousands of corpses from the battle at the fortress were being transported for burial in freshly dug, massive pits. This was all orchestrated by Jon, who, intending to claim the fortress as his domain, feared that burying the bodies too close or too shallow could lead to plague. With his face smeared in blood, rendering him unrecognizable, Ramsay was unceremoniously cast to the ground by soldiers elevated from the city guard to serve as judicial aides. After the soldiers departed, Ramsay, whose abdominal wound had been treated, finally opened his eyes. Realizing that remaining prone would surely lead to his demise, he attempted to rise, only to find his battered body too weak to comply. Clenching his teeth, he called Jon's name repeatedly, fueled by hatred as he struggled to stand. With great effort, Ramsay staggered out of the burial site at Lonely Mountain. Upon reaching the King's Road, he spotted a transport wagon passing by. "Good Samaritan, please help me. Take me to the winter market. My father will reward you handsomely." Recognizing this as his chance for survival, Ramsay summoned his last reserves of strength to proclaim the premeditated deception. The young lad steering the transport cart, perhaps with a heart too tender, halted the vehicle and inquired, "What is your name, and what transpired?" I am called Stinky," the boy replied. "Yesterday, I visited the last hearth with my mother, only to be ambushed by a group of deserters. They brutally murdered my mother and left me in this state. Alas, how tragic." The lad sighed, gesturing towards the rear of his cart. "You may climb into the carriage. I am headed towards Winterfell." Thank you, my good sir. By the way, what is your name, and where do you reside? I shall be sure to express my gratitude to you later." Rams, feigning overwhelming gratitude, made his way to the cart, while subtly probing for information about the young man. In his heart, he contemplated that once he recuperated, he would eliminate this boy and assume his identity. "Do not call me my lord. Simply refer to me as Cole. I dwell in the village of River Spring, near Winterfell." "Stinky. Have you heard of it?" Listening to the sounds of the cart from behind, Cole's smile took on a sinister twist. "River Spring? That name does ring a bell. The people of our village are exceedingly kind and hospitable. Come, let me take you back to meet my friends and family." With a rumble, the transport cart resumed its journey towards a village that had long ceased to exist. Meanwhile, Rams and Cole remained oblivious to a ghostly white figure that flitted past in the distance. After receiving a mental transmission from the white spirit, Jon nodded with satisfaction. When Cole initially pledged his loyalty, he had set forth a condition: to seek Jon's assistance in avenging the destruction of River Spring by the Bolton family. Now, Jon had fulfilled his promise. "Hey, Jon, are you listening to me?" The voice of Robb snapped Jon out of his reverie. "I have heard you. And I am quite certain I wish to remain at the Dreadfort. I can either share the position of legal steward of Winterfell or relinquish it entirely. The arrangement is yours to decide. However, you must ensure that I receive those armors, war horses, and men." Upon hearing Jon's response, Robb nodded. "Very well. I agree to your terms. You may choose the next heir of the Bolton family, and once you decide, simply send a raven to inform me. The taxes for the Dreadfort this year can be waived, but 1/3 of the produce from the Iron Islands must be sent to Winterfell." Agreed. Seeing Robb readily accept his demands, Jon smiled and extended his right hand. With a clap, Robb also smiled and firmly grasped Jon's hand. Jon's smile was born of the knowledge that, due to his current status as a bastard, he could never truly become a lord of the land. Thus, it was wise to establish a foothold at the Dreadfort and support a puppet placed in the limelight. Robb smiled, for he had come to understand that Jon had no intention of vying for the lordship of Winterfell. To have a brother like Jon, one with whom he harbored no conflicting interests, was indeed a source of great comfort. 5 days after the Battle of the Whispering Fortress, the gate, which had been almost entirely consumed by wildfire, had been painstakingly restored, complete with a new, sturdy oak door. Yet, the charred remnants upon the surrounding walls would take time to cleanse completely. Creak, creak. A long procession of transport carts streamed forth from the Whispering Fortress, laden with various mineral resources from Stonehearth, alongside the armor, weaponry, and provisions hoarded by House Bolton. Although the battle had indeed drained some of Winterfell's vitality, Jon had specifically allocated these supplies for Robb. Furthermore, he had urged Robb to commence the recruitment and training of new soldiers upon his return to Winterfell, emphasizing the necessity of forming a combat-ready force as swiftly as possible. In days gone by, Robb would have merely scoffed at Jon's concerns, dismissing them lightly. For the Seven Kingdoms had enjoyed peace for 9 years, prompting nobles far and wide to downsize their armies and curtail expenditures. Perhaps only the likes of the Lannisters of the Westerlands and the Tyrells of the Reach would see their forces swell rather than diminish. However, upon witnessing Jon's earnest demeanor, Robb solemnly nodded in agreement, taking the matter to heart. The lengthy caravan from Winterfell took nearly half an hour to depart the Whispering Fortress. Jon stood at the entrance, watching Robb's retreating figure, which gradually shrank to a mere speck in the distance. A profound sense of liberation washed over him. From this day forth, he possessed land, arms, armor, a populace, and provisions. At last, he could commence the cultivation of his very own army. Chapter 42, Wolf's Claw and Espionage Caw. Perhaps the corpses buried beneath the lonely mountain had been ravaged by various beasts and scavenging birds, causing the wild ravens to disperse in search of food. Consequently, the skies over the Whispering Fortress were intermittently graced with the descent of white droppings. Those unfortunate souls struck by the droppings could do little but curse the ravens overhead. Grumbling, Cole entered the main keep of the Whispering Fortress, first seeking a place to wash his head before hastily making his way to the study. After the guards announced his presence at the door, he entered, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects. "My lord Jon, I have returned." "Rise and speak," replied Jon. Clad in exquisite black noble attire, his lordly cloak draped over his shoulders, he nodded, gesturing for Cole to stand. Upon rising, Cole noticed that in the span of merely 10 days, the White Wolf, who had been resting beside Jon, had grown considerably larger. While he could not gauge its precise height or length from a prone position, its head alone was now nearly the size of a fully grown male direwolf. Is it a wolf or a lion? Jon did not inquire about how Cole had taken revenge on Ramsay. However, upon witnessing the shadows of gloom dissipate from Cole's brow, he understood that this pilgrimage to the riverside village had thoroughly resolved Cole's inner turmoil. "Cole, how are things on the Corlys front?" Hearing Jon's question regarding Peter Baelish's trusted spies, Cole immediately diverted his gaze from the direwolf and responded. "The interrogation methods you taught me in the little black room proved exceedingly effective. In that silent and dark underground chamber, he divulged everything in less than 2 days. Our intelligence network in the north is now under the firm control of our Wolf's Claw organization. As the name suggests, Wolf's Claw serves as Jon's extension into the north in the southern realms. Although Jon's true identity could easily warrant the name Dragon's Claw for the time being, Wolf's Claw remains more fitting. Well done. Have you investigated those spies? Are they reliable?" Jon nodded approvingly before continuing his inquiry. According to Cole's revelations, the intelligence network established by Peter Baelish, aside from himself and 2 other madams, consisted of spies who were loyal solely to coin. As long as the payment was substantial enough, they could uncover even the most trivial details, such as the color of the queen's undergarments. I have no interest in Cersei, but Myrcella is another matter. Ahem, don't steer the conversation off course. I am entrusting Holly and the others to you. You shall depart for King's Landing at dawn. Understood. Cole had no further questions and promptly nodded in compliance. As for your mission in King's Landing, just as Jon was about to elaborate on Cole's task, a raven, pitch black, swooped in from the open window of the study. Whoosh. Crack. The previously languid direwolf, feigning sleep on the ground, sprang to life and darted to the window, seizing the raven in its jaws and gnawing at it. Observing the system's notification of gaining 1 experience point, Jon scoffed. The ravens that had recently visited the study were indeed more than mere birds. Jon turned and retrieved a scroll of parchment from the desk, handing it to Cole with instructions to memorize the mission before incinerating it. Coincidentally, after capturing the Terror's Keep, they had acquired several thousand golden dragons. Cole, before you head south, issue a simple bounty task to the Wolf's Claw organization in the north. My lord. What is the bounty task? Water the trees. The heart tree, known as the fish-leaping wood, is a sacred tree where the faithful descendants of the old gods carve the faces of weeping humans into its bark through a sacred ritual. In the north, the heart tree is considered the embodiment of the old gods. The devout Eddard would cleanse his weapons at the heart tree in the god's wood of Winterfell after each kill and offer his prayers in silence. As the faith of the Seven encroached upon Westeros, the fishwood trees faced extensive deforestation, rendering them nearly extinct in the southern realms, with only the north still witnessing their widespread presence. That very night, Cole and Holly, alongside a few others, approached the heart tree of the godwood at the Dreadfort, carrying a heavy iron pot. With a swift motion, the lid of the pot was lifted, releasing a surge of steam into the air. Though the surface of the pot appeared to contain merely boiling water, it was, in fact, filled with a substantial quantity of melted coarse salt, essentially a cauldron of highly concentrated brine. Pour it, commanded Cole. And the entire contents of the pot were poured directly at the roots of the heart tree, which bore the visage of a weeping human face. After executing this act, Cole and Holly exchanged glances and hastily departed the godwood. In the ensuing days, not only at the Dreadfort, but also in Winterfell and various other settlements across the north, shadows emerged under the cover of darkness, dousing the trees with concentrated salt water. The godwood held no significant treasures, thus remaining unguarded and unnoticed during these clandestine operations. Within days, the heart trees throughout the north began to shed their leaves in droves, visibly wilting at an alarming rate. On a subsequent night, Jon inexplicably found himself before a colossal fishwood tree, its canopy casting a shadow over him. Perched upon its branches was a raven with 3 blood-red eyes fixated on him. Humph, the three-eyed raven, what more can you do apart from lurking and conjuring illusions? You must have had a hand in Bran's fall from the keep. Jon confronted the bizarre scene without a hint of fear, his tone icy. Caw. What exactly are you? The three-eyed raven did not respond directly, but instead retorted with a cacophony of caws. You, neither human nor spirit, are the true anomaly here. If you know what is good for you, serve me, and I shall ensure that fishwood trees flourish once more in the north, nay, across all the 7 kingdoms. Defy me. And mark my words, I shall drag you from this hollow one day. Caw. The raven seemed incensed by Jon's relentless command, its body swelling ominously. Am I dreaming? In this dream, can you truly bully me? Jon scoffed at the sight. He transformed, morphing into a creature reminiscent of both wolf and dragon, crackling with electricity. As he lunged at the immense 3-eyed raven. With a start, Jon awoke in his opulent bed draped in velvet at the Dreadfort, sitting upright. White, perched at the edge of the bed, immediately sensed his disturbance, tilting her head in confusion. Damn that 3-eyed raven. Once I resolve matters in the south, I shall personally hunt you down beyond the wall. No, we must intensify the salting of the trees, otherwise, I shan't find peace even in sleep. Chapter 43, The Transformation of the Terror Castle on King S Road, in the vicinity of the Terror Castle. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as 4 robust warhorses trotted forward. At the forefront rode a diminutive figure, who from a distance appeared almost to be sprawled across the saddle. This was none other than Tyrion Lannister, who had spent nearly a month journeying to the Wall, where he had conversed with the commander of the Night's Watch. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Tyrion deftly pulled the reins, redirecting the path of his steed. The 2 Lannister guards behind him exchanged glances, resigned to follow suit. The last of their company, a bearded Night's Watchman clad in black, bellowed without hesitation, "Hey, Tyrion, stop. Have you had too much to drink? That's south the road to Terror Castle." "I am well aware," Tyrion retorted. "Yoren, are you not questioning my marksmanship? Come. Let us venture to Terror Castle and find a few beauties to prove it." Tyrion had no intention of halting, offering his reply without glancing back. Yoren, the crow, merely shook his head before urging his horse to catch up. After all, they had ample time to recruit new soldiers in King's Landing. A day or two mattered little. Not long after, they encountered several groups of common folk traveling from the direction of Terror Castle towards King's Landing. Have we taken a wrong turn? I distinctly recall that over a month ago, there was not a merchant nor a soul in sight on this road. Tyrion frowned as he observed the stark contrast in the flow of people. Previously, the mere mention of Terror Castle conjured images of blood and flaying. Aside from the vassals of House Bolton and the audacious merchant seeking fortune, who would dare tread here? As soon as Tyrion finished speaking, Yoren chimed in, casting a sidelong glance at him. You're only here because you read the Raven's letter sent to the Black Castle, aren't you? To see the new Lord of Terror Castle for yourself? I knew you wouldn't be able to keep it from me. Indeed. I have a friend here whom I've met on 2 occasions, and today I'm here to pay him a visit. Meeting twice makes one a friend? Does that mean, after all our days together, we are not friends? Not quite. We are comrades capable of exchanging marksmanship. With laughter echoing between them, Tyrion and Yoren continued their jovial journey toward the Terror Castle. As they drew nearer, the throngs of people on the road grew denser. Utilizing his keen acumen, Tyrion spent a few copper stars to uncover the reason behind this newfound influx. It turned out that the newly appointed Lord of Terror Castle had instituted a series of progressive land management measures and soldier recruitment announcements over a fortnight ago. Numerous favorable regulations for the common folk had attracted free citizens from the surrounding territories and even the entirety of the north. Rumor had it that anyone possessing a skill could enjoy a prosperous life at Terror Castle. Even some older, unremarkable middle-aged women can secure a respectable position. Hence, an increasing number of those who previously struggled in their own territories are drawn here. The north is indeed barren, with scant arable land. As the long winter approaches, the new lord has gathered an abundance of seemingly useless commoners. They're in for a rough time. Not everyone possesses the aptitude for governance like Lord Tywin. Look at our entire Westerlands. The people thrive in prosperity and health. Upon overhearing the discourse of 2 guards behind him, Tyrion interjected, stating, "Without the proximity of Lannisport to the Sunset Sea and the numerous gold mines, my father, no matter how formidable, could not have ensured the prosperity of the Westerlands. To gather and manage such a multitude in the harsh, frigid north is no small feat. Moreover, population itself is a resource." The 2 guards, having accompanied Tyrion for some time, were well aware of his disposition and thus fell silent. In this manner, Tyrion and his entourage swiftly arrived before the formidable castle. Due to the significant population influx, the area outside the castle had transformed into a bustling town reminiscent of the winter market in Winterfell, primarily constructed of makeshift shanties. Vendors lined the roads, hawking an array of delectable treats. Upon closer inspection, Tyrion found himself captivated by an assortment of novel snacks: hawthorn skewers wrapped in sugar, fried dough balls, and whole chickens encased in clay, exuding an irresistible aroma upon breaking the crust. With a growing appetite, Tyrion sampled nearly every delicacy, discovering that these recipes had originated from within the castle. It was said to be the work of a newly established institution, dubbed the Civilian Entrepreneurship Employment Office. Observing the vibrant life pulsating through the castle, Tyrion could scarcely believe it was a fortress that had recently weathered the storm of war. After traversing the small town, he spotted a series of recruits in training uniforms, marching in relatively orderly formations near the city gate. While he remained uncertain of the utility of their training, the sight of their disciplined ranks was indeed a spectacle. In contrast, his companion Yoren had little interest in the snacks. As a recruiter and trainer of new soldiers across the 7 kingdoms, he understood the challenge of instilling such discipline in recruits within a short time frame. Near the city gate, in addition to the training recruits, a group of special new soldiers adorned with white armbands also drew attention. They bore boxes marked with a cross, with pairs of them carrying stretchers, continuously lifting fallen soldiers from the ground onto the litters. Tyrion was inclined to observe further. Yet 2 regular soldiers clad in Bolton armor approached him, stating, "My Lord Tyrion, Lord Jon requests your presence within the castle." Oh? He knew I was coming ahead of time. It appears that throughout this journey, numerous hidden bastards have been lurking in the shadows. Tyrion raised an eyebrow at this remark, turning his gaze towards the direction of Castle Terror, and continued, "Perfect, I also wish to pay him a visit. Do lead the way." Chapter 44, The Olive Branch Castle Terror, Lord's Hall. Ding dong, ding dong. Following 2 soldiers of House Bolton, Tyrion and his companions instinctively looked up at the young boy, approximately 2 years of age, seated joyfully on the Lord's throne, shaking a rattle. Beside the throne, Jon, draped in the Lord's cloak, smiled and addressed Tyrion Lannister. Do you not intend to pay your respects to our Lord of Castle Terror, Lord Roose Bolton? Oh, Tyrion from Casterly Rock pays his respects to the esteemed Lord Roose Bolton. My apologies, but the youthful visage of Lord Roose has somewhat taken me aback. Upon regaining his composure, Tyrion promptly performed the noble gesture of greeting, jesting with Jon. Haha, Tyrion. Your prolonged stay at the Wall has led to some minor changes in the north. Minor changes? Not just any individual could occupy your current position. Am I correct? Bastard brother? Tyrion continued to speak in the same teasing tone he had adopted in Winterfell. Before Jon could respond, one of the Bolton soldiers who had accompanied Tyrion interjected. Little imp, watch your foul mouth, or I shall. Oh, the master hasn't even spoken, and the hound beside him is already barking? Or what? Will you reduce me, this half-man, to a quarter? Upon hearing the rebuke, a smile crept across Tyrion's face as he fearlessly retorted. Enough, hotter, one must admit. Tyrion's skill in verbal sparring had reached its zenith. With a mere quip, he had stirred the ire of Jon's men, and after halting their protests, Jon continued, Tyrion, you must have heard about the events at Castle Terror. Recently, I discovered a secret letter within these castle walls, sealed with the lion's wax of your Lannister family. Would you care to take a look? I need not see the letter to know who penned it and its contents. However, she did not anticipate that Roose Bolton would not only fail to eliminate you, but would instead lose his own head. Tyrion, being exceedingly astute, deduced the letter's contents upon hearing Jon's words, and he boldly articulated this in front of everyone. Observing Tyrion's amusing disposition, Jon discarded his prepared remarks and spoke with genuine sincerity. Tyrion, your carefree, extravagant fade is merely a deliberately crafted exterior. Of course, you enjoy and relish this guise. Yet, in truth, you are a person of great wisdom, possessing an inherently just and benevolent spirit, albeit a feigned villain. Wow, esteemed lord. Your words of praise are indeed lofty. I had no inkling that I was such a clever, fair, and kind individual. Upon hearing this, Tyrion immediately responded with exaggerated expressions and tones. However, the slight flicker of anxiety in his eyes revealed that Jon's remarks had left an impression on him. Tyrion, join me. Not as a member of House Bolton, nor of House Stark, but simply as my companion. I shall grant you ample authority and freedom, providing you with a stage to showcase your talents. Beyond my command, no one shall dictate your actions. You are astute enough to discern whether my invitation is sincere. Observing Tyrion's wavering demeanor, Jon boldly extended an olive branch. Once Jon's words echoed through the Lord's Hall, silence enveloped the room. Save for the sound of the rattle of the maracas, none had anticipated that Jon and Tyrion would broach such a subject in this setting. Tyrion could sense the sincerity in Jon's words, and thus, the typically eloquent and articulate man found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Behind him, two Lannister guards exchanged glances, feeling that such a conversation today would prevent them from leaving the Lord's Hall unscathed. Yet, unwilling to remain passive, they understood each other's resolve to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Yoren, who had remained an invisible presence, bore a knowing expression as he awaited the unfolding drama. As the two Lannister guards slowly reached for their sword hilts, Tyrion, regaining his composure, exclaimed with laughter, Ha! Lord Jon, I am but a dwarf despised even by my own kin. Regardless of your intentions in courting my allegiance, I beseech you, do not squander such effort on my behalf. It is not worth it. Tyrion, the words I speak to you today shall hold eternal validity. For now, reside in the guest quarters of the keep. Tonight, I shall host a welcoming banquet in your honor. No need for such trouble. I still have to compete in marksmanship with my brothers of the Night's Watch. Tyrion, beaming with a smile, concluded his remarks with a bow before taking his leave. However, as he turned to exit the Lord's Hall, the smile had vanished from his face. The two Lannister guards, relieved, closely followed him. Yoren, the Night's Watchman, bowed to Jon, remaining silent throughout, before turning and departing. Within the Lord's Hall, Jon gazed thoughtfully at Tyrion's retreating figure, while beside him, Lord Roose continued to play with his maracas. Chapter 45. The trigger-seeking support Tyrion and his companions spent but a single night at the Terror Castle before embarking on their journey at dawn the following day. With the assassin of Brandon already identified by Jon as Roose Bolton, Catelyn found no compelling reason to personally venture to King's Landing. Instead, she dispatched Ser Roderick to King's Landing to relay some confidential information to Eddard while Jon and Robb engaged in the battle at Terror Castle. Thus, the anticipated encounter between Tyrion and Catelyn at the crossroads was rendered moot. This served as a form of repayment from Jon for Tyrion's earlier caution to remain vigilant. In the ensuing days, Jon dedicated his entire focus to military training and preparation. By expending a considerable amount of gold to create various employment opportunities and stimulate consumption, He successfully invigorated the economy of Terror Castle, attracting a significant influx of idle individuals from the north. With such a burgeoning population, it was inevitable that some would be enticed by the benefits advertised at the recruitment center. Consequently, even after Jon raised the enlistment standards, the ranks were swiftly filled. Primarily, the most critical component was the heavy cavalry. Jon reclaimed nearly 500 full suits of armor and weapons from Robb, fulfilling a condition he had initially set forth. After rigorous selection and training, this heavy cavalry unit had acquired preliminary combat capabilities. In truth, becoming a heavy cavalryman did not demand extraordinary skills. One merely needed to be strong, adept at horsemanship, and capable of charging alongside the main force. What truly mattered was how to effectively deploy this elite cavalry. Reflecting on the earlier battle at Terror Castle, Jon observed that Ramsay and his father had employed the heavy cavalry rather clumsily. Although Jon lacked direct experience in commanding cavalry in battle, he had consumed an ample array of films, anime, and novels in his past life. The true power of heavy cavalry manifests at pivotal moments, decisively influencing the course of battle. One does not simply charge headlong into enemy lines without strategy. Of course, this was not entirely the fault of Ramsay and his father. After all, warfare in Westeros typically unfolded in a straightforward manner, with cavalry clashing against cavalry and infantry against infantry. Thus, Robb's basic use of bait tactics to defeat the usurper at the Whispering Wood was lauded as the mark of a military genius. Now, with the heavy cavalry under Jon's command, a bright future awaited them. In addition to the 500 heavy cavalrymen, there were 300 pikemen, 700 sword and shield infantry, 300 archers, and 200 battlefield medics, culminating in a total of 2,000 soldiers. If Jon chose to expand his recruitment, he could effortlessly gather 6,000 or 7,000 new recruits. However, such an endeavor would hold little significance. Take Winterfell, for instance, aside from the vast number of local militia. The entire regular army combined scarcely exceeded 3,000 to 4,000 men, as evidenced by previous battles. An abundance of poorly trained militia proved far less effective than a cadre of elite regular troops. Given the current strength of Castle Terror, a force of 2,000 regular soldiers represents the utmost limit, especially considering that 500 of these are costly heavy cavalry. Beyond mere numbers, Jon has contemplated various methods to enhance the army of Castle Terror. For instance, he has initiated the production of military rations. During the previous Battle of Castle Terror, a significant portion of the supply wagons from Winterfell was laden with military provisions. These supplies comprised an array of smoked meats, flour, oats, and legume products, all of which were cumbersome and inconvenient. Currently, the military provisions of Castle Terror consist of compressed rations, including wind-dried meats, solid pasta, and dehydrated vegetables. These rations are nutritionally balanced, easily portable, and convenient for consumption during combat, whether eaten dry or prepared with water. Moreover, Jon has specifically commissioned Count Mandel of White Harbor to procure a batch of wound ointment from Braavos. This ointment, containing mustard seeds, nettles, and bread yeast, was developed by the Sea Lords of Braavos for their own men. When applied externally to wounds, it effectively prevents infection. Once this batch of ointment arrives, Jon's newly established battlefield medics will prove to be of immense value. Indeed, the lives of ordinary folk in Westeros are often seen as expendable. Injured soldiers on the battlefield typically endure cauterization with heated weapons as a means to staunch bleeding. While some hardy soldiers may survive such trials, the majority do not. Upon the death of a common soldier, their lord may offer a meager compensation to the bereaved family, but few would bother to procure ointments to save them. However, Jon perceives matters differently. For an army to become a seasoned force, significant casualties are inevitable. The new recruits under his command, after 1 or 2 battles, will transform into veterans of the battlefield. Following 5 or 6 encounters, they will become elite warriors. Jon is determined that he does not want them to perish after only a few skirmishes. He relies on this cadre to cultivate more elite soldiers. In Jon's perspective, when gold runs dry, he can depend on his soldiers to borrow. Whether this borrowing comes from the Westerlands, or the Vale, or the Iron Islands will depend on the circumstances that unfold. Time slipped by quietly as Jon steadily expanded his influence from Castle Terror. 20 days after Tyrion's departure from Castle Terror, a black raven flew from Winterfell to Castle Terror bearing 2 pieces of grim news. First, Eddard Stark and King Robert had a fierce argument during a council meeting, leading Eddard to resign from his position as Hand of the King. Second, Lady Lisa Arryn of the Vale dispatched a group of knights who apprehended Tyrion and the returning Ser Roderick at the Crossroads Inn, taking them back to the Eyrie. Whether by fate or human intervention, the spark that ignited the War of the Five Kings had been lit. Chapter 46, Return to Winterfell and the Descent for support 5 days later, at the winter market outside Winterfell. Laughter and merriment ensued. A child, draped in tattered furs, playfully chased another, their laughter ringing with the innocence of youth. Trusting in Jon, Robb began recruiting new soldiers upon his return to Winterfell, seeking to bolster his military might. However, due to various constraints within Winterfell, he could not implement sweeping reforms as Jon had done at the Wall. Yet, once certain recruitment benefits and measures were announced, the northern capital naturally attracted a wave of idle folk seeking refuge. Consequently, the winter market had grown considerably larger than it had been over a month prior. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of hose echoed on the ground. A formation of nearly 100 heavily armored cavalrymen entered the winter market in a precise line. In days gone by, the sight of the Bolton family banner would send the common folk scurrying for cover. However, now many stood along the sides of the road, pointing and whispering about the cavalry passing before them. Wow, these cavalrymen are so impressive. Even their steeds are armored. Such naivety. This is called heavy cavalry, and only the Bolton family possesses it in the entire north. Hey, did you know? The current head of the Bolton family, Lord Jon, hails from Winterfell. He used to frequent my tavern, the Smoking Barrel, for drinks. Right, I remember that. That time, Lord Jon even treated me to a drink. Uft. Stop inflating your own importance. Lord Jon treated all the patrons that day. Look, here comes Lord Jon. Wow, his direwolf has grown so large, it's quite terrifying. As gasps erupted from the crowd, all eyes turned to the man and his wolf approaching them. Confidence and poise emanated from Jon. Having occupied the influential position of governor for a month or two, shaping him into a figure of authority. Mounted on his horse, he wore an expression of calm composure, causing the common folk he gazed upon to instinctively lower their heads, avoiding his gaze. Beside him, the dire wolf, now considerably larger, had reached a height of 13 meters and a length of nearly 38 meters. This stature surpassed that of an adult male lion from his previous life. And should it ascend further, Jon could potentially become the first wolf knight of the Seven Kingdoms. At this moment, the direwolf's pristine white fur flowed gracefully in the wind, and its elongated maw revealed two sharp fangs, reminiscent of gleaming daggers. Its fiercely intelligent, blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness. Suddenly, a small stone was hurled from the left side of the onlookers towards the direwolf. The creature deftly tilted its head to evade the projectile, then propelled itself powerfully over the heads of the startled civilians. Run! Run for your lives! The direwolf is attacking. Due to the overwhelming presence of the white wolf, the civilians who witnessed it charging towards them were instantly paralyzed with fear, crying out and fleeing in panic. Stop, white wolf! Jon's voice rang out as the fearsome creature, its jaws wide and revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, halted before a bewildered child of 7 or 8 years. The wolf's grotesque maw exhaled foul breaths, causing the trembling boy to retch. Ah, Jon, please, good sir, have mercy. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, recovering from her shock, lunged forward and knelt on the ground, tightly embracing the boy who had thrown stones at the wolf, pleading for mercy. Come back, white wolf. Upon hearing Jon's call, the wolf, with a mischievous intent, turned back and playfully licked the boy's face with its long, damp tongue. Believing he was about to be devoured, the boy, Jon, was so frightened that he wet his pants and began to wail uncontrollably. Perceiving the wolf's mocking thoughts, Jon rolled his eyes in exasperation. He reached into his pocket and produced a silver stag, which he flicked towards the middle-aged woman. You frightened the child, perhaps buy him some treats to comfort him. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sir. The woman, seeing that her child had not only been spared but also rewarded with a silver stag, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Following this brief episode at the winter market, Jon led the Bolton cavalry into Winterfell, while the townsfolk continued to discuss the formidable white wolf, the merciful Jon, and the extraordinarily fortunate mother and child. Upon returning to the castle of Winterfell, Jon first visited Bran. The delicate-looking young boy remained in slumber, accompanied by Catelyn, the giant-like Edmure, and the wildling Osha. Jon was unaware of what had transpired during his absence, yet it appeared that Catelyn had managed to tame the wildling. It may be worth noting that this change in Catelyn's demeanor towards him was likely due to the fact that Jon had captured the assassin who had attempted to kill Bran. Or perhaps it was a result of his now elevated status. After exchanging pleasantries with Catelyn, Jon proceeded to the council hall to meet with Robb. The brothers dismissed all servants and guards, and none knew the nature of their conversation. However, the heated arguments emanating from the council hall indicated that a serious rift had developed between them. Subsequently, the Bolton heavy cavalry returned directly to the Dreadfort. Later that afternoon, a modest merchant caravan, consisting of only 3 transport wagons, merged into the throngs of larger merchant convoys heading south along the King's Road. Chapter 47, Grim Tidings. Clatter, clatter. On King's Road, A small caravan consisting of over 20 individuals and 3 transport wagons was hastily making its way southward. In the midst of this procession stood a middle-aged man clad in tattered commoner's attire, his bearded face displaying a wearied expression as he persistently entreated a similarly dressed companion, whose visage bore a pronounced scar. "Rory, we are but half a day's journey from Winterfell. It is not too late for you to turn back now. The situation in King's Landing is not as simple as you think. I can handle it myself. Ian, I have no desire to argue with you further. If King's Landing is truly as perilous as you suggest, I cannot allow you to go alone. After all, he is my father as well." Indeed. These two were none other than Jon and Robb, who had transformed their identities through various disguises. Jon's initial intention was to leave Robb in command of Winterfell under the pretense of an impending invasion by the wildlings, thereby preparing the Northern Lords for battle. Meanwhile, he aimed to covertly infiltrate King's Landing, where he planned to rendezvous with the well-prepared allies, including Cole and Holly. However, the typically composed and pragmatic Robb was resolute in his decision to accompany Jon southward. Given the urgency of their descent, Jon, unable to prevail in their dispute, reluctantly acquiesced. Yet even at this juncture, he had not abandoned his efforts to persuade Robb to return to Winterfell. For if Jon's plan unfolded successfully, he could stealthily bring back Eddard, Sansa, Arya, and others to Winterfell without raising suspicion. Robb's presence would serve little purpose, should things take a turn for the worse. King's Landing would be a veritable den of danger, and Robb's inclusion would merely add another to Jon's burden of care. Finding his pleas futile, Jon turned his gaze away in exasperation, choosing to ignore Robb. The creaking of the 3 transport wagons resonated sharply within the quiet caravan. These wagons had been specially procured by Jon from the Terror Castle for their journey to Winterfell. Their compartments were not only considerably spacious, but also reinforced with wrought iron. The first wagon carried the direwolf Ghost, the second housed the fully grown Nymeria and Lady, while the third contained grey wine along with various other special items. This expedition southward undoubtedly required Jon to withhold his most formidable assets from the north. However, the conspicuous size of Ghost and the other 3 direwolves would render their disguise ineffective if brought along. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily leave them behind. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Jon summoned the system panel for review. Player: Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen. Pet: Ghost, level 9, 610-1600. Stage: Growth, Species: Unusual Direwolf. Skills: Claw 3, Bite 3, Talent, Master S Gift. Remaining experience points: 0. Wolf Pack: Alpha Wolf 11, Lead Wolf 22, Subordinate Wolves 0-10. Bai Ling is still nearly 1,000 experience points away from reaching level 10. If solely relying on training for experience points, it would take a staggering 198 days. Perhaps this journey to King's Landing will serve as a pivotal opportunity for her to break through to level 10. Of course, Jon hopes for the smooth execution of his plans, striving to avoid conflict whenever possible. Under Jon's deliberate training during this period, Bai Ling's claw skill has surpassed level 3, enabling her to penetrate standard armor defenses. Ultimately, the once demure figure has matured into the alpha of the wolf pack, her combat prowess significantly enhanced. However, the wolf pack is currently devoid of any subordinate wolves, with the 2 alpha wolves merely holding the title without any followers. Jon has resolved that upon returning from King's Landing, he will venture beyond the wall to seek out ice wolves to replenish Bai Ling's pack. The speed of their specially designed transport wagons has hindered their overall pace, but apart from necessary rest, Jon and his companions have maintained a rigorous travel schedule. Consequently, they reached the border fortress of Mother Boar's Horn, situated between the royal territory and the Riverlands, in just 18 days. Despite its peculiar name, Mother Boar's Horn boasts an impressive 8-foot-thick tower. It is the stronghold of the Hargreaves family, vassals to the Hogg family. While entry into the tower is prohibited, there exists an outer settlement established by local villagers, akin to a winter market. Though modest in size, this locale is well equipped with essentials, bustling with a considerable flow of people. Its prosperity is attributed to its advantageous geographical position. Mother Boar's Horn is less than a day's ride from King's Landing, serving as the first resting point along the King's Road heading north. After the long journey, apart from Jon, who remains invigorated due to his skills, the others appear utterly fatigued. Therefore, after conferring with Robb, Jon decides they should rest for the night before setting off to reach King's Landing the following day. Robb and the others find accommodation in a dilapidated yet ordinary inn, where the cost of living in the south is indeed significantly higher than in the north. Their expenses for lodging, meals, and high-quality feed for their horses amounted to a total of 80 silver stags, a result of their successful haggling. Initially, upon hearing their northern accents, the innkeeper had stubbornly demanded a gold dragon. Jon and his companions arrived at the inn just as the sun was setting. So after securing their wagon, they proceeded to the inn's dining hall to enjoy dinner. Although the inn appeared worn and unremarkable, its business thrived. Upon entering the spacious dining hall, they found that most tables were already occupied by patrons engaged in conversation and dining. After taking their seats, it wasn't long before the innkeeper brought forth their standard dinner, a substantial portion of dark bread, a large bowl of venison stew, a generous plate of vegetable salad, accompanied by a large mug of murky ale. While the portions were commendable, the taste left Jon grimacing. Jon and his companions were not lacking in wealth. Yet they were presently masquerading as a modest merchant caravan, and thus their attire and provisions should reflect this guise. As they consumed the rather unpalatable food, the tavern door was suddenly flung open with great force. A man stumbled into the tavern's hall, visibly agitated, and shouted, "Momentous news! King Robert has succumbed to death by excessive drinking." The moment Jon heard this proclamation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he slammed his fist onto the dining table, causing the murky ale and remnants of food to scatter in all directions. Death by drunkenness? Impossible. Chapter 48. The die is cast. All eyes in the tavern were drawn to the sound of Jon's fist striking the table. Our leader has had too much to drink. He is merely reacting to this news. Nothing to worry about. Robb, witnessing Jon's uncharacteristic outburst, quickly rose to reassure the other patrons. "David, where did you hear this news? Is it credible?" "Indeed. His Majesty was a great hero in his youth. How could he perish from drink? I suspect he is attempting to deceive us with false tidings to secure more ale." The patrons began to murmur, shifting their focus from Jon to the man who had burst in with such startling information. "I swear by the Seven, this news is undeniably true. It has come from the Tower of Joy. Who would dare to spread falsehoods to deceive the lords of House Hightower?" David, responding to the rising skepticism, raised his right hand in solemn oath before turning to the tavern keeper to articulate his ulterior motive for delivering such news. "Good sir, surely this fresh tidings warrants a generous mug of fine ale?" The tavern keeper, knowing David's reputation for honesty, nodded and poured a frothy mug of ale, handing it to him. "So, it is true then? King Robert has truly died from drink? This marks a new chapter in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Tomorrow, we must venture to King's Landing to witness the events unfold. I wonder if the common folk will be offered free food during the King's funeral? The funeral likely won't provide provisions, but the coronation of the new king will surely entail a tournament and a grand feast for the nobles, which will likely include provisions for the people," came the reply. "The food of the nobility is indeed a luxury. I once tasted a rich cream soup, and oh, how delightful it was." The death of the king was undoubtedly a significant event for the common folk of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet their greater concern lay in whether they might glean some benefit from it. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, Jon conferred with Robb and decided to set off immediately, aiming to arrive in King's Landing by dawn. Without a moment to spare, Jon and his companions neglected to reclaim their unused silver stags from the tavern keeper and hastily mounted their horses and loaded their carts for the journey ahead. In the depths of the night, Jon and his companions, bearing the torches they had meticulously prepared, urged their horses onward. Fortunately, as they approached the city of King's Landing, the roads grew increasingly smooth and navigable. Thus, in the repetitive cycle of travel and brief respite, they swiftly arrived at the gates of the God's Gate. This entrance, situated at the northwestern corner of the city walls, was adorned with exquisitely detailed carvings of deities, both on the iron gate and its facade. The eyes of these sculpted figures seemed to come alive, as if they were genuinely watching over those who passed. Typically, merchants descending from the King's Road would enter King's Landing through the God's Gate, having hurriedly journeyed since the previous evening's meal. Jon and his group found themselves with ample time before dawn. However, they were met with a considerable throng of commoners, refugees, and merchants queuing around the God's Gate, all awaiting the break of day to enter the city. Observing the substantial crowd, Jon instructed the rest of the merchant party to remain in place while he and Robb veered southward. He wished to investigate whether he could find a way into the lowly mud gate, which he recalled being guarded by Tyrion in his past life. Without the impediment of specially designed carts slowing their pace, Jon and Robb spurred their horses and soon arrived at the Mudgate. Located a mere 40 to 50 meters from the banks of the Blackwater River, leading to both Rose Road and King's Road to the south. Upon reaching the gate, they discovered that the waiting crowd was even larger than that at the God's Gate. Just as they frowned, pondering how to expedite their entry into King's Landing, the mud gate swung open. "Make way, clear the path for the esteemed lords," shouted a cavalryman at the forefront, brandishing a long sword as he reprimanded the assembled throng. Jon gazed at the cavalryman clad in the armor bearing the sigil of House Baratheon and, while his mind churned with thoughts, he deftly maneuvered his horse alongside Robb, urging their mount to the roadside. The crowd, intimidated by the noble cavalry, dared not utter a word, fearful that any misstep might bring calamity upon themselves. Instantly, the tide of people on King S Road parted like waves, swiftly clearing the way. As the cavalry of over 50 riders approached with haste, two particularly striking young knights caught Jon's attention. One, tall and handsome with short black hair, displayed a look of urgency, adorned in armor emblazoned with the sigil of House Baratheon. The other knight, slender and possessing long, flowing chestnut hair, wore a strikingly beautiful visage akin to that of a woman. This dashing knight, clad in floral armor and draped with a floral cloak, continually sought to soothe the anxious black-haired knight. It was none other than Loras Tyrell and his brother, Ser Garland Tyrell. Jon recognized these two highly distinguishable figures immediately, and as he caught sight of the cavalryman in Baratheon armor, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. At this moment, witnessing the hasty departure of the two individuals from King's Landing, he felt a profound certainty in his heart. He had arrived too late. Eddard was indeed in peril. Lancel and his companion did not tarry, galloping past Jon without a moment's pause. Even if Jon and Robb were to stand before them unmasked, they would remain unrecognized. Having concluded that Eddard was in trouble, the fate of King's Landing seemed already sealed. Jon, no longer in a frantic rush to enter the city, began to mentally construct a plan to rescue Eddard from the dungeons of the Red Keep, envisioning how he might return to the north with Sansa and Arya in tow. After Lancel's group departed, the golden-robed guards once more secured the mud gate, allowing no one to enter. After scrutinizing the gate and its surrounding walls, Jon turned his horse alongside Robb, retracing their path to the Godwood in the north. Chapter 49. Into the city and intelligence. The following morning, the King's Road outside King's Landing was lined with common folk, refugees, and merchants prepared to enter the city. Creak, creak. As the heavy gates and iron portcullis of the Godswood swung open, a contingent of sternly armed golden-robed guards emerged, flanking either side, guarding the entrance. Last night, a rebellion had erupted in the Red Keep. By order of Her Grace, the Queen, all individuals entering or exiting King's Landing must undergo inspection. A golden-robed guard, brandishing a scroll, announced the decree loudly at the gate. After repeating his command thrice, he gestured, and the remaining guards positioned themselves at the center of the gate, partitioning it for the required inspections. Robb, you take a portion of our party and the 3 wagons to wait at the inn up ahead. I shall lead a group into the city to assess the situation and will contact you thereafter. Jon whispered to Robb, who stood in the midst of the queue. Upon hearing the guard's orders, "No, I must enter as well." Robb obstinately shook his head in response. "What if something happens to our goods while you're absent? I've stationed Ed and Torrin outside. They will manage just fine." This contingent of 30 members descending south were Robb's most trusted guards, with Ed and Torrin being the heirs of House Stark. Thus, Robb held immense trust in their capabilities. Understanding Robb's steadfast nature, Jon ceased further argument and arranged for the 2 Stark brothers to lead 8 of their guards back with the specially designed wagons. Due to the slow pace of the entry inspections, it was not until the sun reached its zenith that Jon and his companions finally approached the gate. "Where do you hail from?" inquired several golden-robed guards, scrutinizing their parchment as they compared it against Robb and the others' faces. "My lords, we have come from Last Hearth in the north," one of them replied. "We have relatives who own a shop in the Shoemaker's Square of Winterfell, and we are here to lend a hand while seeking sustenance." Jon, with a distinctly northern accent, recited the prepared lines. There are a total of 22 of you, which shop in Flea Bottom can hire 22 people at once." Upon hearing the inquiry from the gold-cloaked man, Jon swiftly produced several silver stags from his pocket and discreetly placed them in his hand, while loudly proclaiming, "My lord, there has been turmoil in the north recently due to the conflict at the Terror Fortress, resulting in many deserters turning to banditry. Thus, everyone wishes to come to the prosperous and safe King's Landing. Please, show some leniency." The gold-cloaked man quietly pocketed the silver stags, his face instantly brightening with a radiant smile. "Indeed, I have heard that the north has been in disarray, with hundreds of thousands residing in King's Landing. A few more of you are hardly a concern. Your identities have been verified. You may enter." "Thank you, my lord." Upon receiving permission to enter the city, Jon smiled and bowed, promptly gesturing for Robb and the others to pass through the Godswood Gate and into King's Landing. Once inside, Jon directed the 20 guards from Winterfell to seek lodging in Flea Bottom, while he and Robb made their way towards Iron Street, located to the southwest of Flea Bottom. After a prolonged search according to the number noted on his paper, they finally located a shop named Kenny's Forge. Upon entering the forge, they were greeted by a group of burly men working tirelessly, hammering away at sparks flying from unshaped weapons and tools. "I am Kenny. What can I assist you with?" A short, gray-haired elder approached them with a beaming smile. "I wish to forge a dagger that can be seen clearly even in the dark," Jon replied, scrutinizing the diminutive Kenny. The elder maintained his smile and responded, Such a custom piece does not come cheap. Perhaps we should discuss this in my office? As long as it meets my specifications, cost is not an issue. Jon nodded in agreement and followed Kinney into a sealed room. As soon as Kinney turned to close the door behind them, Robb eagerly inquired, "Master, I wish to purchase the latest intelligence on hand of the King Eddard Stark. For 2 gold dragons." Kinney, hearing this, cheerfully quoted the price for the information. In his haste, Robb did not haggle but promptly retrieved his coin pouch and tossed 2 gold dragons to Kinney. The news would soon be known to all in King's Landing. Just last night, Eddard Stark had attempted to usurp power with his guards. The Kingslayer, Ser Jaime Lannister, along with the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, apprehended him, and he is now imprisoned in the black cells of the Red Keep. Kinney pocketed the gold dragons and immediately relayed the latest news regarding Eddard. Jon nodded in acknowledgement. As he had surmised, Eddard was indeed isolated and imprisoned in the black cells of King's Landing. Robb, however, was far less composed. Unable to suppress a low growl, usurpation of power? My father, Lord Eddard, would never engage in such treachery. The entire populace of the Seven Kingdoms recognizes Lord Eddard's integrity and honor. Yet, in the power struggles among the noble lords, we common folk dare not voice our opinions. Kinney glanced at Robb, shaking his head as he began to respond. Regarding the information about Lord Eddard's 2 daughters, Robb, suppressing his agitation, continued to inquire about the well-being of his sisters. 1 gold dragon, please. After receiving another gold dragon, Kinney replied, "This information is quite straightforward. Sansa Stark has been captured by the Hound and taken to the Red Keep. Arya Stark, on the other hand, has vanished without a trace." Understood. I also require a detailed map of the Red Keep. 20 gold dragons. Is a map really that expensive? This should be simple for you. Initially, the prices for the first 2 pieces of information were reasonable, but upon hearing Kinney's exorbitant price for the map, Robb frowned, unwilling to be taken advantage of. A standard map of the Red Keep would not be so costly. However, I suspect you desire a detailed map of the dungeons, including the black cells, correct? Such a document is not easily obtained, hence its steep price, Kinney explained with a light chuckle, elucidating the value of the map. Jon, who had remained silent, withdrew a pouch of coins from his pocket and tossed it to Kinney, his tone icy as he stated, "The money is yours, but the map belongs to us. And I advise you to adhere to your professional ethics and refrain from speaking carelessly. Otherwise, our next encounter may not be so pleasant." Chapter 50. The Spider with 8 Legs. My lord, there is no need to threaten me with words. My establishment has thrived in King's Landing for many years, and I certainly understand the necessity of abiding by the rules. Accepting the gold dragons Jon had handed him, Kinney examined the coins while responding with a smile. Jon nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment, taking the map that Kinney had laid upon the table, and together with Robb, they turned to leave. Upon exiting the blacksmith's shop, Jon and his companions headed straight for the Cobbler's Square to meet with the 20 guards from Winterfell. The shops in the Cobbler's Square, as well as Kinney's blacksmith shop, had been arranged by Cole in advance. Given that the Wolf Claw organization was still in its infancy, they had to rely on local intelligence networks for information in King's Landing. Utilizing these intelligence-gathering organizations as disposable assets was still a viable strategy. If the Wolf Claw organization could infiltrate all of King's Landing, then even if the Gold Cloaks inspected the city gates, they would likely find a way to smuggle in the likes of Weifong and the others. Upon returning to the shop, Jon assigned the task of locating Arya based on the map of King's Landing. The guards chosen by Robb had all seen Arya before, alleviating concerns that they might miss her due to a lack of recognition. As for how to find Arya, who had eluded even the intelligence agencies, that was a matter Jon had already contemplated thoroughly. Yesterday, he exerted himself to recollect memories from a past life, faintly recalling that Arya had appeared in a bustling alleyway filled with commoners before Eddard was executed by Joffrey. At that time, she had attempted to barter a captured pigeon with a baker for bread, but her offer was rebuffed. Now, due to the butterfly effect instigated by Jon, King's Landing had undergone unforeseen upheavals. If he wished to search, he could only narrow his quest using this lead. Ultimately, Jon marked a substantial area on the map of King's Landing. This designated region was known as Flower Street, lined with numerous small bakeries. Proceeding westward along Flower Street led to a slum referred to as Flea Bottom. The streets in this area were a labyrinth of narrow alleys and intersections, closely resembling the scenes etched in Jon's memory. As a city that typically boasted a population of around 500,000, the overall density of King's Landing was considerable. Thus, in a crowd of such magnitude, locating Arya with merely 20 individuals necessitated an extraordinary stroke of luck. On the first day of their arrival in King's Landing, the guards returned empty-handed as night fell, bringing tidings from the outside. The patrols of the Gold Cloaks had evidently increased. with many soldiers from House Lannister participating in maintaining order. Moreover, the Red Keep and the Great September of Baelor commenced hastily redecorating in preparation for King Robert's funeral. Numerous street urchins began to loiter near the Red Keep and the Great September, hoping to secure employment or receive alms from the nobility. This was also one of the reasons for the involvement of Lannister soldiers in the patrols, as the mere 2,000 gold cloaks were tasked with guarding the 7 gates, while also managing the increasingly restless order within the city, clearly stretching their numbers thin. Inside the shop, now fully under Jon's management, he was personally preparing dinner for 20 cavalrymen who had been running about all day. In his previous life, Jon had been a single, overworked individual, yet he possessed the skills to whip up some ordinary home-cooked meals. Naturally, Robb, who had been pampered since childhood, was incapable of cooking and could only assist Jon. The cuisine enjoyed by the nobility of Westeros was quite palatable, boasting a variety of flavors. In stark contrast, the fare of the common folk was simply insipid, primarily designed to satiate hunger. It was evident that Jon and his companions could not venture out to upscale restaurants to procure expensive meals. Moreover, in a world where one could easily be poisoned, home-cooked meals proved to be both safer and more delectable. Suddenly, as Jon and Robb busied themselves with dinner preparations, an unusual noise emanated from a wooden cupboard in the corner of the kitchen. The two exchanged a glance, immediately halting their activities. Jon tilted his head toward the shop's entrance, signaling Robb to prepare to call for assistance, while he reached for the carving knife on the kitchen table. "My Lord Jon, my Lord Robb, please remain calm. I come bearing good intentions." From the corner, a wooden cabinet unexpectedly emanated a gentle and amiable voice. Perhaps the individual inside felt compelled to speak upon noticing the sudden silence in the kitchen. "Please, step out. If you have anything to convey, let us discuss it face to face." Upon hearing the words from behind the cabinet, Jon's wariness eased slightly as he responded. He understood that if the person within were an adversary, they would have seized the opportunity to launch an attack moments ago. With a creak, the corner cabinet was pushed open, revealing the concealed figure. The individual was somewhat rotund, cloaked in a dark hooded garment that obscured his features, and behind him was a hidden door embedded in the wall. As this mysterious person emerged, the door silently closed behind him, fitting seamlessly into the wall, leaving no trace of its existence. Such a cleverly concealed door explained why the guards had failed to notice it during their inspection of the establishment. As Jon observed the newcomer pull back his cloak, revealing a round, bald head, he smiled and inquired, "May I ask, Lord Varys, what do you mean by goodwill?" Indeed, the figure stepping forth from the hidden door was none other than Varys, the master of whisperers in King's Landing. Chapter 51. Goodwill and Road Explorers. Varys was not surprised that Jon recognized him. He tucked his hands into the voluminous sleeves of his robe, his face adorned with an innocuous and inviting smile as he spoke. "Last night, Lord Eddard, accompanied by Peter Baelish, Janos Slynt, and myself, went to proclaim His Majesty Robert's will. However, aside from myself, the other two betrayed Lord Eddard on the spot. Now, Lord Eddard is imprisoned in the Black Cells on charges of treason." "Ah, I forgot. You are already aware of this news. I can convey a personal letter to Lord Eddard on behalf of both of you. I urge you to persuade him to admit his alleged treason and acknowledge Prince Joffrey's legitimate claim to the throne. In doing so, Her Grace the Queen may pardon his transgressions, allowing him to don the black and journey to the wall. Meanwhile, your sister Sansa Stark will still ascend as the queen to the new king, ensuring that House Stark continues to guard the north. Peace shall prevail across the 7 kingdoms." Listening to Varys expound upon his intentions, Robb shook his head and interjected, "Lord Varys, your perspective is overly idealistic. Setting aside whether Cersei would permit my father to don the black, it is utterly improbable that he would confess to treason simply upon receiving our letter. I understand that Lord Eddard values honor above his life, but could he truly disregard the lives of his 2 daughters? Once he learns that we have come to King's Landing, he will realize that Jon and I are determined to rescue our sisters. Then let him remain unaware of your presence in King's Landing. I shall inform Lord Eddard that this message is a raven from Winterfell. He was just imprisoned in the dungeon last night, yet our raven arrived in King's Landing today. Do you think he will believe it?" As the conversation between Robb and Varys reached an impasse, Jon finally spoke up. "Lord Varys, please allow me to enter the dungeon to see my father. I wish to persuade him in person." "Yes, into the dungeon, and I wish to join." "That is impossible, my lords. The dungeon is guarded on every level and thoroughly inspected. It is utterly unfeasible to bring anyone inside." Upon hearing Jon and Robb's words, Varys immediately shook his head, dismissing this absurd request. "I know you have your methods. Please trust me. I am a man of discretion. However you manage to get me in, I will not disclose it to anyone. I can swear by the old gods and the new." Jon was resolute that Varys could facilitate his entrance into the dungeon. Thus he earnestly vowed. Varys was perplexed by Jon's unwavering confidence in his ability to gain access. He pondered silently for a moment, ultimately refraining from giving an immediate answer. My lord Jon, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request at this moment. I need further contemplation. Very well, I have lingered here long enough. I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Lord Varys. Travel safely. Seeing that Varys had not outright refused, Jon nodded and offered a respectful bow. As Varys approached the shadowy door in the corner of the kitchen, he turned suddenly and said, My lords, to my knowledge, the Lannisters have planted spies in Winterfell and at Harrenhal. Please ensure your safety. Upon hearing this news, Jon and Robb exchanged solemn glances before responding, Thank you, Lord Varys. We are aware of your goodwill and shall repay it in due time. With a soft clatter, Varys remained silent. Instead, donning his hood once more and pushing open the concealed door, beginning to shift the wooden cabinet that served as a disguise. Jon stepped forward to assist with the cabinet and inquired, Lord Varys, why do you not sell our information to the Lannisters? If the Lannisters were to capture you, the North would forget all of this, and war would not ensue in the Seven Kingdoms? As the cabinet was gradually returned to its original position, Varys's gentle voice emerged. That would never be. The North never forgets. Jon resolutely shook his head in response. Indeed, Lord Robb has inherited Lord Eddard's fairness, and you are a merciful ruler. Oh? Me? Merciful? At least young Jon's mother would deem you merciful. Jon was taken aback by Varys's last remark. He had not anticipated such acknowledgement for something so trivial. With a soft click, the cabinet in the kitchen corner resumed its former state, devoid of any further sound. Jon, what are your thoughts on what Varys just said? As soon as Varys departed, Robb approached Jon and inquired, A wise person will invariably intersperse much truth with their lies. Varys is indeed a clever man. Although I cannot fathom his motives for aiding us, I believe the majority of his statements were genuine. Thus, it is certain that we have spies from House Lannister among our ranks. I previously laid a trap for my own men, yet failed to capture any. Therefore, on this journey south, I brought none from the Dreadfort. However, I did not anticipate that you would also harbor a spy. Upon hearing Jon's remark, Robb shook his head in denial, asserting, Even if I do have spies within my ranks, they must be in Winterfell. The 30 brothers I have brought with me are individuals I trust unequivocally. A spy could never be among them. Indeed, I hope so as well. But regarding our subsequent withdrawal plan, it must remain a secret between us two. No third party should be privy to it. Seeing Robb's vehement reaction, Jon refrained from discussing the investigation of his 30 guards. Originally, Jon had intended to conduct his own discreet inquiry, but the unfolding events soon exceeded his expectations. Chapter 52. No escape. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, Robb and the guards from Winterfell set out in search of Arya while also gathering information. Jon, meanwhile, stationed himself at the storefront, his eyes darting to survey the happenings in the Shoemaker's Square. The shop that Cole had acquired was ideally located, allowing him a comprehensive view of all 4 entrances to the square. With his gaze continually scanning, Jon's mind was equally occupied, as he mentally rehearsed the forthcoming course of action. If Varys consented to escort him into the dungeons, the simplest and most convenient plan could be set into motion. Should he decline, Jon would be left to follow the more challenging plan he had previously devised. The Shoemaker's Square bustled with activity, and none suspected that a mere storefront harbored a mind plotting an incursion into the Red Keep and the dungeons. Clang, clang. 2 gold-cloaked guards in blackened armor passed by the shop. They glanced at Jon, who wore a respectful smile, and bowed his head in greeting, before continuing their impassive patrol. The sun gradually traversed from the east to a position high in the sky. Robb and 20 of Winterfell's guards began returning to the shop, preparing for lunch. Clang, clang. Just as they were about to partake in their meal, the 2 gold-cloaked guards again patrolled past the storefront. They surveyed the diners within, and one of the guards forced a smile before resuming his patrol. Jon's heart skipped a beat at the sight of that forced smile, igniting a sense of wariness within him. Since when had the gold cloaks been so amiable towards common folk? He patted the shoulder of the oblivious Robb beside him, indicating for him to walk towards the shop's entrance. Standing at the threshold, Jon surveyed the surroundings, noticing the sparse merchants in the cobbler's square, bartering with customers beneath the leather awnings. Everyone, prepare for battle. Jon turned with a grave expression, whispering sternly to the guards of Winterfell upon witnessing the scene outside. Jon, is something amiss? Robb inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the cobbler's square. The golden-cloaked men we've encountered these past days hardly bothered to cast us a glance. I encountered those 2 golden cloaks this morning, yet their expressions now are markedly different from earlier. They likely intend to gather intelligence on us. As Jon continued to observe the situation outside, he elucidated, though it is lunchtime, the merchants at the stalls in the cobbler's square have mostly brought their own provisions. The dwindling crowd at the square raises a question. Where have they gone? Are they no longer conducting business? If my assumptions are correct, they are likely afraid of the throngs at the market, fearing we might escape amidst the chaos. They are currently dispersing the crowd. Clang. As soon as Jon finished speaking, everyone, including Robb, drew their weapons. While it was permissible to carry arms in King's Landing, Jon and his companions, masquerading as a small trading caravan, could not possess the standard military armor. Thus, they were clad in the common, albeit less protective, leather armor of the north. Observing the thinning flow of people in the cobbler's square, Jon made a swift decision. This cannot continue. We are at too much of a disadvantage. Robb, follow me out. Remember, do not linger in battle. We must break through towards the northwest, heading for the God's Gate. Once we exit the city gates, we will rendezvous with Torrhen and Eddard at the inn outside. Understood. Robb nodded in agreement, immediately turning to instruct the guards behind him. Clatter. With his sword drawn, Jon charged ahead, dashing towards the left alleyway's corner. However, just as he reached the alley's entrance, the two golden-cloaked men he had seen earlier suddenly emerged from either side of the corner. Their long swords were aimed directly at Jon's legs in a horizontal slash, seemingly intent on incapacitating his mobility. Clang. Upon spotting the two golden cloaks, Jon, ever vigilant, reacted with remarkable speed. With his right hand firmly grasping his sword, he raised it before his legs, effortlessly parrying their strikes with formidable strength. Crash. After deflecting the sudden assault of the two golden cloaks, Jon swiftly lifted his right foot, pressing down on their swords with force. As the assailants attempted to withdraw their weapons, despite their utmost efforts, their swords remained steadfastly anchored beneath Jon's foot, as if they were firmly embedded there. Rip. Robb Stark and another guard behind Jon were far from lifeless. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly advanced and thrust their swords violently into the throats of the two golden-robed assailants. A sickening sound echoed as the two fell, choking on their blood, struggling briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With the enemies dispatched, Jon led the charge around the corner of the alleyway. To his dismay, as he rounded the bend, the usually composed Jon could not restrain himself from uttering a curse in his native tongue. Before him, a dense throng of golden-robed figures surged forth, swords drawn, advancing towards him and his companions. Just as he finished his exclamation, 3 swords descended upon him simultaneously, not aimed at his legs this time, but directed towards his head from various angles. With a sudden bend, Jon evaded the strikes, his sword slicing horizontally from right to left, targeting the legs of the golden-robed attackers. With a powerful arc, he severed the limbs of 3 foes, causing 2 to collapse in agony. The one on the far left, unable to escape Jon's reach, stood bewildered, gazing at his severed leg as if in disbelief. With little time to spare, Jon straightened and thrust his sword into the right eye of the dazed adversary. However, the relentless tide of golden-robed warriors showed no sign of abating, as 4 more surged forward, stepping over their fallen comrades to continue their assault on Jon. Robb and the 2 guards who had just rounded the corner witnessed the attack and immediately engaged in battle against the advancing foes. As Jon deftly withdrew his sword from one golden-robed enemy's neck, he caught sight of a guard to his left who, having fought valiantly, succumbed to exhaustion and was pierced in the abdomen by an incoming attacker. The guard's entrails spilled forth as the assailant withdrew his blade upon the valiant guard's fall. Another immediately took his place, and fortunately, the narrow alleyway allowed only 4 combatants to stand side by side. Had they been fighting in a more expansive street, Jon and his companions would have been completely encircled by the overwhelming number of golden-robed attackers. This won't do. Robb, hold them off for a moment. I will scout for another exit. Jon shouted to Robb as he felled another enemy, retreating from the skirmish. As he withdrew, a guard stepped forward to fill the gap left by Jon. The guards who had not yet engaged in battle parted to allow Jon passage as he made his way through. Jon hurriedly returned to the front of his shop. Casting a glance towards the cobbler's square, he observed that at the other 3 entrances of the square, there were throngs of people, numbering around 70 or 80, composed of a mixed contingent of gold-cloaked soldiers and Lannister forces. They were actively dispersing the crowd within Cobbler's Square, gradually converging towards Jon's shop. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jon instantly understood that his group had been encircled by the enemy, leaving them with no avenue of escape.